Quick! Tank'll hold them off, you flank from behind. Ke Xuanfei turned his head and shouted to Xing Yibo, though his head was twisted to one side. His eyes remained fixed on the computer screen, showing how focused he was on the game. Xing Yibo next to him also shouted in the same twisted head eye lock hidden screen posture. You hold them off, they'll be there. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Go, go, go. Coming, coming, heaven sent justice. We won, we won, we won. We work well together, great chemistry. The two high-fived excitedly. Hey, you guys are so noisy. Qin Wanghan was awakened by the shouts of the two. Rubbing his eyes reluctantly, he said, I was grinding for ships until after 2 a.m. Can't I at least get a short nap at noon? Ke Xuanfei looked apologetic. Sorry, I just got too excited from that epic comeback. Then Xing Yibo suddenly yelled, damn. It's 1-2-0. He quickly put on his shoes and ran downstairs. We're doomed. Late. Ke Xuanfei and Qin Wanghan also turned into little electric motors and rushed downstairs. Xing Yibo was already waiting on the electric scooter for Ke Xuanfei. When Ke reached the bottom of the stairs, he sprang onto the back seat and shouted to Qin Wanghan, who was unlocking his scooter. Old Qin, hurry up. Tank and I are leaving first. Qin Wanghan, now fully awake, shouted angrily, damn it, it's all your fault for wanting to play games. I couldn't sleep well, and now I'll be late. With a whoosh of wind, the three finally arrived at school. Just before stopping, Xing Yibo pulled out the scooter key and tossed it to Ke Xuanfei behind him. Ke clamped his legs around the rear seat to keep balance, caught the key with his right hand, and opened the lock under the seat with his left. Xing used the remaining inertia to park the scooter steadily. The moment it stopped, Ke flipped off, locked the scooter, while Xing held it, and opened the kickstand. The entire parking and locking process took less than 3 seconds. They called this quick parking and locking move the Xing speed parking method. After parking, the two rushed toward the school gate, not caring whether Qin Wanghan was following. You two, wait for me. Qin Wanghan shouted angrily from behind. Huffing and puffing, the three ran into the stairwell. Ke Xuanfei glanced at his watch. 1:45. Panting, he whispered to the two behind him. Oh no, it's 1:45. The hallway is dead silent. Class has already started. How do we explain to the teacher? Qin Wanghan turned his head away in anger. Just say we were gaming at my place and lost track of time. Xing Yibo frowned helplessly. Hey man, we can't just give up like that. Hey, I've got an idea. Ke Xuanfei's eyes lit up. Erase the plan. Let's dirty up our clothes, arms, and faces, and tell the teacher we got into a minor accident on the way to school and got hurt. Hey, great idea. That's so you. Xing Yibo's eyes also lit up. And so the three of them started rolling wildly on the ground. When the cleaning auntie came to sweep later, she would wonder why is the floor so unusually clean today. At the classroom door. Report. No answer from inside. Ke Xuanfei raised his voice. Ahem, report. Still no sound from inside. Ke Xuanfei whispered to the two, what's going on? Both shrugged, equally unsure. Forget it. Ke Xuanfei closed his eyes and pushed open the front door. The three stared blankly at the empty classroom, all equally baffled. Ke slapped his forehead. Qso, damn it. I forgot today's schedule changed. Qso, damn it. I forgot the time changed today. Xing Yibo also slapped his forehead. Alright, it's summer schedule now. Class starts at 2:10. I totally forgot. Qin Wanghan put his hands on his hips and shouted at both. Each of you owes me a meal. Fine, I'll treat tomorrow at noon. He'll treat the day after. Ke Xuanfei and Xing Yibo wrapped their arms around Qin Wanghan from both sides. You two are trying to crush me. Qin pushed them away and walked toward his seat. After all the excitement, drowsiness crept back. You two cover for me during class. I need to catch a nap. I'm so sleepy. Xing Yibo patted his chest while standing beside him full of confidence. Just sleep easy, I'll wake you if something happens. Ke Xuanfei patted Qin Wanghan's shoulder and said, with your sleeping skills, even the teacher sitting right next to you wouldn't know you're asleep. Xing Yibo pointed to the inner seat and asked Ke Xuanfei, aren't you going in? I need to go to the bathroom. The classroom seating was arranged in 9 rows and 6 columns, with every 2 columns grouped together to form pairs, dividing the class into left, middle, and right sections. Xing Yibo and Ke Xuanfei were desk mates, sitting in the 3rd row from the back against the wall. Ke sat on the inside, Xing on the outside. Qin Wanghan sat directly behind Ke. After finishing in the bathroom, Ke Xuanfei washed his hands and looked down, giving a start. Damn, why am I wearing slippers? Xing Yibo saw Ke Xuanfei wobbling as he sat down, looking off, and asked puzzledly, Old K, how come you look so down after a bathroom trip? Ke Xuanfei sighed and pointed at his shoes. Look. Xing Yibo covered his mouth and burst out laughing. Ha. I'm dying of laughter. How did you come in slippers? Ha. It's all because someone was yelling like an idiot at noon. We're late. If not for that, I wouldn't have been so flustered I ran out without changing my shoes. Xing Yibo wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes. Alright, my fault. You can be a homebody this afternoon. If people see you coming to school in slippers, they'll laugh to death. Ha. Xing Yibo couldn't help but burst into laughter again. Ke Xuanfei lay on the desk with a look of utter despair, pouting to vent his dissatisfaction. Ding dong. Class time began. Alright, everyone sit properly. No whispering. Open your books to page 30. Ke Xuanfei opened his book, which was filled with notes and problem-solving steps. Xing Yibo exclaimed in surprise, "My God, you actually previewed this chapter. You secretly studied behind my back." Ke Xuanfei gave a mysterious smile. "If you think I only previewed this chapter?" He flipped the book further back. "Wow, how did you preview the whole book?" "No way." Ke Xuanfei smiled mysteriously again. "If you think I only previewed math?" Bang. He pulled out several more books. Xing Yibo flipped through them in amazement. "Wow, biology, chemistry, physics. You previewed all 4 science subjects. Are you even human?" Ke Xuanfei put away the book's side and spoke with a hint of pride. "You think I wanted to study like this? If my mom hadn't forced me, I would have gone to Japan for the winter break. It's all my mom's fault making me waste the whole winter break on studying." Xing Yibo reached over and straightened Ke Xuanfei's tilted head. "Hey, stop showing off. Your mouth's twisted up to your ears." Then he pushed Ke Xuanfei's face away. "Enough, you cannot study, but I need to. Don't bother me. Go play on your phone somewhere else." Ke Xuanfei looked smug. "With a brain like yours, even if I gave you a Sharingan, you still couldn't learn." After his smug moment, Ke Xuanfei quietly looked at his phone, browsing some Naruto forums, his finger swiping constantly. Suddenly an advertisement caught his eye. "Will of Fire battle reignites." Below it was an image of Naruto and Sasuke fighting. Ke Xuanfei thought, "I've been looking for a Naruto IP game. Wonder if this is any good." He clicked the ad, and the promotional video immediately captivated him. Inside an arena, Naruto and Sasuke fought. Rasengan Fire Style Great Fireball Naruto 2000 Combo Chidori. Exquisite skill effects, faithful skills to the original, exhilarating combat impact. My God. Hey Tank, look. Look, I've discovered a new continent. This is the will of fire we've been pursuing. Hey, what is it now? Don't disturb my studying. Xing Yibo turned his head reluctantly as the game trailer showed Itachi Uchiha unleashing his ultimate move. Itachi opened his right eye, the Mangekyo Sharingan, pulling the enemy into the Tsukuyami world. In the deep red world, a massive crimson moon crashed down on the enemy. Holy crap! Holy crap! Both exclaimed together, stunned by the cool special effects, their bodies jolting up and down from surprise. The big commotion drew the teacher's attention. Xing Yibo, Ke Xuanfei, what are you two doing? Can you solve the problem on the blackboard? Startled, both straightened up at the same time, like two gophers popping their heads out of holes, causing the whole class to burst into laughter. Ke Xuanfei glanced at the problem on the blackboard. This is a post-class example. I can solve this. He planned to stand up and say coolly, "I can solve this," then answer correctly and say with the power of the Rinnegan, "Victory is only natural." Ke Xuanfei stood up confidently, opened his mouth, but then realized he was wearing slippers. He froze, stammered for a long time, then said weakly, I don't know." Beside him, Xing Yibo also stood up, barely holding back laughter, his body shaking violently. Teacher. I don't know either." The young math teacher wasn't angry, but pointed at them with a stern tone. "You two don't know, but still don't listen. So brazenly saying you don't know. 10 minutes until class ends. Keep your heads up and listen while I finish this problem. If you look down again, it'll give you extra homework." "Understood, teacher." "Understood. All right, sit down, don't block the students behind you." Xing Yibo thought of the student behind him, Qin Wanghan, who was still sleeping and couldn't help laughing even harder. Finally, the second period ended. Then the homeroom teacher, Luo Yun, walked in. Luo Yun was a humorous and kind teacher, nearly 50 years old, but the students affectionately called him Bro Luo. Luo Yun walked up to the platform and announced loudly, "Ahem, everyone quiet. The school has changed the schedule. From now on, the 7th and 8th periods every Thursday afternoon are self-study. Use this time to do your homework. If you have questions, go to the office to ask. Teachers will be there. Monitor, keep order." Xing Yibo stood up. "Got it, teacher." Ke Xuanfei curled his lip. "I don't know how you became the monitor. Brother Luo must have been blind to let you be the monitor." During self-study, Xing Yibo stood up and said to the class, "Classmates, keep your voices down. Just loud enough for 2 people to hear. Let's do what we need to do. Yeah. Long live the monitor." Ke Xuanfei patted Xing Yibo's barrel-like waist. "All right, stop posing. I've downloaded Naruto Shippuden Ultimate Ninja Storm Mobile. He'll register an account and try it out. Keep an eye out for teacher inspections." Xing Yibo looked expectantly, eyes fixed on Ke Xuanfei's phone screen, speaking without thinking. "All right, I'm watching out for you." Ke Xuanfei pushed him away. Don't crowd me, your face is practically glued to my phone screen." Ke Xuanfei registered an account and selected a server. "Hey Zhanche, which server should we go to with so many options? Let me see, scroll down a bit." Xing Yibo pondered for a moment. "How about this 622 server, Rebirth Silver Wheel Explosion? The name sounds quite nice. All right, well, go with your choice. Here we go, Rebirth Silver Wheel Explosion." Following the newbie guide, Ke Xuanfei entered the storyline mode, the first volume, The Beginning of Bonds, where Naruto, the son of the Hokage, painted on the stone wall. Ke Xuanfei looked at the familiar storyline and nostalgically said, "While this plot is quite well restored, it's a 2D fighting game, looks really interesting." Xing Yibo, watching Ke Xuanfei play, couldn't help but want to try for a while. Old K, let me give it a go, let me enjoy it for a bit. Ke Xuanfei looked around to ensure it was safe, then handed the phone to Xing Yibo. Okay, he'll teach you how to play. The button on the left is the joystick to control character movement, the fist on the right is the basic attack, and the three icons are skills. Under Ke Xuanfei's guidance, Xing Yibo quickly became familiar with the controls and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this feels amazing, such a great sensation, such flashy effects, why haven't I heard of this game before?" It probably just came out in the last 6 months. At this moment the game prompted that they could draw ninjas. Ke Xuanfei, intrigued by luck-based draws, immediately said excitedly, "Quick, let's see what ninjas are in the pool." Xing Yibo opened the draw interface. This draw has 3 categories: regular recruitment, limited recruitment, advanced recruitment, and privileged recruitment. Are you bad at math? Clearly there are 4 types. Let's see what's in the pool. S-rank ninja, Orochimaru. Wow, so cool. I have to draw one. A rank ninjas, Shippuden Gaara Haiden Itachi Uchiha. Oh my, this Gaara is so well restored. Itachi Uchiha. So handsome. Xing Yibo examined the rules closely. These are ninja fragments. To obtain a ninja you need to synthesize them using fragments. Hearing this, Ke Xuanfei smacked his lips. So it's relatively difficult to have a powerful ninja, but no worries, let's draw one and see what we get. Xing Yibo rolled up his sleeves and blew on his hands. Heaven bless, let's swap 10 years of luck for a mirror. They clicked the draw button and quickly put the phone down, both closing their eyes and clasping their hands together, silently praying, 10 years of luck for a divine draw. At that moment, Qin Wanghan, sleeping behind them, furrowed his brow, as if he dreamt of something unpleasant. After a dozen seconds, Xing Yibo slowly turned the phone around, and both stared anxiously at the screen. You have obtained a rank ninja, Shippuden Sakura Haruno. Ke Xuanfei looked at the screen puzzled, and asked, "Zhanshe, what does this mean? Is it a fragment?" Xing Yibo also looked confused. Let's check out this ninja interface. Opening the ninja interface, the avatar of rank ninja, Shippuden Sakura Haruno, lit up in the first position. Wow. Wow. The two exclaimed in surprise. Xing Yibo held the phone, while Ke Xuanfei nervously tapped on Sakura Haruno's avatar, clicked to summon, confirming they had obtained this ninja. What? I can't believe it, a full card. Did you really draw it out? The excitement of the two was equivalent to receiving a confession from a beautiful girl on the road, their hearts racing wildly. I don't know either, it didn't say a full card could come out. Ke Xuanfei was so excited he was trembling. Quick, you try out what skills it has. I want to play too. This is a B ninja. Using a higher level ninja to tackle the storyline levels should make it much easier, right? Xing Yibo, with an excited grin, couldn't keep his smile down. Don't rush, let me try. Skill 1, windmill strike, lunges forward and grabs an enemy, smashing them hard into the ground. Skill 2, cherry blossom charge, gathers chakra in the hand for a ground smashing attack forward. While it can break the floor. Not bad, not bad. This is very Sakura Haruno. Ultimate skill, annihilation strike, gathers a large amount of chakra in the hand, attacks twice forward, then leaps high and smashes down heavily onto the ground. My goodness. The simple yet powerful skills, especially the ultimate move, not only defeated the enemies, but also struck the hearts of both. Honestly, Zhanshe, I feel like I could play this game for a lifetime. It's so cool. Old K, can you help me create an account too? I want to be in the same server as you. What should I call myself? I'll call myself by Li Muji. Then I'll call myself by Li Zhanshe. By the way, you don't have a phone, can you use mine at school? What will you do when you go home? Xing Yibo smiled slightly, already having a plan in mind. Since he could play during school, he would just catch up on his lessons at home. In Xing Yibo's mind, this game had already become a part of his life. Ke Xuanfei looked at the downcast Xing Yibo and patted him on the shoulder. Just catch up on your day's lessons when you get home. If you don't understand anything, just message me on QQ, and anything we both don't get we can ask the teacher the next day. They exchanged smiles, and Xing Yibo gave Ke Xuanfei a playful punch, as expected of you. Ke Xuanfei snatched the phone back. Now it's my turn to play. Let me see which storyline I was on. Oh, it's this, the beginning of Bonds. Which level was it again? You idiot, it's the 10th level. We're about to finish this chapter. Ding dong, class is over. I'm exhausted. Xing Yibo raised his arms and stretched. It was also tiring to look down at his phone for 2 classes. Ke Xuanfei also twisted his neck and patted the desk of Qin Wanghan behind him. Hey, wake up. School's over. Don't sleep. Hamaha. Qin Wanghan squinted his eyes, yawned, and raised his head from the desk. School's over. Ouch, ouch, my arm. My arm's numb. Hurry, hurry, give me a rub. Qin Wanghan had been lying on the desk for 2 classes, his arms already pressed red and his face marked with patterns from the school uniform sleeve. I'm much better. I'm alive, I'm alive. I'm going to the restroom. Qin Wanghan shook his arms and stood up, his face flushed red with striped marks wobbling as he headed to the restroom. An onlooker might think had been stepped on twice. After Qin Wanghan returned and packed his school bag, Xing Yibo also shouldered his bag and prepared to leave, but Ke Xuanfei still sat motionless in his seat. Well, okay, let's go. Why aren't you moving? Ke Xuanfei looked helpless. Come on, I'm wearing slippers, how can I walk? Qin Wanghan covered his mouth and laughed wildly, saying in a trembling voice, Then what do we do? How about we wait a while and leave when most people have gone? Baka idiot. Eventually a teacher will check the classroom. When the teacher sees, young man, how dare you come to school in slippers? Which class? What's your name? Go write a self-criticism. Do you want me to die? Ke Xuanfei rolled his eyes, his mind spinning rapidly, then an idea emerged. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. While there are many people, you two flank me and walk quickly. The more people, the smaller. The three hurried towards the school gate. Damn, slow down, my slipper is about to fall off. Ouch, Shanshi, you're pressing too hard. After great hardship, they finally reached the electric bike. Quick. Start driving. At this moment, Ke Xuanfei was so nervous he wished he could find a crack to crawl into. That evening at Ke Xuanfei's home, Ke Xuanfei was soaking his feet in a foot bath while playing Naruto. His game had leveled up and unlocked the Colosseum mode. Damn, how does the opponent have 3 summoning beasts? I only have 1. Unfair. What the hell? Why can the opponent keep comboing me in the corner until I die? What's going on? Why does the opponent get protected after I combo them twice, but when they hit me, they keep going forever? Ke Xuanfei, who considered himself a gaming prodigy, had always picked up any game easily since childhood. But after playing the Colosseum all night, he just couldn't figure it out. 6 consecutive losses. I can't do this. Let me search for video guides. Ke Xuanfei finally gave in and obediently searched for tutorial videos instead of exploring on his own. At that moment, Ke Xuanfei's mother pointed at the slippers on the shoe rack by the door and asked, Xiaofei, why are there an extra pair of slippers at home? Did you bring them back? Ke Xuanfei shuddered with fright, almost dropping his phone into the foot bath, but managed to clamp it with his foot. What slippers are you talking about? What are you saying? Ke Xuanfei tried to play dumb to evade, but unexpectedly his mother came in holding the slippers. This pair. Didn't you bring them back? PFF. Unexpectedly his mother was so persistent. Ke Xuanfei quickly racked his brain. This pair. Well, I saw them at the door when I came home and thought they were my dad's, so I brought them in. His mother frowned in confusion. Would your dad wear such cute slippers? Well, I don't know either. Ask my dad. Alright, I'll ask your father when he comes back in a couple of days. Ke Xuanfei successfully shifted the blame onto his father. The next day during chemistry class. Alright, everyone quiet down. Before the lesson, I want to say something, said the homeroom teacher and chemistry teacher Luo Yun, standing at the podium and clapping his hands. The weather has been getting hot recently, and the school has switched to summer schedule. I understand you're hot, but after all, school is a sacred place. Yesterday after class I saw a student wearing slippers to school. Ha, the classmates burst into laughter. Ke Xuanfei's face instantly turned red with nervous. Our school does not allow wearing slippers. It ruins the school's appearance. Even if your feet don't stink, if they do, how can the class bear it? There were too many people yesterday, so I didn't see clearly. Was it someone from our class? Don't know. No way. Could it be you? Nonsense, would I play soccer in slippers? The classmates whispered. Ke Xuanfei used his left hand to cover his face and turned his head toward the wall to hide his embarrassment. Xing Yibo also patted Ke Xuanfei's shoulder and said meaningfully, Yeah, how could such a godly figure appear in our class? Hee ha. Behind him, Qin Wanghan also covered his mouth, laughing until his face flushed. Pa. Luo Yun clapped his hands. Alright. In short, no matter how hot it gets, don't wear slippers to school. This lesson is about sulfur. Sulfur has an oxide called sulfur dioxide whose smell is just like the stinky foot odor of someone wearing slippers. Watching Luo Yun on the podium using yesterday's embarrassing incident of Ke Xuanfei as an example, Xing Yibo patted Ke Xuanfei's thigh and said mockingly, Remember, from now on, no slippers to school. It ruins the school's appearance. Ke Xuanfei angrily covered his ears. So noisy. Ding dong, class is over. Ke Xuanfei stretched his body. I have to say, Brother Luo's lectures are really interesting. You're teaching us how to make explosives step by step. One day I might just blow up your house's door. Edge. Ke Xuanfei was still savoring the interesting topics discussed in Luo Yun's class when Xing Yibo pulled him over. Alright, let's go eat. If we delay, there will be too many people at the restaurant. Don't pull me. My phone is still in the drawer. Ke Xuanfei broke free from Xing Yibo's grasp, bent down to grab his phone. In the game War Chariot, there's a mode called Duel Arena where players engage in 1v1 battles. Xing Yibo was delighted. That sounds great. I love dueling. Ke Xuanfei covered his face. What's so great? I played all night yesterday and didn't understand it at all. I lost 6 times in a row. This game is too unfriendly to new players. Xing Yibo laughed heartily. Ha, even a god like you, old K, has a day like this. You're just too stupid. Let me try later. Ke Xuanfei scoffed. Just you. Let's make a bet. You play 5 matches, and as long as you win 1 I lose, and he'll treat you to drinks for a week. If not, you treat me. Do you dare? Alright, you're quite bold. Let's bet. Just win 1 match, and it's good enough. Who wouldn't want free drinks? Qin Wanghan patted both of them on the back. Hey, you two still owe me a meal each. Ke Xuanfei walked over and grabbed Qin Wanghan's arm. How can you still remember that? You're too petty. He'll treat tomorrow, but today, this dog will treat you. Saying that, he kicked Xing Yibo hard in the butt and ran away swiftly. You brat. Stop right there. Thump, thump, thump. Xing Yibo chased after him. Clatter. Qin Wanghan looked at the electric scooter keys that Xing Yibo dropped on the ground and sighed silently. Next to the electric scooter, Xing Yibo had Ke Xuanfei's head tucked under his left arm, searching for his keys with his right hand. Did I tell you to run? Did I tell you to kick me? Just wait for noon, I'll pin you down on the bed and rub. Oh no, I can't find my electric scooter keys. I remember putting them in my pocket. Ke Xuanfei tried to break free from Xing Yibo's arm. It must be you. You dropped them in class. Let go of me. At that moment, Qin Wanghan rode up on the electric scooter and teased. Hey, are you two leaving or not? If not, I'm leaving first. Xing Yibo asked anxiously. Old Qin, have you seen my electric scooter keys? I think I lost them. Ke Xuanfei broke free from Xing Yibo. Lose, 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 you lose everything. Why don't you lose yourself? It's not like I haven't lost things when I was a kid. As the saying goes, a person needs face, a tree needs skin. If a person has no face, they will be invincible. Xing Yibo's shameless reply left Ke Xuanfei speechless. Qin Wanghan threw a set of keys to Xing Yibo. Here you go, every day I have to clean up after you. Old Qin, how did my keys end up with you? You dropped them on the ground when you were chasing Xuanfei. I picked them up for you. Aren't you going to thank me? Old Qin, I love you so much. Saying this, Xing Yibo lunged towards Qin Wanghan. Hey, too close. Hurry up and go start your vehicle. At noon, after lunch, the three of them were at Qin Wanghan's house. Since Qin Wanghan's home is the closest community to the school, even though Ke Xuanfei and Qin Wanghan lived in the same community, Qin Wanghan's house is the closest to the community entrance, so they generally go to Qin Wanghan's house for a nap. Xing Yibo couldn't wait to open the game and experience the challenging duel arena that Ke Xuanfei mentioned. What's going on is the recoil's so strong. I can barely connect a few hits before getting knocked out. Xing Yibo scratched his head in confusion, while Ke Xuanfei looked on smugly. See, I told you it's not as easy as you think. Xing Yibo frowned in defiance. What's the rush? I've only played 2 matches. Even if you play more, you still won't win. Xing Yibo rubbed his hands and started the 3rd match. In the first 2 rounds, Xing Yibo lost both, but the first ninja on the opposite side was also running low on health. In the 3rd round, Xing Yibo scored a point, but in the 4th round, he made frequent mistakes, and Ke Xuanfei watched anxiously from the side. Just move forward, the other side has no skills or secret scrolls, what are you afraid of? Not to mention, how can you run into the enemy's stationary bug? Hurry up and use the secret scroll. Can basic attacks interrupt skills? Oh no, it's gone. Ke Xuanfei slapped his own head. In the 3rd match, Xing Yibo lost again. Unwilling to accept defeat, he rubbed his eyes, took a deep breath, and gathered his spirits for the 4th match. Ke Xuanfei mocked him from the side. Didn't I tell you before? Your reaction is a bit slow. You didn't even notice the opponent's obvious skill trajectory in the last match. In the next match, you're not allowed to talk. It's because you distracted me that I lost. Okay, I won't talk. Ke Xuanfei waved his hand, sitting beside him, ready to watch the show. In the 4th match, under Xing Yibo's extreme operation, the first few rounds ended in a tie, and the game reached the decisive round. Xing Yibo's 3rd ninja was the recently acquired Sakura Haruno of the Shippuden series. The opponent was young Sasuke. In terms of ninja strength, Xing Yibo held a slight advantage. At the start, both sides exchanged blows, their health bars dropping to half. Seizing the moment when the enemy's second skill was in its end lag, Xing Yibo unleashed the secret scroll wind sand formation. A howling tornado surged forward, its wide-range suction, leaving Sasuke caught in the skill's recovery, no escape. Dragged into the gale, Xing Yibo secured the first strike. Xing Yibo advanced, keeping the enemy within his skill's range. At that moment, the foe used the substitution technique. Poof! In an instant, Sasuke, who moments ago was trapped in the tornado, turned into a plume of white smoke, appearing behind Xing Yibo in a brief state of invincibility. Xing Yibo chose to retreat, intending to evade Sasuke's great fireball range. Aware of the long startup of the technique, the enemy also pulled back. Both sides maneuvered cautiously, probing each other. When the enemy vanished from sight, Xing Yibo advanced to check their position. Half of Sasuke's body emerged on the right side of the screen, posed in the great fireball startup. Ke Xuanfei, seeing Xing Yibo still moving forward, opened his mouth to say, "Your reaction is so slow. Can't you see such an obvious wind-up? Why are you still moving forward? Are you trying to eat the skill Hedon?" But noticing the intense focus radiating from Xing Yibo, Ke Xuanfei swallowed his words. Watching Xing Yibo, who was about to collide with the great fireball, yet still closing the distance, Ke Xuanfei couldn't help but wonder, no matter how slow his reaction is, he wouldn't just face tank a skill. Could he have not seen it? No, he definitely saw it. But why didn't he dodge? Watching Xing Yibo's next move, Ke Xuanfei found the answer. Though Xing Yibo was at the Great Fireball's maximum range and could have dodged by turning around, he chose to step forward, closing the gap. Fire released Great Fireball. Sasuke unleashed the technique, flames erupted from his mouth, and instantly engulfed Xing Yibo. At the moment of impact, poof. In a flash, Xing Yibo activated the substitution technique. Before the enemy could react, windmill bear hug. Sakura Haruno grabbed Sasuke with both hands, leaped into the air, and slammed him into the ground. Sasuke was launched skyward, his Great Fireball interrupted. Cherry Blossom Impact. Sakura Haruno gathered chakra, leaped high, and smashed the still airborne Sasuke back into the earth. Ultimate technique, Annihilating True Strike. Sakura Haruno amassed a torrent of chakra. Boom, boom, boom. 3 devastating blows pounded Sasuke down to the ground. The victor was clear. Looking at the victorious Xing Yibo, Ke Xuanfei sank into thought, so War Chariot hadn't missed it. He deliberately closed the distance to ensure his substitute placed him behind the enemy. He purposefully didn't maximize damage earlier to bait out a substitute, and his disjointed playstyle was meant to lull the opponent into complacency. Had he meticulously laid this trap from the very beginning. Hey old K, don't just stand there. Xing Yibo waved his hand before Ke Xuanfei's dazed face. Ke Xuanfei collected himself. Fine, you win. Just luck, the dummy didn't even summon his beast. Though he talked tough, Ke Xuanfei knew the reason the opponent didn't summon was the lack of a good opportunity. Xing Yibo's spinning style made it easy to keep distance, leaving the foe no chance to summon for a first strike or a counter. This is the real War Chariot. His understanding of the game is no less than mine, and his playstyle shows unique insight. Using substitute as a mobility tool. What audacity. If I were the opponent, I might have lost too. I won. Old K treats. Watching Xing Yibo jumping around like a fool, Ke Xuanfei gave a helpless smile. Maybe I overthought it. That last move was pure luck. Alright. A bet's a bet. Stop bouncing. You'll bring the neighbors downstairs. What are you two doing? Stop jumping, Xing Yibo. You're wrecking my ceiling. Qin Wanghan stormed out of the bedroom angrily. Xing Yibo exuberantly hugged him from behind. I won. Old K bet me at noon. If I win one round, he treats me to drinks all week. I finally got a chance to bleed him dry. Ke Xuanfei grinned smugly. Humph, Orikadana foolish. I said I'd treat, but I never said you could pick the drink. How are you going to bleed me? Xing Yibo's eyes widened as he pointed at Ke Xuanfei. Oh, you scoundrel. That's cheating. Ke Xuanfei paced back and forth proudly. TSK. The world is treacherous. You're still green to oppose me. But looking at your pathetic state, just don't pick anything too expensive. Xing Yibo pouted. That's more like it. After the second class of the afternoon, Ke Xuanfei stood up and patted Qin Wanghan. Let's go, old Qin. Time to head to the podium. You go ahead, Xuanfei. I need to ask the teacher about this question. Ke Xuanfei was puzzled. Since when did you become so studious? Give me the podium key then. He'll go with War Chariot first. Qin Wanghan pulled out the key and tossed it over. Here you go. We have the monthly exam next week. Oh, I need it. Alright, I'll head off then. Taking the key, Ke Xuanfei turned to find Xing Yibo, who was in the restroom. Ke Xuanfei, Qin Wanghan, and Xing Yibo were the school's backstage audio and lighting crew. Every school event required the 3 of them to control the sound system, lights, and electronic screens behind the scenes. Since the school held a flag-raising ceremony every Monday hosted by a different class, each week the class responsible for the upcoming Monday would rehearse on the podium during the last 2 periods every Friday afternoon. Ku Xian flew to the restroom and found Xing Yibo, who was squatting down to deal with a life matter. Upon raising his head, they exchanged a stare. Oh, isn't this the dog battle vehicle? What are you doing? Oh. As he spoke, Ku Xian kept jumping around, teasing Xing Yibo by touching his face and ruffling his hair, effectively playing with him like a dog. Damn it. I tell you, if it weren't for the fact that I'm dealing with a life matter, I'd take you down in a heartbeat. Facing Ku Xian's provocations, Xing Yibo gritted his teeth in anger, but felt helpless. He pointed an accusing finger at Ku Xian and said fiercely, "You little rascal, just wait for me. Once I'm done, I'll make sure you can't find your way back." Ku Xian, with a mischievous grin, jumped up and snatched the toilet paper from Xing Yibo's hand, quickly making his escape. Hey, still thinking of coming out? Huh. They'll make sure you can't come out, Xing Yibo watched Ku Xian sway the toilet paper left and right, amused despite his anger. What kind of sin did I commit in my past life to encounter such a wretched being like you? It's infuriating. Even though Xing Yibo was angry, there was nothing he could do. At a time like this, lacking toilet paper was equivalent to losing one's life. He could only plead, "Hey bro, stop messing around. I admit my mistake, can we stop? I've been squatting too long." Ku Xian, feeling smug, replied, "Oh, now that's more like it. I never expected you battle vehicle to have such a day. Yes, I admit my mistake, okay." While Xing Yibo begged for mercy, he thought to himself, "Damn it, just wait until I get out, I'll torment you." Ku Xian, satisfied, returned the toilet paper to Xing Yibo and strutted out of the restroom. Xing Yibo quickly cleaned up and dashed out, catching Ku Xian just as he reached the stairs. At this moment Ke Xian intended to hide by the stairs, so that when Xing Yibo chased him out he wouldn't find him. But when Xing Yibo caught him, he was all smiles. "Off. You little brat, I've got you now. Where do you think you're running? No, big brother, why are you so quick? You. Let me explain." "Explain what?" "Take it easy, easy." Ah. Ke Xian's cries of agony filled Xing Yibo with joy. After dealing with Ke Xian, Xing Yibo felt great, but Ke Xian was not so happy. The two walked towards the cafeteria with Ke Xian rubbing his backside and complaining, "You were too harsh." "Huh. This is just the beginning." Xing Yibo pulled Ke Xian close. "Next time come to my house, and I'll let you play some fun games with me." No, 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 I promise I won't mess with you anymore." Ke Xian was terrified after being hit by Xing Yibo. At the podium, Ke Xian was enjoying the cola that Xing Yibo lost to him in a bet during lunch. "Oh, this drink is way better when it's someone else's, don't you think, Lao Ke?" Looking at the smug Xing Yibo, a surge of unnamable anger rose within Ke Xian. Rubbing his reddened backside, he thought, "Damn it, I must avenge this grudge. I dare you, Battle Vehicle, to challenge me to a duel." "Huh." Battle Vehicle looked puzzled, then smirked teasingly. "Oh, you want to challenge me? You just won the bet at lunch, and now you want to offer me a bonus." Ke Xian, bursting with confidence, replied, "Lunch was just luck for you. How do you know I can't win against you if I don't have a phone, how can I fight?" The two then turned their gaze to Qin Wanghan, who was watching Billy nearby. "Huh, why are you both looking at me?" Ke Xian put his arm around Qin Wanghan's shoulder. "Lao Qin, after I just gave Battle Vehicle a hard time in the restroom, he's not satisfied and insists on challenging me to a unknown fight." Xing Yibo patted Qin Wanghan's thigh. "Lao Qin, that guy next to you just got his backside beaten by me, and now wants to challenge me. If he can't beat me in reality, he wants to take it out in the game." Qin Wanghan looked confused. "Why do you want me if you're going to duel?" "I don't have a phone. Without a phone, I can't duel." Ke Xian laughed sarcastically, saying, "Oh, look, clearly you're too scared to challenge me, so you use not having a phone as an excuse to back down." Qin Wanghan, feeling helpless, said, all right, I'll download a game on my phone. You guys have been playing this game hard, right? It's called Naruto Mobile, right?" Yes, that's the one." "Okay, it's downloading now, but it might need an update later, so please wait a bit." While waiting for the game to download, Ke Xian and Xing Yibo couldn't help but keep bantering Battle Vehicle. "I think you might still have time to surrender. Once the game is done, it won't look good for you to be beaten like a dog. Lao Ke, it seems you won't turn back until you hit a wall. You won't shed a tear until you see a coffin. I'm not wrong, right? We see each other all the time. The next time I see you, I'll say, 'Oh, isn't this the defeated loser?' How embarrassing is that? You can only say that a few times. Just wait until I beat you until you're crying for your dad. A unknown duel without stakes is boring, so how about we have a wager? The loser has to lay on the podium and bark like a dog." Upon hearing this, Ke Xian got even more excited. "All right, you have guts. Let's bet. And when I win, I'll record you barking like a dog, so you can become famous." At that moment, the class leader responsible for raising the flag walked in, interrupting their banter. "Hey, can you help me with this? Then can you copy the background music?" Ke Xian sat at the computer. "Sure, let me see what kind of subtitles you need. And then leave us a copy of the planning document." While operating the computer, Ke Xian turned to Qin Wanghan and said, "Lao Qin, turn on microphones 1 and 2 for them to test. Set the volume to 10, and that should do it." Got it. Battle Vehicle, turn on the sound system in the playground." Xing Yibo patted Ke Xian's head. "All right, I got it." During the time they worked, the podium could enjoy a rare peace, but soon it would likely be the scene of a thunderous battle between Ke Xian and Xing Yibo. After finishing his work, Qin Wanghan slumped in his chair, saying, It's done, there shouldn't be anything left to do." Xing Yibo leaned in, asking, "Old Qin, is the game updated yet?" Xing Yibo eagerly took the phone, inputting his account and password, exclaiming, "Come on, old K, it's all set up. Let's duel." Ke Xuanfei also opened the game, wearing a disdainful expression. "Come on, add me with your game ID. Are you really looking forward to dueling me? Then getting beaten to the ground?" Xing Yibo added Ke Xuanfei as a friend in the game, smirking. "I'm not looking forward to dueling you, I'm looking forward to seeing you bark like a dog." Qin Wanghan also joined in, saying, "He'll be the spectator." He accepted the duel invitation from his friend. Ke Xuanfei and Xing Yibo entered the ninja selection screen. In the standard duel mode, the ninjas are invisible to each other during the selection process. Ke Xuanfei chose Crank Ninja Naruto Uzumaki as the first, Crank Ninja Shizun as the second, and Crank Ninja Nara Shikamaru as the third. The summoned beasts selected were Ninja Dogs and Blue Snake. Since Ke Xuanfei had not yet obtained a third summoned beast, he could only use two. The secret scrolls selected were Lightning Release, Thunder Strike Water Release, Water Dragon Roll, and Lightning Release, Earth Walk. Xing Yibo chose Crank Ninja Sasuke Uchiha as the first, Crank Ninja Sakura Haruno as the second, and Crank Ninja Hinata Hyuga as the third. The summoned beast chosen was Ninja Dog. Xing Yibo was worse off, as he had only played for a few days less than Ke Xuanfei and had yet to unlock the second summoned beast, Blue Snake. The secret scrolls selected were Wind Release, Wind Sand Array, Earth Release, Rockfall, and Sealing Technique, Demon Exorcism. The first round began. At the start, both sides began to test their positioning. Since Sasuke Uchiha had a larger attack range than Naruto Uzumaki, and Xing Yibo's first secret scroll was also Wind Release. Wind Sandaray, which had a very wide attack range, Ke Xuanfei opted to retreat and wait for an opportunity after observing Xing Yibo's position. Xing Yibo knew that Naruto Uzumaki had a short attack range, so at the first sight of Ke Xuanfei's movement, he chose to follow up. Seeing Ke Xuanfei retreating towards the upper part of the arena, he made a slight prediction and unleashed his secret scroll Wind Release. Wind Sandaray. The dual arena was engulfed in howling winds rapidly pushing forward, and it seemed that Naruto Uzumaki would be caught in the gale. At that moment a smirk appeared at the corner of Ke Xuanfei's mouth, thinking, "Finally, your first move secret scroll." Ke Xuanfei's left thumb suddenly slid vertically downward on the joystick. Just as the Wind Sandaray was about to attack Naruto Uzumaki, he abruptly changed his direction, heading straight down and narrowly avoiding the attack. Xing Yibo was startled, thinking, "What the heck? An L-shaped maneuver." Generally, it's difficult for a normal person to draw a vertical line with their thumb on a phone screen. Moreover, Ke Xuanfei's thumb was originally at the upper right of the joystick, suddenly sliding straight down, without any distortion in the joystick's trajectory, forming a right angle. Xing Yibo never expected Ke Xuanfei to execute such a maneuver, and he felt a cold sweat on his palms. Without his prior skills to press the offense, Ke Xuanfei could safely close in. Naruto Uzumaki quickly turned to approach Sasuke, who was trying to create distance by moving upwards, but the arena was limited in space, and Sasuke had nowhere to escape. Just as Naruto was about to close the gap with Sasuke executed a Zaped maneuver to close the distance, attempting to unleash his low cooldown second skill Lion's Barrage. At the moment Sasuke lifted his foot to execute Lion's Barrage, Naruto raised his hand to unleash his secret scroll Lightning Release, Thunder Strike. In an instant a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, hitting Sasuke directly, leaving him paralyzed and unable to move, caught in a state of stiffness, while his Lion's Barrage was also interrupted. Rasengan. Naruto took advantage of Sasuke's stunned state to unleash his first skill, maximizing the damage. At the moment he was hit, Sasuke used the substitution jutsu poof. He transformed into white smoke and appeared behind Naruto. Seizing the opportunity during the recovery time from Rasengan, Sasuke unleashed his first skill, Fire Release, Fireball Jutsu, hitting Naruto. Naruto also immediately used Substitution Jutsu to appear behind Sasuke. Xing Yibo thought, "I was waiting for your substitution." He quickly clicked to summon his beast to assist in battle. However, Sasuke was in the process of using a skill and couldn't summon his beast. Naruto unleashed his second skill, Shadow Clone, double strike with both the clone and the original, attacking Sasuke with a flurry of punches and kicks. Watching Sasuke getting pummeled, Xing Yibo anxiously asked, "Hey, what's going on? Why can't I summon my beast?" Ke Xuanfei, while controlling Naruto to attack Sasuke, casually replied, "You must be in a skill recovery state. You can't summon your beast during that time, right?" Xing Yibo sighed inwardly, thinking, "Oh no, this is bad. I was planning to use my beast to counterattack, and now I've lost big." Now Xing Yibo could only wait for the cooldown of the substitution jutsu to end, or hope that Ke Xuanfei would make a mistake in his combo to have a chance to counterattack. Naruto dealt 3 basic attacks to Sasuke, followed by a Rasengan, but there was an issue with the skill combo. Even though Naruto's fist had hit Sasuke and caused damage, Sasuke did not become airborne, but instead fell to the ground and entered a protective state. Xing Yibo saw his chance to counterattack. Ke Xuanfei looked at Sasuke in a protective state and exclaimed, "What the heck? Did I not hit you? Why did you just go into protection?" Xing Yibo replied smugly, "Humph, you brought this upon yourself." Sasuke stood up from the ground, shouting, "Lion's Barrage, Fire Release, Fireball Jutsu." Sasuke comboed his skills with basic attacks, regaining some of his health. Due to Sasuke's stable basic attacks, Ke Xuanfei's health could no longer wait for Xing Yibo to make a mistake. After a moment of hesitation, his health dropped to less than 1/3. With no other choice, Ke Xuanfei decided to activate the substitution technique to avoid damage. Bang! Naruto activated the substitution technique and appeared behind Sasuke. Shadow Clone, double kick. Naruto unleashed his second skill, hitting Sasuke and replenishing his chakra points to 4. In Naruto Shippuden Ultimate Ninja Storm, each ninja starts with 2 chakra points when first entering the match. Each time a skill hits the opponent, 1 chakra point is gained. Each substitution technique consumes 1 chakra point. When 4 chakra points are accumulated, the ninja can unleash a high-damage wide-range ultimate jutsu, which consumes all 4 points upon execution. Since Xing Yibo's Wind Sand Barrier cooldown was over, he unhesitatingly substituted and immediately unleashed the secret technique Wind Release, Wind Sand Barrier, followed by the first skill Fire Release, Great Fireball. However, because the Wind Sand Barrier continuously advances, it carried Naruto away from Sasuke's attack range. When the Great Fireball's aftercast ended, Naruto had already distanced himself from Sasuke. Ke Xuanfei let out a long breath, preparing to find an opportunity for a counterattack. But Xing Yibo smirked, "Hey, you think you can escape? Ultimate Jutsu Chidori. Sasuke's 4 chakra points were depleted, transforming into terrifying lightning gathering in his left hand. The raging blue electricity crackled like 1,000 birds chirping, and the sky itself seemed to darken. In an instant, Sasuke charged toward Naruto, ready to strike with Chidori. Oh, whatever. Ke Xuanfei closed his eyes and unleashed Naruto's ultimate jutsu as well. Ultimate Jutsu Naruto 2000 combo. Bang. Bang 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 bang. A burst of white smoke and Naruto split into thousands of shadow clones, launching a combo attack on the charging Sasuke. Xing Yibo hadn't expected Ke Xuanfei to also use his ultimate jutsu, but Xing Yibo had more health. Haha, K, my health is higher than yours. Even if our ultimate jutsu damage is the same, you'll be the first to go. This round is mine. Get ready to see my ultimate jutsu cutscene. In Naruto Shippuden Ultimate Ninja Storm, if you finish an opponent with an ultimate jutsu, you gain 1 chakra point in the next round, and a stylish cutscene of your character appears visible to both players. Xing Yibo confidently awaited his Sasuke's ultimate jutsu cutscene. But after the fierce clash, what appeared was Naruto's confident face on the screen, accompanied by the character's ultimate jutsu line. I've always said what I mean. That's my ninja way. Naruto's ultimate jutsu cutscene. What the? No way, what's going on? Xing Yibo was baffled. I had more health than you. Why did I go down first? Ke Xuanfei was equally puzzled. Not only that, look. During the ultimate jutsu clash, I didn't lose. And Qin, do you understand? Qin Wanghan was also clueless. If you two can't figure it out, why ask a complete novice like me? Yeah. Ke Xuanfei had no idea what was happening. Zhansha, maybe we should look up a tutorial on the arena or something. Didn't you say you already watched one? Ke Xuanfei scratched his head. I did, but no one mentioned what happens when 2 players clash with ultimate jutsus. Qin Wanghan shook his head. You two were fighting so fiercely, but it's just noobs duking it out. You don't even understand the game mechanics, and you come out here to embarrass yourselves. No, well, Ke Xuanfei and Xing Yibo were left speechless by Qin Wanghan's mockery. I think you both should crawl around and bark like dogs. Qin, you've gone too far. Hold him down. Hey, stop messing around. Stop. Oh. After the horseplay, Qin Wanghan rubbed his sore backside while grumbling, but still registered his own Naruto account. Ke Xuanfei also pulled out his phone to search for high-quality tutorials explaining arena mechanics. Xing Yibo sat beside him to watch. The video explanation began. Hello everyone, I'm Naruto Streamer XX. Many new players find the arena difficult and can't beat opponents. That's because you don't fully understand the arena mechanics. The arena mechanics basically include these types: 1. Protection mechanics, 2. Combo linking mechanics, 3. Sweep mechanics, 4. Ultimate jutsu followed by skills, 5. Damage mechanics. First, let me explain the most complex protection mechanic in the arena. Ke Xuanfei and Xing Yibo watched with great interest, and time flew by. Before they knew it, school was over. They didn't even notice the ceremony coordinator coming in to return the microphones. After finishing the video, the two realized their earlier duel was indeed a noob fight. Hey, you two, stop watching. Pack up and head home. Qin Wanghan, who had been playing Naruto Shippuden Ultimate Ninja Storm for a while, savored the thrill of the game, while urging Ke Xuanfei and Xing Yibo to pack up. Ke Xuanfei waved his hand. Alright, got it. Xing Yibo stood up in amazement. Wow, K, that's some profound knowledge. Ke Xuanfei also put away his phone, preparing to check the audio equipment on the platform. Trays 1, 2 both are here. The national flag is here, and the crank is here. The plan is here. Microphones 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Huh, 1 mic is missing. Upon hearing this, a cold sweat broke out among the 3. Losing a microphone would be disastrous. They immediately searched high and low for it. Hey, could someone have taken the mic? Qin Wanghan straightened up. Can't be, I saw someone come in and return the mics. Huh. Ke Xuanfei and Xing Yibo were both confused. You saw them come in to return the mics, but didn't see where they put them? I wasn't really paying attention. Qin Wanghan faltered, since all 3 were busy looking at their phones at the time. No one paid attention. Just then, Ke Xuanfei wanted to pull out his phone to check the time. He usually kept it in his right chest pocket, but forgetting, he reached into his left pocket. He touched something. Ke Xuanfei slowly pulled a microphone out of his pocket. Qin Wanghan and Xing Yibo stared at him speechless. When the person in charge entered with the microphone, Ke Xuanfei was intently watching the commentary, subconsciously taking the microphone and putting it into his pocket. However, at that moment his focus was entirely on the video, so he did not pay attention to his actions. What the heck, why didn't you say it was in your pocket earlier? Damn, we wasted so much time. I didn't know either, Ke Xuanfei replied with an innocent look. Alright, let's hurry up and pack up to go home. On the way home, the 3 of them rode their electric bikes side by side, while chatting. Ke Xuanfei also had an electric bike, but usually during lunch they would go to Qin Wanghan's house together, adhering to the principle of not wanting to ride, so Ke Xuanfei would generally take a ride on Xing Yibo's bike. Qin Wanghan was riding on the outside, Ke Xuanfei in the middle, and Xing Yibo on the inside. They rode side by side, laughing and talking, but this way of riding was very dangerous. Although the school emphasized not to ride side by side, as much as possible the three clearly did not take the school's words to heart. Lao Qin, do you want to play Naruto too? Qin Wanghan had just registered for a Naruto account, and played for a while, but still hesitantly said, let me see, I don't know if I can get used to it. Xing Yibo immediately got excited upon hearing this. What do you mean see? It's so interesting. A real man should fight fiercely in the arena. Qin Wanghan rolled his eyes. That's you. You violent guy who only knows about fighting and killing. Am I really that violent? Just as they were chatting, a car sped up behind them. Beep, 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 beep. The car behind was honking frantically, flashing its headlights to signal the three to get out of the way, but the car showed no signs of slowing down. There's a car behind. Get out of the way. However, because the three were too close together and the car was moving too fast, it was already too late. The driver slammed on the brakes, but the brakes suddenly failed. The speed could not be reduced, and in a moment of panic the driver quickly pulled the handbrake. Screeched. The deafening sound of braking echoed as the car skidded and crashed into the three. Since Qin Wanghan was riding on the outer side, he bore the brunt of the car's massive momentum. Bang! As the car collided with the three, Qin Wanghan's mind went blank. The violent impact caused his brain to lose its ability to think normally. At that moment Qin Wanghan was thinking, am I going to see the Buddha in the West or meet God in heaven? Ke Xuanfei, being lighter, was also thrown out. Perhaps because he had been mischievous since childhood, often jumping over walls and getting injured, his body instinctively tensed up, curling into a position to cushion the impact of the fall. Xing Yibo, being on the innermost side, suffered the least impact. Moreover, with his heavy weight, his body fat became a cushion for him. After the collision, the car also flipped over. The driver was unconscious in the driver's seat, and Qin Wanghan suffered the most damage, lying far away in the greenery, passed out, and looking very peaceful. Although Ke Xuanfei fell onto the road, he had his backpack to cushion the fall, and since he had assumed a protective posture aside from the pain from the fall, he should be alright, at least he was conscious. Xing Yibo pushed aside the electric bike that was on top of him and rushed to Ke Xuanfei, who was closest. Lao Ke. How are you? Are you okay? Ke Xuanfei slowly straightened up, and with Xing Yibo's support sat down by the roadside. You go check on Lao Qin first, I should be fine. Theoretically, he took the most impact. You see, he's still lying there. Be careful, I'm going to check on Lao Qin. Xing Yibo quickly ran towards Qin Wanghan's location, while Ke Xuanfei began to check his own body. Ke Xuanfei's mother was an internal medicine doctor, and influenced by this since childhood, he also understood some medical knowledge and first aid measures. Take a deep breath. The chest and abdomen have no pain, the internal organs and ribs are fine. He touched his leg, the bones are not dislocated, the ankle is swollen. Did I hurt my foot? Ke Xuanfei pushed himself up from the ground, a sharp pain shot through his left foot. Ouch, it hurts so much, I can't feel my toes, this is bad. He muttered to himself while throwing down his backpack to lighten his load and limped towards Qin Wanghan. Xing Yibo, looking at the unconscious Qin Wanghan, shouted anxiously, Hey Lao Qin. Wake up. Hey, Lao Qin. Seeing Qin Wanghan unresponsive, Xing Yibo panicked and quickly ran to Ke Xuanfei. Lao Ke. What should we do? Qin Wanghan isn't responding. What should we do? You come help me for a moment, while I'll check on Lao Qin. Seeing Xing Yibo on the verge of tears, Ke Xuanfei remained calm due to his strong mental fortitude. With Xing Yibo's support, he performed a quick check on Qin Wanghan. War Chariot, I'll provide emergency care for Lao Qin. You call 120 with my phone. Xing Yibo took the phone to contact the hospital, while Ke Xuanfei squatted down to check. He placed his face close to Qin Wanghan's nostrils. They're still breathing, it's quite strong, but unstable. He also inserted his fingers into Qin Wanghan's mouth and nostrils. No bleeding, the brain should not be severely injured. I don't know if there is a concussion. Seeing Qin Wanghan breathing steadily, Ke Xuanfei let out a long sigh and gave an okay gesture to Xing Yibo, who was making the rescue call. Xing Yibo's heart also relaxed. He hung up the phone. Alright, they're transferring us to the nearest hospital. Ke Xuanfei also sighed in relief, slumping down beside him. I hope Lao Qin is okay. The two sat in silence, not knowing what to say, quietly waiting for the ambulance. Suddenly Qin Wanghan let out a sound puff. Then his breathing started to quicken. Ke Xuanfei quickly flipped over, disregarding the pain in his foot, and crawled to Qin Wanghan's side, opened his mouth, and reached his fingers into his throat. There was blood. Damn, there's no time. Xing Yibo looked at the frowning Ke Xuanfei and asked, Old K, what's going on? It's over. Old Qin's blood vessels in the lungs must have ruptured, mixing with phlegm and blocking the airway. Xing Yibo panicked again. What should we do? He'll suffocate soon. Ke Xuanfei rubbed his head and said, This is what we'll do. You're strong, so slowly support Old Qin's body against you without any sudden movements. Make sure to do it gently, understand? Got it. Xing Yibo slowly lifted Qin Wanghan's body, while Ke Xuanfei rummaged through Qin Wanghan's backpack, trying to find something long that could serve as a straw. Kasoga. Damn it. There isn't even a long pen. Ke Xuanfei wanted to use something that could function as a straw to reach into Qin Wanghan's throat, assisting him in expelling the mixture of blood and phlegm blocking the airway, but there was nothing suitable at hand. What the hell? Ke Xuanfei complained, but there was no alternative. He took a deep breath, made up his mind, and then walked over to Qin Wanghan's side. You reckless fool, you better be responsible for me. Then he pinched Qin Wanghan's nose and shouted at Xing Yibo, quick, tilt his head back, face up to the sky. Then Ke Xuanfei pressed his mouth tightly against Qin Wanghan's, leaving no gap, and forcefully inhaled. He released his nose and mouth, then pinched his nose again, pressed his mouth back, and forcefully inhaled repeatedly. As Ke Xuanfei did this, he thought, damn it, my first kiss went to this dead fatty, just don't let anything happen to you. Suddenly a stench of viscous liquid was sucked out by Ke Xuanfei. Pot. Ke Xuanfei quickly turned his head and spat the blood he had sucked out onto the ground. At this moment Qin Wanghan's breathing began to stabilize and strengthen. Ke Xuanfei waved to Xing Yibo, quick. Let old Qin lean against you, support his back with your legs. Ke Xuanfei stood up, rinsed his mouth with water, and then saw the ambulance speeding toward them in the distance. Ke Xuanfei waved to the medical personnel running out of the vehicle, signaling that they were here, but the medical staff seemed not to see them and rushed toward the overturned vehicle, rescuing the driver inside. Ke Xuanfei shouted with all his might, Doctor, here, help. Hearing the call, the doctor quickly ran toward Ke Xuanfei, who reported Qin Wanghan's current situation. He's unconscious after being hit with lung bleeding and severe back injuries. All right, boys. You both get in the car quickly and contact the parents. We're from the second hospital. Hearing second hospital, Ke Xuanfei felt it was somewhat familiar, but at that moment, he couldn't think about why he remembered the term second hospital. In the ambulance, the doctor urgently treated Qin Wanghan and drained the fluids from his lungs. Ke Xuanfei, feeling relieved, felt his vision darken and gradually closed his eyes, fainting on Xing Yibo's shoulder. Old K. Ke Xuanfei wanted Xing Yibo to stop calling him, saying he was just tired, but he couldn't make a sound as his consciousness faded. By the time Ke Xuanfei regained consciousness, it was already night. He opened his eyes and tried to shift his position to sit up straight. Ouch, it hurts. A sharp pain shot through his left ankle. Looking at his left foot wrapped in a brace, Ke Xuanfei sighed. Oh no, I can't go to school. I can't attend the flag-raising ceremony on Monday. I need to call the teacher and let them know. Where's my phone? Just as Ke Xuanfei was looking for his phone, the ward door opened, and his mother, wearing a white coat, walked in with a bowl of porridge. Seeing that Ke Xuanfei was awake, she began to tease him. Do you still recognize me? Ke Xuanfei looked at his teasing mother with a speechless expression. Mom, look at me. How can you still have the energy? Oh, it seems your brain is fine. You haven't become foolish from the fall. So do you miss your mom? Did you come to visit me in the hospital on purpose? Ke Xuanfei covered his face and said, hey, I'm the only child in the family. If others' parents see their kid like this, they would definitely worry to death. Why do you still have the leisure to mock me? His mother put down the porridge. Don't worry, I've checked you. Your internal organs are fine. It's just a severe sprain in your ankle. Once the swelling goes down, a little adjustment will do the trick. Ke Xuanfei took a sip of porridge. What about old Qin? He was unconscious after the fall. His condition is indeed more serious. His bronchus is ruptured and there are cracks in his ribs, but it's nothing major. He will be fine with some rest. Ke Xuanfei let out a long sigh. That's good. What about Xing Yibo? He went home after checking himself. Oh, how many times have I told you not to ride side by side on the road? You never listen. You deserve it. Well, if you're not worried, that's one thing. But what if something happened to me? Who will take care of you? His mother casually replied. I have my pension, so I'm not worried. Ke Xuanfei was momentarily at a loss for words. All right, you just lie down obediently. Your phone is on the bedside. Call me for anything urgent. For minor issues, just ring the bell for the nurse. I'm on duty today. Okay, I got it. Ke Xuanfei pouted and covered himself with the blanket, but then he thought, I forgot to ask which ward old Qin is in. So he picked up his phone and called his mother. Hello. Mom, what is it? Are your internal organs bleeding? Wow. Can't you think of something better? You've never put my mind at ease since childhood. I'm just asking which ward old Qin is in. He's across from you. Oh, got it. Don't run around. Mom, in Qin Wanghan's ward. Qin Wanghan's mother sat beside him. Qin Wanghan's condition was stable and required only quiet rest. In his dream, Qin Wanghan was playing as Elaine. Why isn't MOE out yet? Let me try again. After another round, he reached the settlement interface. Sigh, no luck again. Suddenly his phone vibrated. Wow. No way. I just said it casually, and it really happened. What I say goes. Then he opened the construction interface. Let's start with 10 draws. If you can give me all golds. He accelerated the construction a bit, buzzing nonstop. The phone was vibrating like crazy, and Qin Wanghan jumped up excitedly. Ah ha 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 ha. All gold skins, all gold skins. Ha ha ha. In real life. Sleeping Qin Wanghan suddenly twitched a few times at the corners of his mouth, and then burst into laughter, mumbling something like, I got it. Qin Wanghan's mother looked at her son, who was talking in his sleep, puzzled. What on earth is this kid dreaming about? Back at home, Xing Yibo was met not with his parents' concern, but with interrogation. Just sending them to the hospital was enough. You weren't hurt, so why are you coming home so late? You still need to pick up your sister? You crashed the electric bike. Do you expect her to walk home? How many times have I told you? Still not paying attention. Ride on the side, ride on the side. Do you take my words as mere wind? Buying you another bike will cost money. This family isn't just you, there's your sister too. When you do things, you need to think about your sister. Do you expect your father and me to abandon the shop just to shuttle your sister around? Xing Yibo retorted, I was riding on the side. I was on the innermost lane. If you were riding on the side, why would a car crash into you? And indeed, that was the truth at the time. Xing Yibo was riding on the innermost side with Qin Wanghan and Ke Xuanfei on the outside, and the sedan had truly lost control and crashed into the three of them. Yet his family believed he was lying. Watching his parents scold him, Xing Yibo felt a deep bitterness in his heart. Recalling the conversation with Ke Xuanfei's mother at the hospital, she remained remarkably calm and rational even as her son lay unconscious. In Xing Yibo's eyes, Ke Xuanfei's mother was both gentle and strong. In contrast, his own parents, instead of comforting him after the accident, immediately turned to blame. This stark contrast made his heart ache. Though Xing Yibo was the eldest son and shouldered family responsibilities, he was still a child at heart, yearning for parental care. Even a single word of concern would have satisfied him. Standing before his parents, Xing Yibo longed to argue. Do you think I wanted this to happen? I was thinking of my sister too. It's not like I deliberately caused the accident. Other parents would first check their child's injuries. Why do you two immediately attack me with accusations? Why don't you believe a word I say? The car really did crash into me. But he chose silence, burying his grievances and resentment deep inside, and walked quietly to his room, locking the door. Lying on the bed, his chest seemed to be a blaze of fire scorching his heart. He opened his mouth to breathe, gasping with all his strength, but he could hardly draw in any oxygen. The surroundings grew blazing hot and pitch black, as if countless hands reached out from all directions, pressing him, igniting him, squeezing out the last vestiges of his energy. At that moment, the scene of Konoha's White Fang's suicide from the anime Naruto surfaced in his mind. Xing Yibo muttered to himself, Konoha's White Fang. You who dared to break the rules, faced with the whole village's doubt and your comrades' indifference, you chose suicide as your final rebellion. Yes, death is indeed the simplest way to escape everything, to be freed from it all. Death, a silent yet powerful resistance. Then the voice of young Uchiha Obito from the anime echoed in his head. I think White Fang was a true hero. Xing Yibo gave a faint smile. That's right, Obito. I can't escape everything yet. I still have them. My sister and you in the two-dimensional world. Xing Yibo closed his eyes, tears silently slipped from the corners. In his mind appeared Ke Xuanfei's face. Yeah, old K is just like Naruto. Always smiling, gentle, yet strong like a sun. When I'm with him, all the bad things fade away. Xing Yibo wiped the tear tracks from his eyes. He's always so calm, so steady. Just now I was panicking, but he remained completely composed. Thanks to him, old Qin was saved. And his mother, gentle and calm like a beam of light. I wish I could live in a family like that. Xing Yibo sat up and let out a sigh. Ah, whoosh. Like a light in my life, dispelling my darkness. Old K, the light in my heart, right? Sometimes he's even silly and goofy, and no one can get mad at him. Can he cry? Come to think of it, I've never seen old K cry. What would make him cry? Humph. Forget it, I'm not going to think about that. Recalling how my grades have never surpassed his, he'll beat him in academics first. Whether it was games, anime, or friends, they were all beams of light illuminating Xing Yibo's life. No matter how bitter or exhausted he felt, as long as he had them, he would never give up. Late at night, in Qin Wanghan's hospital room. Qin Wanghan was still deep in a dream. He was playing games when suddenly he collapsed to the ground, his neck constricted, as if someone was choking him, and he couldn't breathe. Qin Wanghan struggled desperately, using all his strength, but he still couldn't draw breath. Just as despair set in, the sky suddenly erupted in golden radiance. A tall four-winged angel slowly emerged from a golden vortex. Golden hair, azure eyes, snow-white skin, ethereal wings wrapped in golden ribbons, and floated gently toward the fallen Qin Wanghan. The angel's crimson lips slowly pressed against Qin Wanghan's. The moment their lips touched, a gravitational vortex seemed to open beneath Qin Wanghan, pulling him with tremendous force back to the real world. In reality, Qin Wanghan's eyes snapped open, and he gasped heavily for air. Beside him, his mother, who had been dozing, did not wake from his violent breathing. Qin Wanghan looked at his snoring mother with a face full of black lines. He thought, Mom is way too unreliable. He wanted to turn over and wake her, but a sharp ache in his ribs stopped him from moving. Helpless, he called out loudly, Mom, don't sleep, I'm thirsty. Give me a glass of water, please. Qin Wanghan's mother, seeing her son awake, breathed a sigh of relief and joked, When you were thirsty just now, why didn't you ask God for water? I had bad luck. I didn't see God, but I did meet his messenger. Qin Wanghan's mother got up to pour water. There, water's here. Drink it. Qin Wanghan groaned. All my ribs hurt, I can't turn. Can you bring it to me? Oh my, you might as well have stayed asleep. You're so troublesome now that you're awake. His mother complained verbally, but seeing her son in normal condition, she felt much more at ease inside. Early the next morning, Ke Xuanfei awoke with the dawn. After a full night's rest, the swelling in his ankle had noticeably subsided, allowing him to walk again. He slowly hobbled to the bathroom, supporting himself against the wall, and happened to meet Qin Wanghan, who was heading for a checkup. Oh, if it isn't old Qin. How was your little trip to heaven? Qin Wanghan's face darkened. Are you hoping I get into trouble? Hey, I'm just showing concern. Is that how you show? Just then Qin Wanghan's mother stepped out. Xuanfei, you're up early. Unlike Wanghan, who I have to call a dozen times to get out of bed. Qin Wanghan protested frantically, my ribs hurt. His mother scoffed. Enough with the excuses. Speaking of which, Xuanfei, how's your ankle? Thank you for asking, Andy. Much better. Good. From now on, be more careful when cycling. Look behind you. Even if you don't hit others, they might hit you. You two really gave us a scare. Sorry for worrying you, Andy. Oh, don't apologize. Wanghan, look how polite Xuanfei is. And you. All you do is play. You've grown up together. Can't you learn a thing or two? Qin Wanghan was speechless at his mother's teasing. Ke Xuanfei, eager to use the restroom, tried to end the conversation. Well, Auntie, you must be busy. I won't keep you. All right. I'm taking Wanghan for his checkup. I have to go to work later. He'll need you to look after Wanghan. Sure. Goodbye, Annie. Goodbye, Xuanfei. Be careful walking. Got it, Annie. Take care on the road. As Qin Wanghan's mother led him to the examination, she grumbled. Look at Xuanfei, so polite and neat. And you, all you do is eat, sleep, and play. I'm just down to earth, you know. Down to earth. With you it's become an insult. Qin Wanghan was left speechless. After using the restroom, Ke Xuanfei felt hungry and returned to his bed to call his mother. Just as he was about to dial, his mother pushed the door open. Xuanfei, hey, race your breakfast. The milk is still warm, don't leave any. And finish all the eggs. Ke Xuanfei was startled by the abundance. Mom, are you serious? I can't eat all this. Even feeding a pig wouldn't be this much. 3 large fried dough twists, a bag of pickled vegetables, a carton of milk, and 3 eggs. To most it might not seem excessive, but as breakfast it was indeed too much. His mother looked disdainful. Can't finish this. No wonder you're so skinny. Look at Qin Wanghan. He eats everything and is sturdy. He took such a big impact with barely any internal injuries. If it were you, you'd probably be gone by now. Ke Xuanfei was baffled by his mother's critique. That's obesity, not sturdiness. I'm just a bit underweight, not a skeleton. And I'm not a picky eater. It's not my fault my body doesn't gain weight. His mother pursed her lips. Not picky. Can't eat spicy food, can't eat oily food, can't eat hot food, can't eat cold food. You're practically useless. Ke Xuanfei was rendered speechless by his mother's retort. Indeed, in a mother's eyes, other people's children are always better. After finishing most of his breakfast, Ke Xuanfei patted his belly and let out a burp. Burp. Can't eat another bite. Mom's really treating me like a pig. After complaining, he picked up his phone and opened the Naruto Shippuden mobile game, ready for battle. Let's play the story mode first. Save up some coins and tickets to see what I can pull. Ke Xuanfei had originally planned to continue fighting in the arena, but on second thought, since he had few ninjas, it would be disadvantageous. So he decided to tackle the dungeons instead. Meanwhile, the family of the car driver from yesterday was discussing the incident with Ke Xuanfei's mother. Our car did have a brake failure. We admit that. We'll deal with insurance and the car company. But you can't put all the blame on us. Your kids were riding side by side. That's dangerous. We couldn't dodge in time, so you share some responsibility. Ke Xuanfei's mother frowned. That's as may be, but you were the ones who hit the kids, not the other way around. Pedestrians are vulnerable. Besides, why were you driving so fast on a village road? No matter how you spin it, you bear the greater responsibility. The driver argued. I wasn't driving that fast. I know my speed. Ke Xuanfei's mother didn't bother to continue. Fine. Let's wait until this afternoon when all the children's families are here. We'll talk it over face to face. I don't have all day to argue with you. If we can't reach an agreement, we'll go through legal channels. With that, she turned and walked out gracefully. The driver's family quickly huddled to discuss a strategy to minimize compensation, or even avoid it altogether. At the same time, after his checkup, Qin Wanghan wobbled into Ke Xuanfei's room. Xuanfei, could you get me some breakfast? I'm hungry. Ke Xuanfei kept playing his phone without looking up. You can move better than I can. Go get it yourself. The doctor told me to minimize activities, so. Qin Wanghan invoked the doctor as leverage, underestimating Ke Xuanfei's shamelessness. All right. I've got some leftovers here, 1 fried dough twist and 2 eggs. My ankle's still pretty bad too. I can't move much. As he spoke, Ke Xuanfei lifted his left foot, which was mostly recovered, to show Qin Wanghan. Qin Wanghan was so furious he was at a loss for words. And my mom praises you. With this attitude, huh? Qin Wanghan returned sullenly to his hospital room after being forced to finish the leftover food, flung himself onto the bed in frustration, and pulled out his phone to play Naruto Shippuden. Truly relentless, Qin Wanghan immersed himself in the story mode. pushing through level after level until no further progress was possible. Only then did he exhale deeply, murmuring contentedly, "My coins and premium summon tickets are nearly sufficient. Time to roll for ninjas." Gazing at the dazzling array of available ninjas, he rubbed his palms together eagerly. Tisk tisk tsk, so many choices. I can afford about 40 summons. Wonder what'll appear. He solemnly placed his phone before him, bowing repeatedly while chanting reverently, "O Divine One, I offer Ke Xuanfei's 5 years of lifespan in exchange for 40 summons yielding full ninja cards." This time the stakes were even higher. Earlier Ke Xuanfei had merely forfeited 10 years of romantic fortune, a tolerable sacrifice for a decade of bachelorhood. But now Qin Wanghan had boldly pledged 5 full years of Ke Xuanfei's actual lifespan. It was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Having completed the ritual, Qin Wanghan tapped 10 summon roll. A chime rang out, summoning begins. At that very moment Ke Xuanfei, deep in the heat of a ranked arena battle, suddenly felt an itch in his nose and sneezed violently. The sneeze jolted his hand, causing his crucial skill to misfire, and his opponent seized the opening, executing a flawless counterkill. Enraged, Ke Xuanfei exploded into furious Japanese, "Bakayero. Bakayero." Meanwhile Qin Wanghan, eyes wide with anticipation, opened them to gaze upon his screen. "Congratulations. You have obtained Brank Ninja Sakura Haruno Shippuden." Qin Wanghan gasped audibly, his breath coming in sharp, excited bursts, as if the pain in his ribs had vanished entirely. Drawing a full ninja card on his very first 10 summon roll, he deemed the gamble already worthwhile. He tapped onward, scanning the remaining results. Ninja, fragment, ninja, fragment, ninja, fragment. Evidently miracles could not bloom endlessly. Undeterred, Qin Wanghan initiated another 10 summon roll, silently intoning, 5 years of lifespan. 5 years of lifespan. Bless me, bless me. Then slowly he opened his eyes. "Congratulations. You have obtained Brank Ninja Ebisu." "My heavens!" Qin Wanghan cried out, electrified. 2 consecutive 10 summon rolls yielding full ninja cards. This euphoria rivaled winning the lottery itself. Hands trembling, he navigated to the ninja profile screen to inspect her skills, and half apologetically murmured toward the utterly oblivious Ke Xuanfei, "Sorry Xuanfei. I had no idea. I just claimed 10 years of your lifespan." Meanwhile Ke Xuanfei, likewise feeling under-equipped, resolved to grind dungeons and complete events to bolster his own ninja roster. Unnoticed, the morning slipped away, until noon arrived without fanfare. At that hour Xing Yibo arrived at the hospital, escorted by Qin Wanghan's mother. He was among those injured in the accident, and had come both to settle compensation matters with the responsible party and to visit Ke Xuanfei and Qin Wanghan. Xing Yibo ascended the stairs and pushed open the door to Ke Xuanfei's room, where Ke Xuanfei remained utterly absorbed in his stage-clearing quest. As the stages grew progressively more demanding, Ke Xuanfei needed absolute focus to chain his combos flawlessly, leaving no opening for enemies to strike. A single misstep would send him straight to the Western Paradise. Noticing Ke Xuanfei's rapt concentration and his complete unawareness of the entrance, Xing Yibo decided to startle him. Crouching low, he crept silently beside Ke Xuanfei, just as Ke Xuanfei finished the stage and opened the summon interface. Oblivious to Xing Yibo's presence, Ke Xuanfei instinctively began his customary incantation. "I pledge Zhanshe's 10 years of lifespan for a full ninja card." No sooner had the words left his lips than Xing Yibo's temples throbbed with fury. He roared, "Bakayaro." Ke Xuanfei shrieked in shock. "Ah. Whoa, whoa." Instinctively he hurled his phone toward Xing Yibo. Smack. It struck Xing Yibo square in the face before ricocheting back onto the bed with a pained yelp. Xing Yibo clutched his stinging left cheek with his left hand while pinning Ke Xuanfei's shoulder with his right, preventing any escape. Ke Xuanfei swiftly raised his left knee, driving it upward to wrench Xing Yibo's arm aside, then rolled off the bed. But Xing Yibo reacted instantly, leaping onto the bed, straddling Ke Xuanfei and pinning both wrists down, leaving Ke Xuanfei sprawled in a mortifying, helpless posture. Ke Xuanfei pleaded desperately, brother, I was only joking. I'm sorry, please stop." A smirk spread across Xing Yibo's face as he leaned close, his voice dripping with mock menace. "Ah, finally caught you. Let me tell you, I'm going to teach you a lesson today." Deng, Dua, Lang. Just then Qin Wanghan's mother entered, intending to ask Ke Xuanfei what he'd like for lunch, only to freeze mid-step at the sight of Xing Yibo straddling Ke Xuanfei on the bed. She recoiled, instantly stammering, "Did I interrupt something?" Ke Xuanfei shouted frantically, "Auntie, help! Xing Yibo's assaulting me." "No, Auntie, you've misunderstood. We're just fooling around. It's not what you think." I. Qin Wanghan's mother, noting Xing Yibo's deep blush and flustered fumbling, teased gently. Yibo, I never imagined you'd be this kind of person." Xing Yibo immediately released Ke Xuanfei and stepped off the bed, tongue-tied before her playful gaze. "We really were just playing." Seeing his flustered hands fluttering helplessly, she softened her tone. All right. What would you all like for lunch? I'll go buy it." Just some wonton soup for me. I'll have the same as old K. Fine, anything else? No, that's no need. Qin Wanghan's mother, still amused by Xing Yibo's nervousness, added with a wink. Your friendship seems to be taking a rather interesting turn, Xuanfei. Do take care not to get hurt again. Ugh, Annie, the problem is Xing Yibo. At noon, Ke Xuanfei and Xing Yibo had lunch together. Xing Yibo couldn't help but complain. Old K, it's all your fault for talking nonsense with Annie, making it seem like there's something wrong with my sexual orientation. Ke Xuanfei looked confused. Huh? Didn't you come over to mess with me first? Why are you blaming me now? Xing Yibo's eyes widened. Huh? You jerk, if you hadn't sacrificed my lifespan first, would I have messed with you? Hearing this, Ke Xuanfei nearly choked on half a wonton he was about to eat. Cough, cough, cough. Who knew you sneaked in without saying a word? So when I'm not by your side, you can just casually sacrifice my... Huh? Oh no, I wouldn't dare sacrifice your lifespan. Ke Xuanfei felt guilty, turning his head away to avoid looking into Xing Yibo's eyes. After lunch, Ke Xuanfei's mom came in. Xing Yibo hurriedly greeted her. Hello, Annie. Oh, no need to be polite. How's the hospital room's environment? It's pretty good. Why don't you also go find a car and crash again, just to experience our service here? Xing Yibo looked at Ke Xuanfei's mom, who was joking with him, and thought about his unreasonable parents, sighing inwardly. Why do both these parents love to joke so much? Sigh, I really envy this kind of family environment. Xing Yibo quickly declined. No, I can't enjoy your service. Seeing the comical Xing Yibo, Ke Xuanfei's mom laughed heartily. Haha, you are such an interesting child. Alright, let's get serious. In a bit we will all go talk to those people who caused this. You need to make the situation sound more serious so they compensate more. Be firm in your attitude. We have the law on our side. Okay, got it, Annie. Alright, Mom, I already knew that. Ke Xuanfei's mom smiled slightly and said to the nonchalant Ke Xuanfei, Xuanfei, how much do you want them to compensate you? They'll give it to you as pocket money, okay? It's just right for your training. Must. Upon hearing that there was money to spend, Ke Xuanfei instantly became motivated. No problem, Mom, just leave it to me. You can't go back on your word, okay? Whatever the amount, give it to me. Alright, how much pocket money you get depends on your effort this time. Ke Xuanfei smiled mysteriously. Mom, this time you have to cooperate with me. Let's do it this way. When it comes to this old Qin will. Xing Yibo exclaimed, Old K, this is called fraud. Ke Xuanfei smirked. How is this fraud? This is called strategy. Ke Xuanfei's mom covered her face and said to Xing Yibo, Look how shameless my son is, just like his father. Hey Mom, why am I shameless? Xing Yibo was rolling with laughter. In the afternoon, the sound of arguing erupted in Qin Wanghan's hospital room. While arguing, Qin Wanghan suddenly coughed violently, then rolled his eyes and collapsed onto the hospital bed. He was then hurriedly pushed out by the medical staff, who rushed in. Ke Xuanfei showcased his acting skills, beginning to morally blackmail them. Let me tell you, he was the one most severely injured by your crash. Such a serious incident, and yet you want to shirk responsibility. Don't you have any conscience? Just because he isn't your relative, you don't care at all. At this moment, in order to continue the atmosphere, Xing Yibo suddenly added to the drama. Yet do you know how severely old Qin was injured when you guys crashed into him? If it weren't for Ke Xuanfei knowing some rescue measures, Qin Wanghan might not have made it to the hospital. What? Xing Yibo's words shocked the other party. He continued to push the point. At that time, Qin Wanghan's lung was punctured by your crash. Blood was blocking his airway. If Ke Xuanfei hadn't immediately assessed the situation and used his mouth. Ke Xuanfei initially thought Xing Yibo was impressive and improvising, but upon hearing this, his face turned red, and he quickly tugged at Xing Yibo, trying to signal him not to mention the mouth-to-mouth part. However, it seemed that Xing Yibo did not understand Ke Xuanfei's hint, and continued. Then Ke Xuanfei used his mouth to suck the blood out of Qin Wanghan's mouth to save him. If none of us knew any first aid, what would have happened? Do you know how serious the consequences would be? Xing Yibo's words shocked everyone. The party that crashed was shocked because they hadn't anticipated the severity of the situation, while Ke Xuanfei was shocked because the mothers had not realized that he had mouth-to-mouth with Qin Wanghan. Xing Yibo's remark completely disrupted Ke Xuanfei's rhythm, leaving him too embarrassed to speak. In the end, with the negotiation of the parents, the matter was settled. The other party would bear 60 of the medical expenses and was willing to compensate 5,000 yuan for emotional distress. After the negotiation, Ke Xuanfei walked back to his ward blushing, while his mom and Qin Wanghan's mom discussed outside. I really didn't expect your Xuanfei to save Wanghan. Actually, it wasn't that serious. The phlegm clogged his airway for less than 2 minutes and came out on its own. Wanghan's lung is fine, the phlegm was just shaken loose by the impact. Hey, I should let my Wanghan study medicine. Do you think my Xuanfei might be gay? I can't say for sure, but I saw Xing Yibo pinning Xuanfei down on the bed at noon. Oh, it seems the one with the problem is Xing Yibo. Who knows? It looks like the relationship among the three of them is a bit problematic. I feel like their feelings have indeed changed a bit. They're too close, like little girls. Indeed. Back in the ward, Ke Xuanfei lay on the bed, his heart pounding, thinking. It's over, dog war Chariot revealed this matter. How am I supposed to live now? Xing Yibo, seeing Ke Xuanfei's strange behavior, felt puzzled. Old K, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Ke Xuanfei replied irritably. Dog War Chariot, it's all your fault. Why did you reveal that I kissed Qin Wanghan? How am I supposed to face people now? Xing Yibo looked puzzled. Aren't you saving him? What's there to be afraid of in saving someone? Does old Qin know? Oh, I haven't told him yet. They'll go tell him now. Ke Xuanfei initially wanted to stop him, but thought better of it, and decided to let it be. In the evening, Ke Xuanfei sat beside Qin Wanghan's hospital bed, with Xing Yibo also sitting nearby. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Ke Xuanfei cleared his throat. Ahem, well, old Qin, that was a stellar performance, just now. It turned out that Qin Wanghan's fainting was merely a feigned act under Ke Xuanfei's instruction intended to intimidate the opposing party. Ke Xuanfei glanced at Xing Yibo and pointed at Qin Wanghan. Did you tell him, Li? The atmosphere became even more awkward. Xing Yibo looked at the two embarrassed individuals, utterly bewildered. What's the big deal? Isn't it just a kiss? What's going on? That's so strange. Ke Xuanfei blushed. Well, it's like this, but it feels a bit weird. What's there to feel weird about? Qin Wanghan looked at Ke Xuanfei's face and recalled a dream he once had of an angel kissing him. It turned out that the one who had kissed him was Ke Xuanfei, and Ke Xuanfei's facial features bore a striking resemblance to the angel in his dream. Thus a terrifying thought emerged in Qin Wanghan's mind. Qin Wanghan's mother entered the room. Yibo, it's getting late. Let me take you home. Xing Yibo stood up. All right, thank you for the trouble. Then Xing Yibo followed Qin Wanghan's mother out, leaving only Qin Wanghan and Ke Xuanfei in the ward. Ke Xuanfei sighed. Old Qin, that was my first kiss, you know. Besides, I saved your life. Aren't you going to thank me? Qin Wanghan turned his head. I should thank you. Let me treat you to a meal after I'm discharged, okay? Ke Xuanfei looked smug. Now that's more like it. The atmosphere eased considerably, and the two gradually opened up and chatted freely. Shortly after, Ke Xuanfei's mother walked in and said with a grave expression, Xuanfei, you can't be discharged yet. The CT results show a shadow near your liver. We're not sure if it's a bruise or something else. You need to stay for observation for a while. Ke Xuanfei acted nonchalant. I don't feel anything wrong. Try to avoid strenuous activities. We'll check again in a few days. I've asked for a week's leave from your teacher. Got it. Before going to sleep, Ke Xuanfei contacted Teacher Li, who was in charge of school activities, about his accident. After understanding the situation, Teacher Li arranged for a few people to temporarily take over their backstage duties. Days without school passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the weekend was spent playing games. Little did the teacher expect that on Monday's flag-raising ceremony, with just a few people switched in the backstage, everything would turn into a complete mess. Backstage during the flag-raising ceremony. Hurry up and change the subtitles. The recitation program is already on. Where's the music? Why isn't it playing yet? The volume is too loud. Turn it down. Where's the music? I can't find it. Damn it. Normally when Ke Xuanfei, Qin Wanghan, and Xing Yibo operated backstage, there were no mistakes, and the overall effect was excellent. But after the change, errors occurred frequently, leaving Teacher Li in charge of school activities speechless. What's going on backstage? The flag-raising ceremony is a total mess. After getting angry, the teacher also admired Ke Xuanfei and his team. No matter what request was made, Ke Xuanfei would always answer with 3 words, no problem. After the ceremony, Teacher Li returned to the office and complained to the other teachers. Oh dear, today, with the backstage change, everything fell apart. The other teachers also chimed in. Indeed, the volume kept fluctuating and they couldn't even remember the order. Teacher Li, why didn't your dedicated sound technicians come? The 3 of them got into a car accident and are in the hospital. The other teachers exclaimed in surprise. Oh my, are they okay? How could they be so careless? Xuanfei called me yesterday. They should be fine. That's good. In the following days, Ke Xuanfei and Qin Wanghan spent their days battling in Naruto, having a blast while the school's teachers were frowning in frustration. Without Ke Xuanfei and his 2 friends, backstage school events were riddled with mistakes. Either the music was played late or the lighting was off. Now the teachers fully recognized the importance of the trio backstage. It seemed that having dedicated sound technicians was indeed better. A week passed quickly. The shadow on Ke Xuanfei's liver turned out to be only a bruise which had now dissipated. Apart from his ribs, not yet fully healed, Qin Wanghan was otherwise fine. On Sunday, Teacher Li called Ke Xuanfei to check on him. Xuanfei, what have you been doing these days? Fighting. Ke Xuanfei and Qin Wanghan were on the phone while playing games, and he blurted out subconsciously. Fight. The teacher was puzzled. Ke Xuanfei quickly covered up. Old Qin and I are fighting with. A math problems, right, old Qin? Qin Wanghan quickly chimed in. Yes, we've been studying math problems these days. Oh, what good kids. When can you come back to school? After hearing this, the teacher felt very comforted, not expecting that the two would still be studying even while in the hospital. However, the teacher had no idea that it was just a white lie. We can come on Monday. I'm fine now, but old Qin's injuries haven't fully healed, so he can't do strenuous activities. You two are finally coming. You have no idea how chaotic it's been backstage without you. I'm really sorry, teacher. If it weren't for the accident, this wouldn't have happened. Oh, you guys are truly my backbone. When you graduate, who will take care of the backstage? Teacher, you flatter us. We're not as amazing as you say. Not long after chatting with the teacher, Ke Xuanfei's mother walked in. Seeing him still playing games, she got a bit angry. Play. You've been playing for a whole week. If I had known, I would have sent you to school. At that moment, Ke Xuanfei used an ultimate skill to finish off his opponent and win the battle. Excited, he stood up, turned the victory screen toward his mother, and said, "Life is endless and the battle never ends." The Naruto mobile games arena has two modes. One is the regular competitive mode, and the other is the ranked mode with tiers and rankings. Just now, after unremitting efforts, Ke Xuanfei had reached the level of Jonin level 2. Achieving Jonin level 2 in ranked matches without powerful ninjas showed that Ke Xuanfei's gaming skills were quite impressive. However, Ke Xuanfei's mother didn't understand games. Looking at her grinning son, she was quite troubled. All you know is playing games. Whenever I ask you to study, it's like pulling your tendons. I don't know what good comes from gaming. Ke Xuanfei looked proud. I've only been playing this game for a short while, and this rank is already quite impressive. Okay. Ke Xuanfei's mother was also a very open-minded person, doing her best to support her child's pursuits. Watching her child, who was so passionate about the game, she felt helpless. Xuanfei, it's not that I say playing games is bad, but you need to prioritize. You are a student, focus on your studies before playing. Ke Xuanfei responded casually. I have already finished my holiday review. This semester will be much easier. Don't worry, my studies won't fall behind. Originally, I planned to give you the 5,000 yuan compensation from them, but seeing your attitude. Ke Xuanfei and Qin Wanghan immediately vowed, Mom, you can rest assured I will definitely study well. Annie, don't worry, I will definitely work hard. Ke Xuanfei's mother rolled her eyes. You are only motivated by money. Xuanfei, I have transferred the money to your WeChat, check it out. Thank you, Mom. Alright, you two can get back to what you were doing. Go to bed early, school starts tomorrow. Good night, Auntie. Oh, by the way, you two can go home directly tomorrow night. I have already taken care of the discharge procedures for you. Understood. Got it, Annie. The next day, Ke Xuanfei and Qin Wanghan arrived at school, where Xing Yibo was exceptionally excited to see them. Hey, you finally came back to school. I thought you two were going to stay in the hospital forever. Ke Xuanfei clicked his tongue and opened his WeChat wallet to show Xing Yibo. Tisk. I thought you performed well that day and was going to share some with you, but seeing your attitude. Qin Wanghan chimed in. Well, let's forget about it. I can see that Xing Yibo isn't interested in money, so let's just split it between us. When Xing Yibo saw that Ke Xuanfei had a balance of 5,000 in WeChat, he immediately changed his tune and pleaded. Hey, I was just joking. I missed you two so much in the week we were apart. I was just making a joke, don't take it to heart. Ke Xuanfei felt pleased. That's more like it. Seeing your earnest attitude, I might just share a little with you. Qin Wanghan pointed at Xing Yibo. But you don't have a phone. How will you accept the money? Xing Yibo slapped his forehead. That's true. What should I do? Ke Xuanfei sneered. What are you asking for? They'll just buy you a phone, right? Come on, let me help you find one online. You can pick whichever you want. Xing Yibo thought for a moment. That's true. Having a phone would make things a lot easier. Xing Yibo looked at the myriad of phones with varying prices, and after glancing at the price tags, he looked up and asked Ke Xuanfei, Old K, how much can you share with me? Ke Xuanfei calculated, about 1,500 or so. Xing Yibo noticed that the lowest price for a phone was 1,300, so he thought about buying a second-hand one. Old K, are there any second-hand phones for sale online? There are, but why do you want a second-hand one? Xing Yibo scratched his head. Aren't second-hand ones cheaper? I just need a phone that can run Naruto without lag. Ke Xuanfei browsed through his phone and found one that seemed to have decent specs. Zhanshe, what do you think about this one? It's still Huawei, and the specs are fine. The price is 800, but if it goes any lower, I worry about the quality. Xing Yibo looked at it and thought it was acceptable. Okay, let's go with that one. Then I'll buy it. He'll fill in my home address for delivery, and he'll charge it up before bringing it to you. Alright. When anticipating something, time always seems to drag on, and Xing Yibo was no exception. He was constantly looking forward to the arrival of the phone. After a long wait, he finally received news on the third day. During the noon break, Ke Xuanfei received a message on his phone. Your package has been placed in the delivery cabinet. Please check it. Zhanshe, your phone has arrived. Upon seeing the message, Xing Yibo was instantly excited. Though there were still 6 minutes left until class ended, he had already packed his things and was ready to rush out of the classroom. The math teacher, who was assigning homework at the blackboard, turned around and saw Xing Yibo's desk cleared. She immediately called him out. Hey Xing Yibo, stand up. Class isn't over yet. Why did you clear your desk? Don't think just because you did well in one exam that you can get carried away. Xing Yibo quickly apologized. No, teacher, I absolutely did not get carried away. I'm too heavy to float away anyway, right? You dare to be cheeky. After class, let the other students leave first, and you can be the last one out. Xing Yibo grinned. He had planned to be the first to dash out of the classroom to get the phone, but it turned into him being the last. Finally, school was over. The three of them walked to the parking spot. Since Ke Xuanfei and Qin Wanghan's electric bikes were damaged and their parents had not bought new ones, they ended up with new mountain bikes. One red and one blue, the same model, perfectly matching as a couple's bike. Xing Yibo's parents quickly bought him a new electric bike since he needed to pick up his younger sister every day. Ke Xuanfei sat on Xing Yibo's electric bike and sighed. "Oh, your parents are so good. They quickly bought you a new electric bike, unlike us who have to pedal our bicycles every day." Xing Yibo sighed. "Sigh, if I could I would also like to ride a bicycle." What Xing Yibo meant to express was, if I could I would also like to be an only child pampered by my family, but I am the eldest son, so I can't be like you. Ke Xuanfei didn't understand. Isn't riding an electric bike good? It's much easier than a bicycle and goes faster. Xing Yibo was also reluctant to express his feelings and fell silent. When they reached the entrance of the community, Ke Xuanfei got off to pick up the package while Xing Yibo and Qin Wanghan went to buy food to take home. When they arrived at Qin Wanghan's house, Xing Yibo couldn't be bothered to eat and eagerly opened the delivery box, taking out the phone. Seeing the complete package with everything included, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, everything is so complete. Phone case, manual, warranty card, charger. This can't really be a second-hand phone, can it? Charge the phone first, then you can eat. Otherwise your food will get cold." Xing Yibo plugged in the charger and excitedly patted Ke Xuanfei on the shoulder, saying, "Now that I have a phone, I can fight with confidence, just like you." Ke Xuanfei's eyes lit up. "Hey, now that you have a phone, we can play some different modes together, right? Let's give it a try this afternoon," said Qin Wanghan, who was also itching to join in. "By the way, I've downloaded Naruto too. Why don't you add me to play together this afternoon?" Xing Yibo saw that Qin Wanghan was also playing Naruto mobile and excitedly patted her. "Wow, you can't resist the temptation of Naruto either. Aren't you the one who isn't suited for violent games?" Since Qin Wanghan's rib was not fully healed, she winced in pain from Xing Yibo's slap. "Ouch. Don't hit me, you idiot. My rib isn't healed yet. That really hurt." Xing Yibo quickly let go and apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean to." After lunch, Xing Yibo happily fiddled with his new smartphone. He hadn't expected Ke Xuanfei to treat him so generously. Xing Yibo felt the compensation money shouldn't even include him since he hadn't been injured at all. It was Ke Xuanfei who had rescued Qin Wanghan, as Xing Yibo himself had done nothing. Xing Yibo glanced sideways at Ke Xuanfei, who was immersed in a duel in the arena, and warmth swelled in his chest. "It's truly my fortune to have met you. You're someone worthy of my loyalty." After their midday break, the three entered their classroom. Ke Xuanfei glanced at the schedule. First period is English, second is chemistry. 2 easy classes to coast through. "Come on, Jansha, let's battle all afternoon." Xing Yibo blinked, puzzled that Ke Xuanfei labeled even English class as coasting. "Wait, seriously? You're not listening in English class either?" Ke Xuanfei slouched carelessly in his seat. "What's there to listen to? Language is all about tenpu. Tenpu, talent. I've got 0 talent for English, passing the exam is enough. But Japanese, that's where my gift lies." "Huh." Xing Yibo ruffled Ke Xuanfei's hair. Yeah. Should I start calling you Captain Ke from now?" Ke Xuanfei batted away his hand with a mischievous grin. "Dachigo yo. That's wrong. From now on you'll address me as Chika-sama, Father-sama." Puzzled by the unfamiliar Japanese term, Xing Yibo asked, "Chika-sama? What does that even mean?" Ke Xuanfei smirked slyly. Who knows what it means?" Xing Yibo recognized that grin. He knew the phrase couldn't possibly be complimentary. Yet lacking knowledge of Japanese, he had no grounds to protest. Only a threat. "You little scoundrel. Just wait until I catch you red-handed. Then I'll teach you how to behave." Class began. Xing Yibo listened attentively while Ke Xuanfei, the dashing young man, quietly played on his phone beneath the desk. Ke Xuanfei first played 2 casual matches in the ninja combat mode to warm up, then entered the ranked ladder. One more victory would elevate him to the elite Umbu rank 1. Just 2 days ago he'd only reached Jonin rank 2. Today, he was nearly Umbu rank 1. His rapid ascent wasn't merely due to daily arena training and innate gaming prowess. It was also thanks to a modest top-up. Indeed, spending money truly makes one stronger. Using part of the compensation money, Ke Xuanfei made his first in-game purchase, unlocking double coins and a welcome bonus package. Instantly, he acquired the A-rank ninja Hiruzen Asama, and soon after drew his long-coveted A-rank ninja Uchiha Itachi. With these 2 formidable allies, Ke Xuanfei's strength surged like a tiger gaining wings. After warming up, he opened the ranked match interface and nudged Xing Yibo. "Hey Jansha, check out my rank." "Whoa, bro, you're already Jonin rank 3. I'm only Chunin rank 2. Xing Yibo exclaimed, turning his head. Ke Xuanfei tapped open his ninja roster. "Take a look." "No way. Uchiha Itachi, you actually pulled him? Let me try him out later." "Oh my." Ke Xuanfei glanced at Xing Yibo's starry-eyed awe and smirked. "Fine. I'll let you play after this ranked match. Watch closely, this is my promotion match. Win, and I ascend to Umbu. Witness true peak combat." Matchmaking commenced, then succeeded. The band phase began. Ke Xuanfei whispered as he selected bans. In ranked matches I usually ban Shippuden Gaara and Orochimaru. Both possess grab mechanics and devastating burst damage. Tough opponents. Xing Yibo scratched his head. Bro, I haven't even unlocked the ban phase yet at my rank. Bans completed, team selection began. Ke Xuanfei deployed his rank ninja Hiruzen Asama as vanguard, followed by rank ninja Shippuden Uchiha Sasuke, with a rank Uchiha Itachi anchoring the lineup. His summoned beasts were Gamakichi the Tortoise and the Azure Serpent. His secret scrolls were Lightning Release, Lightning Strike, Wind Release, Sandstorm Formation, and Wood Release, Impaling Bind Technique. The loading screen faded. The opposing team revealed Rank Tsunade, a rank Kisame Hashigaki, and their secret scrolls were Release Technique, Scatter, Wood Release, Impaling Bind Technique, and Wind Release, Sandstorm Formation. On paper, Ke Xuanfei's ABA lineup paled beside their SAA composition. Xing Yibo stared in disbelief. Rank. How on earth are you going to beat that? Ke Xuanfei exhaled, deeply centering himself. No matter how surreal my moves get, don't gasp. Just sit back and watch gods wage war. Round 1, Hiruzen Asama vs. Tsunade. Combat commenced. Asama's secret scroll, Lightning Strike, was a wide area opening move. Leveraging its range advantage, Ke Xuanfei advanced aggressively toward the upper battlefield. Both fighters entered each other's line of sight. Tsunade immediately repositioned downward along the axis to evade alignment. Oh soy. Too slow. At the instant Tsunade turned, Asama opened his mouth and unleashed his first technique, Fire Release. Ash. A searing cloud of ash erupted from Asama's mouth, surging towards Tsunade. At maximum range, it struck her squarely, its blistering heat paralyzing her momentarily. Asama then struck flint hidden between his teeth, igniting the ash into a violent explosion that both wounded Tsunade and launched her airborne. Asama closed in on the airborne Tsunade, channeled chakra into his weapon, Flying Swallow, and unleashed his second technique, Dual Blade Style, Close Quarters Slash. Infused with chakra, the Flying Swallow extended its reach, its blade blazing cobalt, as it slashed towards Tsunade. Boom. A puff of white smoke appeared. Struck twice, Tsunade activated her substitution technique, reappearing behind Asama. Seizing his vulnerability during skill execution, she began charging her most devastating move, Massive Strength Rush. A subtle smile curled Ke Xuanfei's lips, still planning a counterattack. Xanon, what a pity. Asama whirled around mid-swing, using the slash's momentum to close the gap and dart straight towards Tsunade. Tsunade released her charge, Massive Strength Rush. In an instant, she flooded her body with overwhelming chakra, surging forward at blinding speed, leaving a jagged fissure tearing across the ground behind her. Yet that ferocious impact missed Asama entirely. At the precise moment Tsunade initiated her technique, Asama had used his skill's movement to shift directly into her position, rendering her frontal collision zone ineffective as he now occupied the very space her attack targeted. Xing Yibo stood dumbfounded, mouth agape, stunned by Ke Xuanfei's resorthin high-wire maneuver. His thoughts raced. This is ambu-level combat. In just one exchange, layer upon layer of tactical depth, utterly breathtaking. A single exchange, rich with layered strategy and breathtaking precision. The player controlling Tsunade was momentarily stunned, not expecting Ke Xuanfei to evade his attack in such a manner. Tsunade turned to approach Asuma, while Ke Xuanfei expressed confusion over this behavior, asking, "Are you really going to attack like this without a substitute? Isn't that asking for death?" Asuma unleashed a secret scroll, Lightning Release, Lightning Strike. Just as the lightning was about to hit Tsunade, he used a summoning technique, Crows. In Naruto Mobile, the casting time for secret scrolls and summoning techniques is in a rigid state, meaning that although the character can take damage, they won't be controlled. This allows for the use of the invulnerable state from casting a secret scroll or summoning technique to withstand skills. Though it sounds simple, the casting time for summoning techniques and secret scrolls is very brief. To withstand skills, one must have very quick reflexes and precise timing. Caw, ow, caw, ow. Accompanied by the cawing of the crows, Tsunade summoned a flock of crows to assist in battle, using the invulnerable state from the summoning technique to negate the control from Lightning Strike. Ke Xuanfei was taken aback, unable to grasp the situation, but the crows would not give him time to react. A swarm of crows charged towards Asuma, delivering 5 strikes followed by a final enhanced attack that sent Asuma soaring into the air. Tsunade moved forward to approach Asuma, and Ke Xuanfei thought she intended to continue attacking, prompting him to activate his substitute immediately. At the very moment Asuma activated his substitute, it seems Tsunade anticipated this, as well, using a vertical movement to pull back along the axis. "Where do you think you're running?" Fire Release, Ash Accumulation Burn. Tsunade was now at the maximum distance of the skill, and just as the high temperature ash was about to hit her, she activated a secret scroll, Release Technique, Scatter. Once again performing a skill withstand maneuver, Tsunade escaped the range of Ash Accumulation Burn. Such precise timing for the second consecutive time made Ke Xuanfei take notice. It seems this person is quite troublesome. At this moment the player controlling Tsunade smiled slightly, saying, This guy named Majiji is quite interesting. But you're still a bit inexperienced. Once I defeat you, I'll join the Umbu. Having escaped the skill's range, Tsunade launched a counterattack during Asuma's recovery time from his skill, Painful Heaven Kick. Tsunade gathered chakra in her feet and executed a wide-area heavy kick. Boom. Asuma was stomped away by Tsunade Mighty Charge. Bang, bang, bang. Following up with normal attacks, a series of skills caused Asuma's vision to blur and his health to plummet. Finally, the cooldown for his substitute ended. Bang. Asuma activated his substitute, and in the moment after he released a skill ahead, Fire Release, Ash Accumulation Burn. Bang. Tsunade also activated her substitute, and just as she did, Asuma turned and used a summoning technique Toad Gigi. Toad Gigi appeared leaping high and launching a barrage of water bombs backward. Even though Tsunade had 1 second of invincibility after the substitute, with the ongoing explosions from Ash Accumulation Burn in front and the water bomb attacks from Toad Gigi behind, there was nowhere for Tsunade to escape. The opponent waved his hand, saying, While you're really not leaving me a way out, but I still have more than half of my health left, and your Ash Accumulation Burn is still on cooldown. You can't kill me. Ke Xuanfei chuckled. Do you think I can't kill you? Don't forget what is the support effect of Toad Gigi. Each summoned beast carries a support effect when summoned, and different summoned beasts provide different effects. The effect of Toad Gigi is to increase attack power by 10, dual-wielding close quarters slash, following up with normal attacks. Asuma's dual blades Fian danced over Tsunade's body, leaving her covered in wounds. Just as Tsunade's substitute was about to cool down in 7 seconds, Asuma unleashed his ultimate technique, Chakra Blade, True Shimon. Asuma infused wind attribute chakra into Fian, and blue chakra overflowed from Fian, forming a gigantic chakra blade capable of shattering everything. As Asuma swung the enhanced Fian at Tsunade, the final strike of the ultimate technique hit her, just as her substitute was about to end, bringing her health to 0. The screen displayed Asuma's ultimate technique graphic. Protecting the daimyo is the duty of the 12 Guardian Ninja. The outcome was clear. Seeing Ke Xuanfei's extreme killing operation, Xing Yibo exclaimed, Wow, this is possible. Ke Xuanfei's sharp gaze seemed to say to his opponent, This is just the beginning, bring it on. At the same time, the opposing player moved their hands slightly, and filled with battle intent, said, The good show has just begun. In the second round, Kisame Hashigaki faced the severely wounded Sarutobi Asuma. The battle began. Kisame immediately released his second skill, Water Release, Exploding Water Shockwave. Kisame swung his Samahata, creating a 2-part wave of water that charged forward, striking Asuma, who was unable to dodge. Ke Xuanfei did not expect the opponent to start with an immediate skill, and after being hit, instantly activated his substitute. Bang. Asuma executed the substitution technique, appearing behind Kisame, and immediately attacked with a normal strike, interrupting Kisame, who was in recovery. Kisame, not hesitating, instantly activated a secret scroll, Would Release, Sapling Technique. Wooden spikes fell from the sky, directly targeting Asuma. Ke Xuanfei remarked, Do you think you're the only one who can withstand skills? Just as the wooden spikes were about to pin Asuma down, he swiftly released a secret scroll and the summoning technique, executing 2 consecutive invulnerable maneuvers to evade the control of the sapling technique. Taking advantage of the opponent's moment of distraction, he unleashed Fire Release, Ash Accumulation Burn, dual-wielding close quarters slash. At this point, Ke Xuanfei was solely focused on dealing any damage he could, disregarding whether his own recovery. Kisame waited for Asuma's normal attack recovery to activate the substitution technique, immediately following up with a summoning technique Monkey King. The old Monkey King descended from the sky, launching Asuma into the air, then continuing with a powerful combo attack. Asuma's health, already low, gradually reached 0 under Monkey King's onslaught. The outcome was clear. In the third round, Kisame Hashigaki faced Uchiha Sasuke from Shippuden. The battle began. Ke Xuanfei also wanted to catch his opponent off guard at the start, so Sasuke immediately released his first skill, Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Sasuke formed hand seals, projecting 2 dragon-shaped flames into the sky, which briefly spiraled forward before crashing to the ground and causing an explosion. However, the opponent seemed to anticipate Ke Xuanfei's intentions, and Kisame moved backward to evade Sasuke's skill. Confident in his secret scroll's wide attack range, Sasuke pressed forward. Still want to push forward? That's excessive. Ghost Shark turned around and unleashed his technique Water Style, Exploding Water Shockwave. He waved his shark skin, sending a massive splash of water surging towards Sasuke. Just as Ghost Shark raised his hand to form seals, Chidori Sharp Spear. Sasuke shot forth lightning from his chakra into the ground. A crackling bolt of electricity surged towards Ghost Shark. Ghost Shark's Exploding Water Shockwave and Sasuke's Chidori Sharp Spear struck each other simultaneously, sending Sasuke flying from the impact of the water, while Ghost Shark became immobilized by the lightning. Xing Yibo couldn't help but exclaim such a rapid response speed. Just as Sasuke was about to hit the ground, an interprotection boom. Ghost Shark activated the body replacement technique and instantly appeared behind Sasuke. Before Ke Xuanfei could react, he cast summoning technique Shark. Splash. A gigantic shark soared into the air, swallowing Sasuke whole as it flew forward. Ke Xuanfei frantically attempted to use the body replacement technique, but because the shark's swallowing counted as a grab, he could not activate it. Just before the control of the shark disappeared, secret scroll with style cutting technique. Thud, 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 thud. Several wooden spikes fell from the sky, pinning Sasuke down firmly, leaving him unable to move. Water style rained 4 sharks. Ghost Shark formed seals and summoned 4 sharks from all around, leaping into the air and dealing terrifying damage to Sasuke. Ultimate technique. Water style Great Shark Bullet. For chakra points were instantly depleted and Ghost Shark unleashed a powerful surge of chakra, extending his hands forward as a gigantic water shark appeared out of thin air, swallowing Sasuke and charging forward. Due to the control of the cutting technique being a grab, Sasuke, who had taken damage, could not activate the body replacement technique and had to wait for the control time of the cutting technique to end before he could replace. The damage caused by the summoned beast shark is the highest among other summoned beasts, and the effects provided by shark include a 12 increase in attack power and a 5 increase in critical hit rate. In an instant, a flurry of critical hits rained down on Sasuke, dealing tons of damage. Before the control time of the cutting technique ended, Sasuke's health had already evaporated completely. Ghost Shark's ultimate technique appeared on the screen. There is no false world. It is right before your eyes. Xing Yibo stared at the instantly evaporated health and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow. What's going on? This damage is too unreasonable." Ke Xuanfei scratched his head. "There's nothing I can do. The health bar disappearance technique is just so unreasonable. I should have anticipated this when he used the body replacement technique." The opposing player revealed a smug smile. "Humph, haven't you seen this before? This is called the gap in composition. Now let's see what you can use to fight against me." A ninja trying to take down 2 nearly full health ninjas? What a dream. Ke Xuanfei flexed his wrist and exhaled. "Who Uchiha Itachi is my strongest ninja. Taking you 2 down shouldn't be a problem." Ke Xuanfei adjusted his breathing to focus completely. 4th round, Ghost Shark versus Uchiha Itachi. The battle begins. At the start, Uchiha Itachi walked straight to the center of the arena while the opponent was a bit confused about such a suicidal behavior. Ghost Shark raised his hand ready to unleash water style, exploding water shockwave. Just as Ghost Shark was finishing his seals, Uchiha Itachi had already completed his own seals shadow clone. A crow clone was swiftly summoned by Uchiha Itachi, rushing towards Ghost Shark. Just as Ghost Shark completed his seals, the crow clone had already reached him. Boom. Crack. The crow clone struck Ghost Shark into the air with an uppercut and then exploded. What is this reaction speed? Is this even human? The opposing player was somewhat questioning life. "It's impossible. It's as if he knew in advance that I would unleash my technique. Even if Itachi's startup time is shorter than mine, even if we formed seals at the same time, it's impossible for him to hit me during my startup. Did he predict my actions before I even started forming seals? How is that possible?" Just as the opponent was lost in thought, Amaterasu, Itachi continued to advance, closing in on Ghost Shark to prepare for a normal attack. Just as Itachi approached Ghost Shark, swaying slightly, Ghost Shark activated the body replacement technique. The opponent had planned to counterattack after Itachi's first normal attack's recovery, but after Ghost Shark replaced Itachi, didn't perform a normal attack. Instead, he walked straight away. What kind of operation is this? The opposing player was completely flustered, as if his intentions had been clearly seen through by Itachi. He had thought that Itachi's body sway was the startup of a normal attack, but unexpectedly, it was just a sway to stabilize himself. Impossible. How could he know when I was going to replace? Ghost Shark took advantage of the 1-second protective time after his replacement to approach Itachi at a right angle. Since Itachi had no skills available and the range of his normal attack was very close, the opponent planned to initiate a normal attack. Just as Ghost Shark raised his shark skin during the startup of his normal attack, Itachi quickly approached Ghost Shark, closing in on him. Since Ghost Shark's first normal attack had a displacement effect, and the hitbox of Ghost Shark's normal attack did not include a small area where he stood, he would miss Itachi. So as Itachi closed in on Ghost Shark, combined with Ghost Shark's first normal attack having a displacement, when Ghost Shark executed his normal attack, he would miss by half a body length and not hit Itachi. Just as the first normal attack missed, Ghost Shark quickly turned to prepare to unleash water style, exploding water shockwave. Just as Ghost Shark turned around, Itachi also turned around, closing in on Ghost Shark again. During Ghost Shark's skill startup time, Itachi once again missed by half a body length. Since the exploding water shockwave had no hitbox behind it, Itachi behind Ghost Shark once again dodged Ghost Shark's attack. Impossible. The opposing player completely broke down. Absolutely impossible. to have predicted my predictions twice in 1.5 seconds. If this cannot be human operation, he must be hacking. Xing Yibo was also shocked mouth agape at Ke Xuanfei's inhuman operations, even forgetting to breathe. The dance at the edge of the cliff was beautiful, yet chilling. Ke Xuanfei's precise judgment and exquisite positioning meant that even a slight tremble would result in him being hit by Ghost Shark, yet his Uchiha Itachi maneuvered seamlessly through the gaps. This kind of precise prediction and the terrifying aura emanating from Ke Xuanfei made Xing Yibo believe that Ke Xuanfei was indeed Uchiha Itachi. As Ghost Shark had low health and did not mount an effective counterattack after replacing, he was ultimately struck down by Itachi's Amaterasu. 5th round Scorpion vs. Uchiha Itachi. The battle begins. At the start, Uchiha Itachi unleashed a skill towards the ground shadow clone Great Explosion. The swiftly charging Crow clone struck Scorpion before he could react, sending him flying into the air. Scorpion hurriedly attempted to replace, but this played right into Ke Xuanfei's trap. After replacing, Scorpion quickly unleashed his skill Iron Sand Drilling Assault. However, at this moment Itachi had already stepped out of Scorpion's attack range. Burn to nothing. Amaterasu. Black flames engulfed Scorpion, followed by a normal attack, connecting into a skill Shadow clone Great Explosion. Summoning technique Blue Snake. Secret Scroll with style Cutting Technique. Ultimate technique Tsukuyomi. All 4 chakra points were depleted. Itachi opened his left eye, bringing Scorpion into the blood-red Tsukuyomi space, then triggering the moonfall. A red full moon slowly descended from the sky, crushing down on Scorpion, resulting in a massive explosion boom. Ultimate technique concluded. Uchiha Itachi's ultimate technique image appeared prominently on the phone screen. The illusion of the Mangekyo Sharingan cannot be escaped. The match is decided. Rank promotion to Umbu level 1. Watching the promotion success on his phone screen, Ke Xuanfei let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, that person was very strong. I almost lost. Xing Yibo was still lost in thought after seeing Ke Xuanfei's god-level play earlier. No way is this the serious Lao Ke. This is too terrifying. With reaction speed like this, two of me can't compare. He hasn't even been playing for half a month. How can his skill rise to such a level? Is this talent? Xing Yibo's mouth hung open, unable to believe he had witnessed such godlike play. The aura radiating from Ke Xuanfei, who had just been seriously controlling Yibo Yu, and his eyes that seemed to see through everything were exactly like Yibo Yu himself. Hey, go Zhancha, snap out of it. This isn't even that amazing of a play. No need to be so surprised, right? Xing Yibo looked at Ke Xuanfei with an incredulous gaze. You call this not that amazing of a play? Are you? Ke Xuanfei rubbed his head, relaxing from the prolonged, intense concentration, feeling a bit tired. It's okay, I just have fast hands. I could predict the opponent's moves. I don't think I did anything particularly flashy, right? Looking at nonchalant Ke Xuanfei, Xing Yibo was secretly astonished in his heart. No way, being able to predict the opponent's moves is already amazing. Why does he think it's normal? If I were to fight him, Onion now I'd definitely get triple killed, right? Ke Xuanfei pointed proudly at the Umbu mask on his phone, representing the Umbu rank. Zhancha, you need to hurry up too. Ranked matches settle at the end of every month, and the higher the rank, the more high recruit tickets you get. Xing Yibo looked at the smug Ke Xuanfei with a mischievous grin. How about you play my ranked matches for me? It'll be a good chance to practice your skills. Just after winning the promotion match, Ke Xuanfei was feeling a bit cocky. Alright, no problem. He'll get you to him. But Ke Xuanfei seemed to have forgotten one thing. Xing Yibo's game account did not seem to have many good ninjas. Sometimes the reason for winning a duel also lies in the high strength of the ninja. Ke Xuanfei took Xing Yibo's phone and looked through the ninjas Xing Yibo owned, then frowned. This? Not even a single rank ninja, and only 4 rank ninjas. Why? Are you trying to embarrass me? Xing Yibo patted Ke Xuanfei's shoulder with a sly smile. Hey, you weren't at school these past few days, and I didn't have a phone to play on. It's normal to have few ninjas. Come on, show me your skills. Ke Xuanfei looked helpless. I'll try my best. Keep an eye out for the teacher for me. Xing Yibo patted his chest. Don't worry, the English teacher never comes down to patrol. Ke Xuanfei looked at Xing Yibo's meager collection of ninjas and felt a bit worried. After picking for a long time, he finally settled on a lineup: Brank Ninja Shippuden Chunaying as the first Brank Ninja, Young Chimu Kakaxi, second Crank Ninja, Nailong Lumen as the anchor. Summons Ninja Dog Blue Snake Hamaji. Secret Scrolls Forbidden Technique In Heal and Eliminate Lightning Release Lightning Strike Lightning Release Earth Crawl. Ke Xuanfei couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my Zhancha, your lineup is too shabby." Currently Xing Yibo's rank was at Chunin level 2, and the average strength at this level was quite easy for Ke Xuanfei. So Ke Xuanfei went on a winning streak all the way to Jonin level 2. With the final match victory, the server-wide announcement played. Congratulations to player Billy Zhancha for achieving a 6-win streak in the arena. Unstoppable. Ke Xuanfei quickly called Xing Yibo to watch the announcement. Hey Zhancha, look at the announcement. I'm already unstoppable. I'm telling you, I'm on fire right now. I'll kill anyone who stands in my way, even Buddha. Xing Yibo chimed in. Yes, 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 truly worthy of you, so amazing. Just get me to Umbu first. Ke Xuanfei looked disdainful. Oh, mere Umbu is a piece of cake. I'm telling you, win one more, and it'll be Jonin level 3, just a few more wins to Umbu. The promotion match for Jonin level 3 began. This time Ke Xuanfei matched with a player with a strange nickname called Kronos. Xing Yibo found this name familiar. After thinking for a moment, he clapped his hands. Oh, I remember, Kronos is the god of time in ancient Greek mythology. Ke Xuanfei was puzzled. Since he plays Naruto, why would he choose a name from Greek mythology? Just as he was about to continue complaining, he looked up and saw the opponent's lineup. Oh crap. No way. This lineup. How can we fight? The enemy's lineup was Shrank Ninja Zilai Yi Shrank Ninja Dash 1 or Rank Ninja Yuzibo Yu. The SSA Ninja lineup was truly luxurious, while Ke Xuanfei's BBC lineup was simply too pitiful to behold. Ke Xuanfei clicked his tongue. No way, Zhansha, look at them, then look at yourself. What am I supposed to fight them with? Xing Yibo pouted. Aren't you supposed to be great at operations? What are you afraid of? Didn't you say ninja rank has nothing to do with winning or losing? Ke Xuanfei frowned. That's true, but... The loading screen finished. First round, Zilai Yi vs. Shippuden Chunaying. Battle begins. Ke Xuanfei had read the skill introductions of all ninjas and knew a bit about Zilai Yi's skills, but since he had never used him, he had no idea about the range of Zilai Yi's skills. At the start, Ke Xuanfei planned to be cautious, controlling Chunaying to retreat. Zilai Yi immediately advanced 2 steps, and then released a skill at midfield, summoning Jutsu house-crushing technique. Bang! With a burst of white smoke, Zilai Yi summoned Hamazhong, who descended from the sky, and continuously leaped forward, crushing everything. Ke Xuanfei saw this, and quickly moved upward, but he seemed to underestimate the terrifying skill range of Shrank ninjas. Thump! Even though Chunaying had moved to the top edge of the arena, she was still sent flying by Hamazhong's crushing weight. Geez, that big a range. That's too unreasonable. At the same time that Hamazhong hit Chunaying, Zilai Yi had already walked up to her. He seamlessly connected a skill into normal attack. Although Zilai Yi was known as the pervert sage, he showed no mercy to the Chunaying controlled by Ke Xuanfei. Ke Xuanfei seized the opportunity and activated substitution jutsu. Bang! White smoke flashed, and Chunaying appeared behind Zilai Yi, ready to counterattack. Zilai Yi, still in the recovery frames of his normal attack, suddenly crouched down and slapped the ground. Earth release, Yellow Spring Volcano. What? Skills can cancel normal attack recovery. In an instant, the ground under Chunaying was covered by the Yellow Spring Swamp summoned by Zilai Yi. Countless explosions erupted from the swamp, and towering mud pillars continuously attacked. Ke Xuanfei planned to use the 1-second invincibility after substitution to escape the skill range, but unfortunately Lord Zilai Yi's Yellow Spring Volcano had too large a range. Boom! Chunaying was knocked around by the swamp attacks and couldn't move. Ke Xuanfei had a pained expression. Damn, that's too cheap. Seeing Ke Xuanfei suffer, Xing Yibo felt inexplicably pleased. Hey Lao Ke, didn't you say Umbu was Why aren't you arrogant now? Ke Xuanfei said irritably. Damn it, if you're so good, you do it. Xing Yibo patted Ke Xuanfei, who was currently being beaten, with a meaningful tone. On life, one shouldn't be too arrogant. As Zilai Yi activated his ultimate technique, Hero Rasengan. He kicked Sakura Haruno away, then leaped into the air and launched a massive Rasengan towards her direction. Rasengan. Boom. With the explosion of the Rasengan, Zilai Yi's ultimate animation appeared on the phone screen. The Toad Sage of Mount Mayaboku, the great Zilai Yi, is me. Damn. Seeing the smug grin of Zilai Yi on the screen, Ke Xuanfei angrily picked up his phone and was about to smash it. Hey, don't get so worked up. Xing Yibo quickly grabbed Ke Xuanfei's arm to stop him. Bro, if you can't handle it, don't blame the road. Don't smash it. Smash your own. Ke Xuanfei was exasperated. Oh, this is so infuriating. It's totally unfair. Round 2, Zilai Yi vs. Youngchi Kakashi. Battle begins. Zilai Yi's extremely large attack range gave Ke Xuanfei a headache. Moreover, Youngchi Kakashi was a close combat type ninja, so engaging Zilai Yi required extreme caution. At the start, Kakashi first feinted by moving upward, then immediately dodged downward at the moment Zilai Yi summoned Hamazhong the Toad. Afterwards, Kakashi quickly approached Zilai Yi, and just as Zilai Yi was forming hand signs to release the swamp of the underworld she immediately used a scroll technique, lightning-style lightning strike. A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, hitting Zilai Yi with a crash. Zilai Yi, who was in the middle of forming hand signs, was paralyzed and unable to move, and the release of the swamp of the underworld was forcibly interrupted. Chidori. Kakashi gathered chakra in his hand and thrust it towards Zilai Yi. Crackle. Zilai Yi was pierced by the Chidori and sent flying into the air by the lightning left behind. Bang. Zilai Yi activated the substitution jutsu, appearing behind Kakashi, and summoned a creature to strike first. Summoning jutsu, Blue Snake. I knew you'd summon. Soaring Locust. Kakashi suddenly slid forward and the sliding distance was just enough to escape the blue snake's attack range. Zilai Yi was about to pursue. Do you think you're the only one with summoning beasts? Summoning Jutsu Kakashi summoned Hamaji to assist. Hamaji leaped high and fired a barrage of water bullets at Zilai Yi. Bang, 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 bang. The water bullets exploded, blasting Zilai Yi into the air. Kakashi immediately closed in, chaining normal attacks to continue striking. Chidori, continuing to chain skills. Just when Zilai Yi's substitution jutsu cooldown had 6 seconds left, Kakashi unleashed his ultimate technique, White Fang White Light Blade. Her chakra points were completely consumed. In an instant, a massive amount of chakra gathered on the weapon White Fang in Kakashi's hand. The terrifying chakra made White Fang emit a chilling glow. Kakashi then delivered 3 consecutive slashes at Zilai Yi before finally leaping high into the air and executing a powerful final slash. Thanks to the 15-second attack power boost provided by Hamaji's appearance, a single combo directly took away most of Zilai Yi's health. When Kakashi's ultimate ended, Zilai Yi still had 5 seconds remaining on the substitution jutsu cooldown, then it would be Zilai Yi's turn to counterattack. At this moment, Kakashi had no remaining chakra to use the substitution jutsu. If he was hit by any of Zilai Yi's attacks, it would spell Kakashi's defeat. At this moment, Xing Yibo, who was watching from the side, also took a cold breath. It's over. You didn't kill him in one combo, and you have no substitution. This is done for. Ke Xuanfei looked at Zilai Yi slowly landing, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. No chakra, huh? Watch this. The instant Kakashi landed after the ultimate ended, he directly activated the second skill, Soaring Locust. Kakashi slid directly under Zilai Yi. Xing Yibo looked at Ke Xuanfei's operation with confusion. Zilai Yi has already landed, and will enter the protection state soon. Rushing in now won't hit him. Before Xing Yibo could finish speaking, he saw Kakashi lift the massive Zilai Yi from the ground with the slide, and follow up with a slash using White Fang. At the very moment Zilai Yi's substitution jutsu cooldown finished, the final slash of White Fang directly took away the last of Zilai Yi's health. The outcome was decided. Why? What happened? Xing Yibo was confused by this operation. Ke Xuanfei explained. When I released the ultimate, Zilai Yi was at the edge of the arena. Although the final slash of Kakashi's ultimate would knock the enemy away, Zilai Yi was at the edge and couldn't be pushed farther away from me, so I was able to use the sweeping mechanic of Kakashi's second skill to lift Zilai Yi at the extreme distance. Xing Yibo continued to ask, in the second before your slash, Zilai Yi's substitution was ready. What? There are 2 prerequisites for activating the substitution jutsu. First, the character must be damaged after the cooldown ends. Second, the character must still have health when activating it. Just now, after Kakashi lifted Zilai Yi into the air, although Zilai Yi's substitution was ready, I didn't attack, meaning that after the substitution was ready, he didn't take damage. And while my slash did damage him, it was a single instance of damage that directly finished him off. My god, that actually works. Xing Yibo couldn't help but marvel at Ke Xuanfei's exquisite understanding of the game and terrifying calculation ability. At this time, Qin Wanghan behind them was looking at the loading screen on his phone while smacking his lips. Wow, this Muji is quite something. Round 3 Shiwan vs. Young Chimu Kakashi. Battle begins. At the start, Shiwan directly unleashed a skill serpent summoning technique. Shiwan summoned a giant serpent, keeping it around for continuous protective attacks. Then Shiwan walked straight toward Kakashi with the summoned serpent. Kakashi attempted to dodge by moving vertically along the axis, but underestimated Shiwan's attack range. Smack, 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 smack. The serpent's hard body lashed at Kakashi, causing him to be immobilized in pain. Shiwan seized the opportunity to continue with another skill bite. Shiwan opened his mouth and spat out a long serpent that grabbed Kakashi and pulled him close, then delivered 3 more powerful attacks. Seeing that Shiwan was about to continue, Kakashi in pain quickly activated the substitution jutsu to escape Shiwan's attack range. Kakashi cautiously moved, trying to find an opening into Shiwan's defense, but Shiwan charged straight at Kakashi fearlessly. Ke Xuanfei was puzzled. Looking for death. Scroll lightning style lightning strike. Kakashi used the scroll lightning strike, intending to attack Shiwan first. Scroll forbidden technique, in healing wound destruction. Just as the lightning was about to hit Shiwan, a white light emanated from his body. The forbidden technique, in healing wound destruction, forcibly activates cellular activity, granting the user a brief period of super armor. What a! Ke Xuanfei was flustered by the sudden super armor. Damn, I forgot to check what scroll Shiwan had brought during the loading screen. If I had known it was super armor, I would have just run away. With super armor, Shiwan approached Kakashi even more recklessly. By now Kakashi had missed the optimal chance to escape. Shiwan raised his hand. Serpent summoning technique. Just as he summoned the serpent ultimate technique, myriad serpent formation. this is possible. Ke Xuanfei was stunned by the simultaneous activation of a technique and an ultimate move. Orochimaru summoned a swarm of serpents that coiled around Kakashi, forming a spiraling vortex of relentless assault, culminating in a thunderous detonation. Still a youth, Kakashi could not withstand the brutal onslaught of Orochimaru's serpentine horde. Long before Orochimaru's ultimate technique concluded, Kakashi collapsed helplessly onto the ground. The screen displayed Orochimaru's ultimate move icon accompanied by the chilling inscription, "Can you endure this abyssal terror?" Ke Xuanfei glared at the icon and snapped, "Baka. Bakairu, you fool. I can't even bear your damage." Xing Yibo watched Ke Xuanfei's escalating frustration with quiet delight. "Oh my. Old K, this is the chasm between shinobi tiers. You've got only Shikamaru left while he commands 1 rank and 1 rank ninja. What on earth do you plan to win with? Just surrender already." Ke Xuanfei rotated his wrists, steadying his composure. "Humph. In my dictionary there is no such word as surrender." Round 4, Orochimaru vs. Shikamaru. Battle commences. Orochimaru opened aggressively, pressing forward relentlessly. Seizing his chance, Shikamaru immediately initiated his secret scroll technique, Lightning Release, Earth Flow. A jagged current surged upward from beneath Shikamaru's feet, lancing straight toward Orochimaru. ZZZT. The lightning struck true. Numbness flared from Orochimaru's soles, racing upward through his limbs until his entire body locked rigid, paralyzed beyond motion. Shikamaru seized the opening to unleash his technique, Explosive Flying Blade. He leapt backward into the air, then hurled 3 explosive tagged kunai forward. They embedded themselves in the earth around Orochimaru. Boom. The explosive tags detonated, inflicting substantial damage upon Orochimaru. Snake Summoning Technique. Breaking free from paralysis, Orochimaru summoned a colossal serpent and strode forward, wrath blazing in his eyes. Shikamaru darted frantically. Both ninja danced intense evasion, neither able to land a blow. Each time Orochimaru launched an attack, Shikamaru evaded with uncanny precision, as if he had already mapped every shift in Orochimaru's stance. At last, Orochimaru seized a narrow window cornered in the arena's edge. Shikamaru faltered. Orochimaru struck instantly with his Fang Bite technique. A serpentine tongue shot forth from Orochimaru's mouth, clamping down on Shikamaru and dragging him close. Freed from restraint, Shikamaru instantly activated the body replacement technique to evade harm. Yet in that very instant, Orochimaru deployed his secret scroll Forbidden Jutsu, Healing Injury Annihilation. Orochimaru repeated his stratagem, but Shikamaru would not let him succeed again. Secret Scroll Lightning Release, Earth Flow. A bolt of lightning erupted from the ground, striking Orochimaru squarely. Though he now stood in an invulnerable state, his enhanced cells impervious to electric paralysis, the binding effect of Earth Flow remained absolute even against such fortification. Shadow Imitation Technique. Explosive Flying Blade. Seizing the moment, Shikamaru unleashed rapid strikes, driving Orochimaru's health below his own. Snake Summoning Technique. Orochimaru summoned his great serpent to strike Shikamaru. Yet Shikamaru, still recovering from his previous technique's animation, had no means to evade. He endured the assault passively. Slap, 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 slap. The serpent coiled and thrashed, lashing repeatedly across Shikamaru's body. His health dwindled steadily, until it neared the threshold where it would fall below Orochimaru's, when suddenly the serpent's attacks ceased to inflict any damage. Orochimaru recoiled in shock. Phew. Barely made it. Ke Xuanfei exhaled deeply. The round timer had expired, and Shikamaru had held on, preserving the slimmest margin of health advantage until the final second. Victory decided. Xing Yibo cried out in disbelief. Whoa. Old K, you're way too good at positioning. Words fail me. Are you sure you're not cheating? Ke Xuanfei wore a smug grin. Do I even need to cheat? With a mere crank shinobi, he had defeated an shrank opponent. An act so god-slaying in its audacity that Xing Yibo seriously suspected external assistance. Round 5, Uchiha Itachi vs. Shikamaru. Battle commences. Aware of Itachi's long-range preemptive techniques, Ke Xuanfei dared not close in rashly. Instead, he maneuvered Shikamaru along the perimeter, probing for an opening. The two circled warily. Itachi, a stationary artillery-type shinobi, dreaded being caught off guard at close range, and thus remained perpetually vigilant against Shikamaru's advances. Then Itachi anticipated Shikamaru's movement and fired his technique ahead of time. Clone Explosion. Itachi formed hand seals in an instant, conjuring a crow clone that shot forward at blinding speed. Shikamaru, deprived of Itachi's line of sight, remained on high alert. Just as the crow clone lunged to lift him skyward, Shikamaru activated his secret scroll, Lightning Release, Earth Flow. Leveraging the brief invincibility granted by the scroll's activation, Shikamaru nullified the crow clone's initial upward strike. Then, during the clone's pre-explosion wind-up, he sprinted clear of the blast radius. What? This is possible? Xing Yibo gasped, not only in astonishment, but in awe of Ke Xuanfei's reflexes. From his vantage point, he'd glimpsed only a black blur rushing forward. He hadn't even registered what it was. Yet Ke Xuanfei had countered it effortlessly. Smirking at Xing Yibo's amazement, Ke Xuanfei replied, "Don't be surprised. With full concentration, anyone could do the same." Yet as Ke Xuanfei spoke, Itachi seized the fleeting lapse in his positioning. Activating his secret scroll would release piercing binding technique. Itachi unleashed the technique. Dozens of wooden spikes rained down from above, pinning Shikamaru immovably to the ground. Having bled heavily in his prior battle with Orochimaru, Shikamaru now stood on the razor's edge. Only one more strike from Itachi's Amaterasu would seal his fate. At that precise moment, the English teacher's voice rang out, "Qin Wanghan, read paragraph 5 of passage B." Startled, Qin Wanghan jolted upright, hastily set aside his phone mid-battle, and scrambled to locate the passage in his textbook. As Qin Wanghan read aloud, Ke Xuanfei noticed Itachi standing frozen, motionless. What's going on? Why isn't he moving? Ke Xuanfei didn't dwell on it. Victory was victory regardless of how it came. Shikamaru pummeled the idle Itachi into oblivion. Phew, check it out, Jancha's success. Xing Yibo proudly flashed the victory screen. Hey, do you really call this success? He was about to erase you, then just froze for no reason. That's hardly a fair win. I don't care, I won. Look, I advanced. Done. Ke Xuanfei gloated, seizing advantage with unashamed relish. Fine. Can I try your Uchiha Itachi now? Xing Yibo still hadn't let go of that idea. Alright. If I'm in a good mood, go ahead and play. Ke Xuanfei tilted his chin high as he handed over his phone. Oh, and don't dare enter ranked matches. This took me forever to reach Umbu Tier 1. I won't have you mucking it up. Xing Yibo stared at the haughty Ke Xuanfei, utterly exasperated. Okay, I promise. I'll only play casual matches, alright. Wow, this is amazing. Is this what an 11 ninja is like? How did you get Itachi out? Xing Yibo tried out Ke Xuanfei's Uchiha Itachi. The cool effects and smooth gameplay made him envious. Well, I just charged a bit of gold, the first charge doubles, and then I pulled Itachi. I also got over 70 fragments of Orochimaru. Xing Yibo was astonished to see Ke Xuanfei spending money in the game. Wait, you actually spent money? Ke Xuanfei scratched his head. It's just that there's some compensation from their side, so I charged a little. Plus, Uchiha Itachi is just too cool, and for some reason I feel a strong connection with him, like he's my destined ninja. Xing Yibo felt a bit swayed. Originally, he intended to save money and not spend in the game, but hearing Ke Xuanfei say this, he wanted to quickly own a powerful ninja too. How about you help me charge some? Ke Xuanfei quickly stopped him. No, if you're going to charge, don't do it now. Haven't you seen the official forum for Naruto? Next month, new ninjas will be released. It said that there's an S-level ninja Minato Namikaze and an A-level ninja Uchiha Shursui. Both will be released next month, and there are also recharge events, so just wait a bit. I don't really understand this stuff, so I'll listen to you. Ding dong, class time is up. Ugh, how annoying. The other side is really not playing fair. Just as the class bell rang, a voice of complaint came from behind. Qin Wanghan said, "Old Qin, what's wrong?" Ke Xuanfei turned to ask. Ugh, I was just playing in the Naruto rank match, a promotion match for Jonin, and there was just one little Rock Lee left with low health. I was about to win, and then the teacher suddenly called me to read a text, and by the time I finished reading, I was already defeated. How infuriating. Ke Xuanfei consoled him. Oh wow, that's too tragic, getting punished by the teacher in a ranked match. Wait. He seemed to think of something. Old Qin, which ninja did you use when you fought Rock Lee? Uchiha Itachi. Xing Yibo's eyes widened as he thought of something. No way, what's your nickname? It can't be. I go by Kronos. What? Ke Xuanfei and Xing Yibo exclaimed in surprise. Qin Wanghan looked puzzled. What's going on? My nickname is from ancient Greek mythology. I know. Xing Yibo interrupted Qin Wanghan's explanation, and Ke Xuanfei asked with a grin, so was your opponent named Billy War Chariot? Qin Wanghan looked astonished. Yes, how did you know? Ke Xuanfei pulled out Xing Yibo's phone, opened the main interface of Naruto, and showed it to Qin Wanghan. Look. What? So it was you. You scoundrel. You owe me for my promotion match. Qin Wanghan saw that the villain from earlier was actually Ke Xuanfei, and couldn't help but angrily demand compensation. Ke Xuanfei raised his hands in surrender. Hey, old Qin, I didn't know that was you who told you not to tell us your game nickname when playing Naruto. Spare me. At this moment, Xing Yibo leaned in. Old Qin, how much did you spend in Naruto? Qin Wanghan hesitated before answering. Well, I didn't spend too much. There's the first charge double offer, so I just charged for all the tiers. Huh. Xing Yibo's mouth dropped open as he opened the recharge interface to check all the tiers. 618255098168328648131. Xing Yibo looked astonished at the prompt at the top of the recharge interface. Please play in moderation, consume rationally. He pointed at the prompt and asked Qin Wanghan, do you think this is rational consumption? This is wild consumption. Perhaps due to Xing Yibo's family not being very wealthy, he usually wouldn't spend money recklessly. Now he felt that spending so much in a game was truly absurd. Qin Wanghan defended himself. How is that wild consumption? I didn't just impulsively spend money, though I prepared for it first. Just ask Xuanfei. Xing Yibo turned in surprise to look at Ke Xuanfei. No way do you also. Ke Xuanfei shook his head repeatedly. No, I didn't spend as much as old Qin. I only charged for the non-648 tiers. Xing Yibo felt incredulous. If I were to spend money I'd just charge a little. Why do you guys always go for the 648? That's just too unreasonable, right? Ke Xuanfei patiently defended himself. War Chariot, this is where you're wrong. It's because of my love for Naruto and ninjas that I spend money on it. And think about it, while your money goes into the game, it hasn't disappeared, it has just taken another form to stay by your side, right? Qin Wanghan smiled and gave a thumbs up to Ke Xuanfei's argument in agreement. Ding dong, class time is up. The class bell interrupted the conversation of the three. Taking advantage of the ringing, Xing Yibo turned to Qin Wanghan and said, Old Qin, how about we have a few duels later? You can't use S-level and A-level ninjas. After a moment of thought, Qin Wanghan agreed. Alright, let's add each other as friends. Xing Yibo didn't expect that the one who put Ke Xuanfei in a tough spot earlier was Qin Wanghan. Although there was a power imbalance among ninjas, Qin Wanghan's gameplay made Xing Yibo see him in a new light. Xing Yibo was eager to see how strong he was now, having regarded Ke Xuanfei as a rival. His pride wouldn't allow him to fall far behind Ke Xuanfei. Students, quiet down please. The homeroom teacher and chemistry teacher Luo Yun walked to the podium. Our lesson moves pretty quickly, faster than other classes by 2 periods. Let's have a practice class this time. You all can work on some problems below. If you encounter any difficulties, just come up and ask me. Xing Yibo thought to himself, Luo is pretty cool. This gives me the perfect opportunity to fight with all my strength. I want to know where my limits currently lie. Ke Xuanfei noticed that Xing Yibo was accepting Qin Wanghan's duel invitation and immediately deduced Xing Yibo's thoughts. Wow, War Chariot wants to catch up to me. How, what a competitive guy. Ke Xuanfei said to Xing Yibo, remember to save the recording after you finish a match. They'll help point out your shortcomings in the match later, okay? Xing Yibo looked up at the serious Ke Xuanfei and felt warmth in his heart. Okay, you just watch from the side and help me keep an eye on the teacher. Xing Yibo accepted the duel invitation and began selecting his team. Level Ninja Shippuden Haruno Sakura leads the charge. Level Ninja Young Hataki Kakashi comes second, and Level Ninja Hyuga Hinata makes the final appearance. The summoned beasts are Ninja Dogs Blue Snakes and Gamabunta. The secret scrolls include Lightning Release, Lightning Strike, Earth Release, Earthquake, Forbidden Technique, and Healing Destruction. The lineup of Qin Wanghan is as follows. Brank Ninja Shippuden Inuzuka Kiba leads the charge. Brank Ninja by his second, and Brank Ninja Shippuden Sasuke makes the final appearance. The summoned beasts include Toad, Gigi, Slug, Blue Snake. The secret scrolls carry Fire Release, Flame, Burst, Water Release, Water, Shield, Wind Release, Vacuum Wave. The loading of the battle interface is complete. In the first round, Shippuden Sakura Haruno faces off against Shippuden Inuzuka Kiba. The battle begins. Although Xing Yibo's Sakura Haruno is equipped with Lightning Strike, which is perfect for a first strike, Qin Wanghan's Kiba possesses long-range harassing skills, so Xing Yibo is reluctant to advance recklessly. At the start, both players cautiously maneuver, trying to bait each other's crucial first skills, but both are very precise with their skills. After 10 seconds of maneuvering, neither has managed to hit the other. Meanwhile, Ke Xuanfei watches anxiously at Xing Yibo's operations. Clearly, Kiba was within the extreme range of Lightning Strike just moments ago, yet Xing Yibo did not launch an attack. Ke Xuanfei mutters to himself, perhaps the battle vehicle is not very familiar with the range of the secret scroll. Finally, Xing Yibo finds an opening. Sakura Charge. Sakura Haruno gathers chakra in her hands, leaps high into the air, and launches an attack towards Kiba's position. Qin Wanghan is puzzled. How can you hit me from this far away? As expected, Sakura Haruno's attack misses. Exploding Flower. Kiba turns and throws a bouquet hidden with an explosive tag at Sakura, who is in the recovery animation of her skill. Secret Scroll Lightning Release, Lightning Strike. A bolt of lightning descends from the sky, striking Kiba, and the rigid state, when releasing the scroll, helps Sakura evade the explosion's control. I see now the purpose of the battle vehicle releasing the second skill was not to attack Qin, but to use the displacement from the second skill to quickly close the distance to Qin, thus entering the attack range of Lightning Strike. Well played, battle vehicle. Windmill Slam. Sakura Haruno lunges forward, grabbing the stunned Kiba and jumping into the air before slamming him down onto the ground. Bang! Kiba, feeling the pain, hurriedly activates the substitution technique, summoning technique Ninja Dog. Sakura Haruno turns and summons a horde of ninja dogs to attack Kiba. After the substitution, a pack of fierce dogs barking wildly as they charge at him. Falling Leaf Slide Kick Mind Disturbance Technique. Kiba hastily slides backwards using the displacement from the skill to escape the dog's attack range. Sakura Haruno, seeing her attack miss, quickly shifts on the axis, preparing to find another opportunity to attack. Qin Wanghan's pupils constrict. Huh? You think you can just run after hitting me? Summoning technique, Toad Gigi. Kiba summons Toad Gigi to assist in the attack. Although Sakura Haruno has shifted a certain distance on the axis from Kiba, Toad Gigi's water cannon has a considerable range. Bang bang bang. Sakura Haruno is blown into the air by Toad Gigi's water cannon. Kiba seizes the opportunity to approach Sakura, preparing to follow up with a basic attack. Just as Kiba is in the slight recovery of his basic attack bang, Sakura Haruno chooses to activate the substitution technique to prepare for a counterattack. Just as she is about to use her skill's secret scroll fire release flame burst, Xing Yibo is astonished. What? Isn't that the recovery state after a basic attack? How can you use a secret scroll to cancel the recovery? Ke Xuanfei shakes his head helplessly. Fool, using a secret scroll or summoning technique will cancel out some small recovery states from skills and basic attacks, but not large recovery states. Kiba summons a ball of fire in front of him, which will quickly release fire tracking bullets that follow the enemy. The fire tracking bullets hit Sakura Haruno, who is close to Kiba, the scalding flames rendering her immobile. Exploding flower. After replenishing 4 chakra points, Kiba directly releases his ultimate skill, ultimate move, Garden of Petals. Kiba flies into the air, scattering bouquets with explosive tags down to the ground. As the bouquets land, the hidden explosive tags detonate. Accompanied by Kiba's graceful spin in midair, and with the 10 attack boost from Toad Gigi's appearance, the ultimate skill deals significant damage to Sakura Haruno. After the ultimate finishes, Kiba lands gracefully and releases the skill again at the moment Sakura Haruno lands. Falling leaf slide kick mind disturbance technique. Kiba slides beneath Sakura Haruno, who is lying on the ground and hasn't had time to get up and dust herself off, knocking her into the air, then adds another mind disturbance technique. At this moment, Sakura Haruno's substitution technique cooldown has finally completed. She eagerly activates the substitution technique to prepare for a counterattack, yet the Sakura Haruno after substitution walks in the opposite direction. Xing Yibo is baffled. Clearly he moved the joystick to the right. Why is Sakura Haruno disobediently walking to the left? The reason lies in the additional mind disturbance technique that Kiba used. The mind disturbance technique is a family secret of the Inuzuka clan, which disrupts the enemy's brain, causing their body to make movements opposite to their intentions. By the time Xing Yibo realizes what's happening, Kiba has already escaped the danger zone. Damn it, that dog Qin only knows how to use these disgusting ninjas, employing such underhanded tricks. Xing Yibo angrily curses while Ke Xuanfei is left speechless. Big brother, clearly you were careless and fell for it. How can you call it an underhanded trick? With less than 30 seconds remaining, the difference in health between the two is significant. Even though Sakura Haruno's combo has high burst damage, time is not on her side. Now that Kiba has no skills left, I must seize this chance to win. Sakura Haruno moves towards the center stage. Although Kiba is trying hard to maneuver, the limited size of the duel arena combined with Sakura's skills having a large range allows her to gain the first strike opportunity. Secret scroll lightning release lightning strike. A bolt of lightning falls from the sky, striking Kiba, who is attempting to flee. At the moment he is hit, Kiba immediately activates the substitution technique, using the 1 second of invincibility provided by the technique to quickly create distance. Just 2 more seconds, my first skill will be ready then. Since using the substitution technique costs 1 chakra point, Kiba currently has no chakra left. Qin Wanghan's only thought is to stall until his first skill's long-range attack cooldown ends, but Xing Yibo will not give him that opportunity. Sakura charge. Sakura Haruno shouts loudly, gathering all the chakra she has left, and charges at Kiba with a fist raised. Please don't hit. Qin Wanghan frantically maneuvers Kiba in an attempt to escape. Boom. The ground beneath Kiba cracks, launching him into the air. Unfortunately, Sakura Haruno attacks Kiba at the maximum range of her skill. Windmill slam. Sakura Haruno catches up and slams Kiba hard onto the ground, seemingly venting her frustration at being toyed with earlier. The skill connects into a basic attack, ultimate move, annihilating strike. Furious, Sakura Haruno unleashes a powerful surge of chakra, gathering it in her hands, and with anger, she strikes at her longtime rival. Boom. Boom. Thud. Each punch is a critical hit, delivering shocking damage that leaves Kiba in shock. After Sakura Haruno's ultimate move ends, there are still 2 seconds left in the round, and despite taking a full combo, Kiba's health remains considerably higher than Sakura's. Phew. It's over now. Qin Wanghan breathes a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate to have escaped the calamity. It's not over yet. Xing Yibo shouts loudly. Sakura charge. Sakura Haruno gathers all the remaining chakra and leaps high to launch a final attack on the panting Kiba lying on the ground. With 1 second left, Sakura Haruno leaps into the air as time returns to 0. Boom. In the final moments, Sakura Haruno's fist strikes Kiba, and crimson critical damage appears on the screen. At this point, the health of both players is visually indistinguishable. The victor is decided. The proportion tank claimed the round victory. Haruno Sakura won the round by a hair's breadth of health. Phew, Xing Yibo let out a long sigh, marveling at his narrow escape. Holy crap, I can't believe I won. Conversely, Qin Wanghan on the other side fumed indignantly. In the second round, Qin Wanghan poured in 200% of his effort, vowing to reclaim his honor. Brank Ninja Haku vs. Brank Ninja Shippuden Haruno Sakura. Fight. As Haku is a range-type ninja, both the range of his normal attacks and skills are extensive, posing a significant counter to the close combat Haruno Sakura. Haku possesses both water and wind chakra natures, and wields an even stronger chakra formed by the fusion of water and wind, a Kekkei Jinkai known as Ice Release. Haku's normal attacks have a wide range on the Z-axis, but almost no Y-axis range. Merely shifting half a body length on the Y-axis can evade them. From the start, Haku suppressed Haruno Sakura, continuously unleashing needle projectiles to pressure her movement space. Sakura desperately maneuvered, seeking to exploit Haku's weakness of limited Y-axis range to find an opening. Sakura gradually closed in on Haku. Just as Haku's needles grazed past her face, an opportunity arose. Xing Yibo's pupils contracted now. At that moment, Sakura and Haku were exactly half a body length apart on the Y-axis, and on the Z-axis Haku's position lay at the very edge of Sakura's skill range. Cherry Blossom Impact. Sakura gathered chakra into her hand, leaped fiercely, and slammed down toward Haku's position. Qin Wanghan, whose weakness had been exploited, remained unflustered, instead flashing a confident smile. Do you think you can hit me? Secret Scroll Water Release Water Shield. Just as Sakura jumped to strike Haku, a blue ripple suddenly appeared, and a shield capable of blocking attacks materialized from the ripple, standing between Haku and Sakura. Xing Yibo scoffed. Even if you block the attack, so what? Just barely clinging to life. As Qin Wanghan laughed, Sakura's strike against the water shield not only absorbed the attack, but also sent her flying. What? Xing Yibo exclaimed in surprise. Qin Wanghan adjusted his glasses. You practically delivered yourself to me. I won't hold back. Haku pursued before Xing Yibo could react. Secret technique, 1,000 flying water needles of death. Haku made a single-handed seal and stomped the ground, sending a cluster of massive ice pillars hurtling toward Sakura. Crack. The ice pillars struck Sakura, freezing her solid. Haku unleashed a frenzy of attacks while she was frozen, countless needles flying toward her. Due to the grab-type control of the freezing effect, Sakura, within the ice, could not activate the substitution jutsu. She could only wait for the control duration to end before attempting a counterattack. Crack, crack, crack. The ice encasing Sakura gradually fissured. Just as it was about to shatter and release her ice shield, Ice Swallow, Haku leaped into the air and hurled ice spears at Sakura's feet. The moment they struck, the spears expanded instantly, trapping her again in frigid ice. Holy crap. Old Qin, you always use such cheap ninjas. Xing Yibo complained angrily. When he saw the ice cracking, he thought his chance to counter had come, already planning the combo in his mind, only to find that both of Haku's skills had long-duration grab-type control effects. Haku, having recaptured Sakura, launched another barrage of relentless attacks. Countless needles struck every acupoint on her body, dealing damage, while the pain tormented her spirit. With the explosion of the ice spears, Sakura's last sliver of health was drained. The victor was decided. Haku, manipulating ice release secrets, effortlessly defeated Sakura. Round 3, Brank Ninja Haku vs. Brank Ninja Young Hatake Kakashi. Fight. Since Kakashi is also a close combat type, he struggled against Haku. However, because his equipped secret scroll was Earth Release Earth Tremor, which has a wide Y-axis range, he still had a fighting chance. At the start, Haku once again used his longer range to suppress Kakashi, also carrying the secret scroll Water Release Water Shield for easy counter defense. Countering was no easy task for Kakashi. Damn, that old Qin is really disgusting. There's no other way. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. The moment Haku launched his first attack, Kakashi actively stepped forward. Seeing this, Qin Wanghan looked puzzled. What is he doing? Watching from the sidelines, Ke Xuanfei was also curious. Is he going to use the substitution as a movement technique again? But the distance is too far. After substitution, head still be in place, unable to get behind the opponent. Just before Haku's first normal attack landed, Kakashi crouched and raised his left hand to unleash. Instantly, the chakra gathering in Kakashi's left hand transformed into crackling lightning. With lightning in hand, he charged forward, braving Haku's attacks to close the distance. Qin Wanghan was stunned by Xing Yibo's reckless move. That actually works. Zap. Haku was pierced by Kakashi's Chidori and sent flying into the air. Boom. Haku activated the substitution jutsu, appearing behind Kakashi, and immediately unleashed a skill to try and control him. Ice Release Ice Swallow. Haku propelled himself into the air and fired 3 ice spears at Kakashi. At that moment, Kakashi turned retreat into advance, activating his skill in reverse Swarming Insect. Kakashi lunged toward Haku's position with a sliding kick. Swish, swish, swish. Haku's 3 ice spears narrowly flew over Kakashi's head, hitting the spot where he had just been, while Kakashi used the skill's mobility to close in on Haku. Qin Wanghan frowned. Damn, he got close. Haku descending from the air landed directly on Kakashi's sliding kick. Instantly Kakashi triggered the second strike of Swarming Insect. Since Haku had no substitution left and Kakashi had seized the initiative, the momentum shifted to Kakashi. With his White Fang short sword and hand-to-hand combat, he battered Haku ruthlessly. When Haku's substitution cooldown was 6 seconds away, Kakashi unleashed his ultimate skill to maximize damage. Ultimate White Fang White Lightning Blade. Kakashi's 4 chakra points were drained, materializing as icy gleams on the White Fang short sword. He slashed at Haku with the blade. Right after the ultimate ended, Kakashi immediately launched a follow-up attack on Haku, who hadn't even had time to dust himself off Swarming Insect. Kakashi slid toward Haku, launching him high into the air and slashing him again. At last, Haku's substitution jutsu came off cooldown. Boom. Haku activated substitution. His health was now a mere sliver, but he did not give up. Secret technique, 1,000 flying water needles of death. Haku made a single-handed seal and stomped the ground, sending towering ice pillars stabbing toward Kakashi. Secret scroll, earth release, earth tremor. The moment Kakashi was about to be impaled by the ice pillars, he unleashed the secret scroll, using its hyper armor to nullify the freezing effect of 1,000 flying water needles. It's not over yet. Ice release, ice swallow. Haku leaped into the air and hurled 3 ice spears at Kakashi, attempting to freeze him again. Summoning jutsu, blue snake. The very instant ice swallow struck Kakashi, he summoned his animal, using the hyper armor from the summon to negate the freeze. Xing Yibo smirked. Humfai won't fall into the same trap twice. Chidori. Kakashi crouched to gather power, readying the Chidori thrust. Do you think that just because you avoided being frozen you've won? Though Kakashi nullified all the control effects, he still took damage from the skills. Moreover, landing 2 skills granted Haku 2 chakra points, so now Haku had all 4 chakra points. Just as Kakashi unleashed Chidori ultimate secret technique, demonic mirroring ice crystals. In an instant, terrifying coldness flooded the battlefield, even freezing time itself. Numerous ice mirrors materialized around Kakashi, each reflecting Haku's image, indistinguishable from the real one. Simultaneously, all the Haku in the mirrors attacked Kakashi, sending countless needles piercing into him like a hedgehog. After the assault, Haku appeared at the center of the field, ready to detonate all the ice mirrors. Boom. At the very last moment, Kakashi activated the substitution jutsu, evading the final wave of needles. Kakashi now had only a sliver of health left. Using the 1 second of invincibility from the substitution, he unleashed a skill with a short startup, Swarming Insect. Kakashi slid toward Haku, who had appeared at the center of the field. Just as the slide hit and triggered the second slash of Swarming Insect, boom. Haku detonated all the ice mirrors. In an instant, countless mirror shards flew toward Kakashi. As the shards embedded into Kakashi's body, he used the last of his strength to swing the White Fang blade toward Haku's neck. Both Kakashi and Haku collapsed to the ground simultaneously. The system announced the result draw. Watching from the sidelines, Ke Xuanfei couldn't help but marvel. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. This is the first time I've ever seen a draw result. On the loading screen for the next round, Xing Yibo and Qin Wanghan both loosened their necks slightly to relieve the tension from the previous round, while also exchanging compliments. Old Qin, your moves were impressive. Almost as good as old Ke. Come on, I'm still far behind Xuanfei. I only managed to draw because of the ninja advantage. You're truly the better player. Round 4, Brank Ninja, Shippuden Uchiha Sasuke vs. Crank Ninja Hyuga Hinata. Fight. Secret Scroll Wind Release Vacuum Wave. A powerful air mass rapidly formed in front of Sasuke, then accelerated forward, exploding at maximum range. Boom. Sasuke used the secret scroll right from the start, catching Hinata off guard. Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Sasuke spat a dragon of fire at Hinata, attempting to shave off more of her health. Boom. While Sasuke's fire dragon was still in the air, Hinata activated the substitution jutsu, appearing behind Sasuke. At that moment, Sasuke was still in the middle of releasing his skill and could not use a secret scroll or summoning to effectively counter. Hinata seized the opportunity and used her skill Byakugan. Hinata slowly closed her eyes, then snapped them open. Now with the Byakugan activated, the Hyuga clan's Byakugan possesses the ability to see through chakra points, allowing Hinata to easily discern weaknesses in Sasuke's body. Gentle Step Twin Lions. While Sasuke was still stunned, Hinata swiftly rushed in front of him, grabbed his body, and struck his weak point with a gentle fist technique. Slap. Hit at his weak point, Sasuke's body uncontrollably flew backward. The terrifying damage from the gentle fist's critical hit also stripped a layer off his health. Seeing Hinata closing in, Sasuke hurriedly used the substitution jutsu to avoid further damage. Hinata, seeing his substitution, also pulled back to create distance and prepared to look for another opportunity. Although Hinata is a crank ninja with small skill ranges, her petite and cute frame made her very agile in movement, allowing her to narrowly dodge Sasuke's attacks each time. Her nimble footwork couldn't help but draw Qin Wanghan's praise, Why are you running? Come fight me, Hedon, if you have the guts. What a coward. At this moment, Xing Yibo was completely focused on maneuvering Hinata, all his attention glued to the phone screen, his mouth half open, without even realizing it. Finally, an opportunity arrived. Hinata made a beautiful reverse movement to dodge Sasuke's skill. Taking advantage of Sasuke's recovery lag, she immediately activated the Byakugan, followed up with normal attacks, then another skilled gentle step twin lions. Hinata grabbed Sasuke, striking his weak point again with a gentle fist, then continued with normal attacks. A chain of critical hits made Sasuke scream in pain. When Hinata's normal attack entered its recovery phase, Sasuke activated the substitution jutsu. Boom. Sasuke appeared behind Hinata and immediately unleashed a secret scroll to counter secret scroll wind release vacuum wave. Hinata reacted quickly, activating her own secret scroll at the same time as Sasuke's secret scroll forbidden technique in heal wound extinguish. A white light emitted from Hinata's body, steam from the forbidden technique strengthening her cells. Sasuke's vacuum wave could not control Hinata's movements at all. Seeing that Sasuke had only half his health left, Xing Yibo decided to finish him in one combo. Summoning Jutsu Gamakichi. Ultimate Protective 8 Trigrams 64 Palms. Hinata unleashed both the summoning and the ultimate in quick succession, intending to use the critical rate boost from Byakugan and the attack power boost from Gamakichi's entrance assistance to take Sasuke out in one go. Qin Wanghan, seeing the fully buffed Hinata, showed a confident smile instead of panic, wearing the expression of "I've got this" in the bag. Just before Hinata's ultimate struck Sasuke, he released his own summoning Jutsu Katsu. A giant slug fell from the sky. Protective 8 Trigrams 64 Palms. Hinata's attacks landed on Sasuke. With the boosted critical rate and attack power, every gentle fist struck directly at Sasuke's soul. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms. Hinata's gentle fists continuously hit Sasuke, each successive strike doubling in number. Sasuke's health plummeted about to hit 0. Then a flash of green light appeared, and Sasuke, whose health was almost gone, suddenly regained a substantial amount of health. What? Xing Yibo exclaimed. The health recovery was Katsuya's ability. When summoned, the slug falls from the sky. Its massive weight creates a crater on impact, launching enemies in the area into the air, and also heals the ninja for 25 of their health. This gave Sasuke, who should have been taken out in one combo, a chance to survive. Qin Wanghan inwardly gloated, him not bad at all. The summon I bought with real money is really useful. Thanks to the treatment he received from the slug, Sasuke narrowly escaped disaster. In contrast, Hinata, who had exhausted all her chakra while unleashing her ultimate skill, was unable to perform any substitution technique. Without chakra, Hinata was vulnerable, though any skill from Sasuke would mean instant defeat. It's my turn now. Sasuke, having escaped death, stood up from the ground and brushed off the dust from his clothes, feeling capable once more. Xing Yibo cursed angrily. Damn it, I knew you'd use some underhanded tricks to make it disgusting. Qin Wanghan laughed heartily. Haha, are you out of your mind? Spending money is called underhanded. Qin Wanghan skillfully controlled Sasuke, who was proudly pursuing Hinata. Xing Yibo desperately tried to maneuver, but the fighting arena was limited in space. Moreover, with Hinata now completely drained of chakra, she was eventually cornered by Sasuke. Chidori sharp spear. Sasuke slammed the ground, unleashing a bolt of lightning that shot from his hand, racing towards Hinata. ZZZ. Hinata was struck by Sasuke's lightning. Xing Yibo sighed, putting down his phone. Sigh, it's over. Fire style, great dragon fire technique. Dragon-shaped flames erupted from Sasuke's mouth, flying towards Hinata, blending seamlessly with his normal attacks. Awarada. It's over. Ultimate technique, Kirin. Sasuke raised his hand, and the once clear fighting arena was engulfed in dark clouds. Terrifying lightning roared within the clouds as Sasuke shaped the lightning into the form of a Kirin, which then struck Hinata. The damage inflicted by the natural forces of the lightning was exponentially greater than normal lightning, devastatingly depleting Hinata's remaining health. The outcome was clear. Xing Yibo was furious about the game's result. Old Qin, that's just too disgusting. What a disgusting way to play, and you even regained health. How could I compete? Qin Wanghan was smug. What? You call this disgusting? I spent money, and this is the summoning beast I should have. I'm not cheating. Xing Yibo wanted to argue further, but Ke Xuanfei interrupted him. Old Qin isn't wrong. You spent money. Besides, not every battle will be fair. Since it's a competitive game, absolute fairness is hard to come by. If you lose, you should find the reason within yourself, not blame others for their strong lineup. Xing Yibo pondered and realized that earlier Ke Xuanfei had defeated Qin Wanghan's strength ninja using a crank ninja. He should admit his weakness. Alright, old Qin is indeed skilled. How about we play a couple more rounds? Xing Yibo challenged Qin Wanghan again, who eagerly agreed. Sure, I'm fine with that. Ke Xuanfei patted Xing Yibo. Battle Chariot, don't just chase after technique. You should also engage in the storyline a bit and pull some good ninjas. I just got my phone and I couldn't play before. Did you save the video of the last match? I forgot. Really useless. Don't forget this match, or how am I supposed to teach you? Got it. After responding to Ke Xuanfei, Xing Yibo immersed himself back into the battle with Qin Wanghan, while Ke Xuanfei observed from the sidelines looking for issues in Xing Yibo's gameplay. Ding dong, class time is up. Unknowingly, the two had fought for an entire class. Qin Wanghan put away his phone and praised Xing Yibo. Xing Yibo, your gameplay is quite impressive. Xing Yibo rubbed his eyes. Our skills are about the same. Then Xing Yibo asked Ke Xuanfei, Old K, have you noticed my shortcomings? Ke Xuanfei thought for a moment. First of all, I won't comment on your playstyle, though everyone has their own understanding of different ninjas. The main thing is that I feel your speed is still a bit slow and your thought process is not very clear. Let's look at the replay tomorrow, and I will explain it to you slowly. For now, go home. What? You think my speed is slow? Xing Yibo was secretly shocked. Clearly, I just reached my fastest speed, and you still think it's slow. Then what is old K's speed limit? Thinking of this, Xing Yibo increasingly felt that Ke Xuanfei could surely stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world, but Xing Yibo was also not one to back down. He was secretly competing with Ke Xuanfei. Once home, Xing Yibo hurriedly did his homework and chores, trying to free up more time to play Naruto, aiming to catch up to Ke Xuanfei as soon as possible. While he was engrossed in the intense battle arena, Xing Yibo jumped, thinking his parents had returned early, and quickly hid his phone under his bottom. A small figure squeezed through the open door. Xing Yibo let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't his parents. Brother, what are you doing? It turned out to be his younger sister, who was in the second year of middle school. Xing Yibo took out his phone from beneath him. Since he hadn't operated his character moments ago, he lost the match. As he continued to match for another duel, he didn't even look up and responded, Tong Tong, have you finished your homework to come check what I'm doing? Xing Yibo's sister Xing Qitong crossed her arms and replied, I finished my homework ages ago. But why are you so sneaky today? Normally your bedroom door is always open and you don't like doing chores. Why did you tidy up so quickly today and close the door? That's because I want to improve my strength faster. Xing Qitong exclaimed loudly as she looked at her brother gaming. Where did you get this phone? The phone. Of course I bought it. What else could it be stolen? Seeing her brother's lackluster response, Xing Qitong pouted angrily and snatched the phone from his hands. How could you possibly afford a phone? You must have either stolen it or taken it. Xing Yibo helplessly replied, Tong Tong, you're already this big, why are you acting like a child? How could I possibly do something illegal? Quickly give me back my phone, don't interfere with my training. Xing Qitong hid the hand holding the phone behind her back, making it out of reach for Xing Yibo. You think you can still play games and be justified? If you don't tell me the truth, I'll tell Mom you stole a phone. Xing Yibo grinned in pain as he had just been about to win the match when his sister's interruption caused him to lose. Alright, I'll tell you the truth. A good friend gave this to me, just don't tell Dad and Mom, okay? Lies. You're lying. How could someone give you such an expensive phone? Xing Yibo helplessly replied, it really was a gift. What do you want me to do to prove it? Xing Qitong thought for a moment. How about this? You call over your friend who bought you the phone so he can prove it. That won't do. I can't trouble someone over such a small matter. I don't care if you can't prove it, I'll tell Mom. Seeing his unreasonable sister, Xing Yibo felt a headache coming on. Alright, I'll find a chance to have him come to our house. Just give me my phone back. Seeing her brother yielding, Xing Qitong was satisfied and returned the phone to Xing Yibo. At the same time, after finishing his homework, Ke Xuanfei was watching high-quality battle videos from Naruto streamers, continuously studying their techniques and positioning styles to improve and practice turning them into his own skills. What made Ke Xuanfei exceptional in gaming was not just his incredibly fast reflexes, but also his strong analytical ability, analyzing each match he played, summarizing his own shortcomings and the strengths of his opponents. Each battle allowed him to accumulate experience and gradually become stronger. Ke Xuanfei glanced at the time and saw it was already past 8 p.m., so he set down his phone to prepare foot-soaking water. In the large house, he was the only one home. Today his mother was once again working overtime at the hospital. After preparing the foot-soaking water, Ke Xuanfei was about to add some herbal foot-soaking medicine, but the medicine he had left was already used up. He called his mother. Hey, Mom, do we still have any foot-soaking medicine at home? However, it was his mother's colleague on the line. Is that you, Xuanfei? Your mother is currently checking on patients. 2 severely ill patients just arrived, so she'll be quite busy these days. Hearing that his mother was busy again, Ke Xuanfei felt a bit disappointed. Alright, I understand. Thank you. After hanging up without the herbal medicine, Ke Xuanfei could only soak his feet in plain water. While soaking, he scrolled through the latest announcements for Naruto. The 4th unrestricted ninja fighting tournament is about to begin. All ninjas, let's determine the victor. While there's a competition, the 4th unrestricted ninja fighting tournament has already started. As he spoke, Ke Xuanfei began searching for information about the unrestricted ninja fighting tournament and replays from previous competitions. The next morning, Ke Xuanfei excitedly spoke to Xing Yibo. Battle Chariot, did you see the official announcement for the new version of Naruto? There's a competition coming up next week. Xing Yibo was a bit sleepy from the overnight battles and rubbed his eyes while yawning. I haven't been following the announcements. Besides, what competition can you participate in? Xing Yibo opened the official announcement for Naruto. Look, it's called Unrestricted Ninja Fighting Tournament. Before Ke Xuanfei could finish speaking, Xing Yibo interrupted. Old K, I know you're good, but do you have that many good ninjas? If they ban your 2 ninjas, what will you use? Tisk, why don't you let me finish? The unrestricted tournament is unrestricted. During battles, players will choose ninjas and secret arts in order from the randomly provided ninja pool. There are no summoning beasts, and anyone can participate in the unrestricted tournament. First, there are preliminary rounds followed by knockout rounds with the top 2 from each battle zone qualifying for the offline tournament. Hearing this, Xing Yibo's eyes lit up and his sleepiness vanished. So we can also participate. That's how it is. Even if we can't participate in the offline tournament, having the opportunity to battle against strong opponents is worth it. Being able to compete in an offline tournament and fight fiercely in an esports venue is a dream for most players, and Ke Xuanfei and Xing Yibo were no exceptions. Xing Yibo suddenly remembered something and turned to Qin Wanghan. By the way, old K, how about coming to my house to hang out this Saturday? Ke Xuanfei and Qin Wanghan exchanged glances. Speaking of which, old Qin, haven't we never been to Battle Chariot's house? Yeah, we haven't been there yet. Battle Chariot, are you treating us? Xing Yibo patted his chest. Of course. I'll treat. Alright. If you treat, I'll go. If Yibo treats, I'll definitely go too. Great, it's settled then. After that, Xing Yibo opened Naruto Mobile. Old K, you promised to point out my shortcomings in the last match, right? Don't go back on your word. Don't play tricks. Just as Ke Xuanfei was about to continue reviewing the match videos, he covered his face. I didn't expect you to remember that. Alright. Then Ke Xuanfei began to guide Xing Yibo. Look, here, at this distance the lightning should have hit, but you're still testing your positioning. You need to be more decisive. And here you could have walked out of the skill range easily. Why did you turn back to use a skill to trade damage? Look at your positioning. The opponent has already raised their hand to release a skill, and you still aren't moving on the axis. Xing Yibo retorted loudly. What? Nonsense. Only a tiny bit of that hand is showing. You wouldn't see it if you didn't look closely. Can you dodge it? Ke Xuanfei rolled his eyes. Clearly it's just you who isn't good enough. After discussing several rounds of the previous duel between Xing Yibo and Qin Wanghan, Xing Yibo felt enlightened and eagerly rushed back into battle with the guidance of Ke Xuanfei. At that moment he thought, old K is truly amazing. Why do I increasingly feel that his strength is unfathomable? Can I really reach his level? Meanwhile, Ke Xuanfei continued watching videos of past unrestricted ninja fighting tournaments, analyzing the fighting styles of different competitors. His goals were not merely to face strong opponents, but to rise to the championship position. To become stronger, he utilized the known data to analyze competitors' favored ninja strengths and positioning styles. Knowing oneself and one's opponent leads to victory in every battle. This was Ke Xuanfei's current objective. At this moment, Ke Xuanfei turned to Qin Wanghan and asked, Old Qin, did you see the activity announcement from Naruto yesterday? I did. I think the Uchiha Shursui of the Namikaze Minato is too flashy. I'm not a fan, who I'll save up for the next version first. Didn't you see that a competition is about to start? You mean the unrestricted ninja fighting tournament? Of course I want to participate and give it a shot, but I think just qualifying for the preliminary rounds would be good enough. Seeing Qin Wanghan's lack of ambition, Ke Xuanfei felt a bit helpless. Don't you want to participate in the offline tournament? I plan to enter. Being able to compete in the tournament venue is my current dream. For me, I might not have the capability. If it were you, it wouldn't be impossible. If you get the chance to participate in the offline tournament, I'll accompany you. By the way, which district did you create your account in? Qin Wanghan raised an eyebrow. I told you you added me as a friend. Just check it yourself. I still need to log in, but such a waste of time. Just tell me. Ke Xuanfei pouted at Qin Wanghan. Alright, I'm in District 115, Sage Frog. Ke Xuanfei let go of Qin Wanghan's arm. You're in District 115, and I'm with Battle Chariot in District 622. We're not in the same battle zone. Qin Wanghan looked puzzled. Why are you excited about not being in the same battle zone? The slots for the offline tournament are filled by the top 2 from each battle zone's knockout rounds. Since we're not in the same zone, it means we all have a chance to participate in the offline unrestricted tournament. Qin Wanghan waved his hand. Do you know how many people you need to defeat to qualify for the offline tournament? With my strength, I think I'll pass. Ke Xuanfei rubbed Qin Wanghan's face. You're still a very promising player. How will you know you can't do it if ding-dong, class time is up? The school bell interrupted their conversation as the English teacher walked to the podium. Students, take out yesterday's test paper. Let's continue. The English teacher at the podium resumed discussing the test paper that was not finished yesterday, while Ke Xuanfei continued analyzing the match videos he hadn't finished watching. The commentator on the video analyzed the battle. Qian Hufeng's footwork is truly exquisite, always managing to cleverly dodge Xiao Wu's skills. Now Qian Hufeng's cooldowns are ready. He turns to counterattack. Oh, what a pity. His ghost lantern missed, squandering a perfect chance to strike back. Ke Xuanfei murmured under his breath while watching the video, "What kind of commentary is that?" Qian Huofeng used Ghost Lantern to block Xiao Wu's movement. A Xiao Wu had Earthquake ready, and Ghost Lantern only deals one hit. How could he use it for a counter? Just then, Qian Huofeng executed a beautiful shaped dodge, evading Xiao Wu's preemptive strike. Having missed his skill, Xiao Wu hurriedly retreated, and Qian Huofeng turned to pursue. The commentator exclaimed excitedly, "Wow!" Qian Huofeng dodged Xiao Wu's predicted attack with a brilliant maneuver. "I predicted your prediction. Truly worthy of the first undisputed champion." With his ranged skill wasted, Xiao Wu had no choice but to flee in panic. Qian Huofeng pressed the advantage. Could he seize this opportunity to win the decisive match and become the first man to stand atop the Ninja Summit twice? Watching this, Ke Xuanfei couldn't help but feel puzzled. Xiao Wu's movement trajectory seems off. If he were escaping, he should have quickly shifted the axis. Instead, he's wandering back and forth. Could it be? As Ke Xuanfei's words fell, Xiao Wu, who seemed to be fleeing, suddenly turned and closed in on Qian Huofeng with an N-shaped dodge. Qian Huofeng released his skill just as Xiao Wu approached. Xiao Wu activated the secret scroll Earth Escape Earthquake. Not only did his scroll negate the control effect of Qian Huofeng's skill, but it also sent Qian Huofeng still in his skill's aftercast flying into the air. Seizing the moment before Qian Huofeng's substitution technique cooldown ended, Xiao Wu unleashed a combo and eliminated him. Xiao Wu's incredible counterattack drew gasps from the crowd. Ke Xuanfei nodded. Exactly. Xiao Wu never intended to flee. He was waiting for his scroll's cooldown. That final N-shaped dodge was so crisp. Even I might not be able to pull off such a move. Although Qian Huofeng lost, his attention to detail and reaction speed were phenomenal. This was a true clash of titans. Determined to participate in and win the undisputed tournament, Ke Xuanfei spent the next few days tirelessly studying match videos and analyzing every player's style. Xing Yibo also practiced relentlessly in the arena. Despite pretending not to be interested in joining the proud, Qin Wanghan secretly watched game videos, as well absorbing experience and honing his skills, all because he wanted to fight alongside Ke Xuanfei on the same battlefield. Busy days always passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Saturday arrived. Ke Xuanfei and Qin Wanghan, on their way to visit Xing Yibo's home, squeezed onto a crowded bus. With a furrowed brow, Ke Xuanfei called Xing Yibo via QQ. "Chariot, how exactly do I get to your place?" "I'm on bus 177 now. Which stop should I get off at?" "I've told you several times already. My place is in XX neighborhood. Look at the street signs. And for heaven's sake, I've never taken bus 177 either. How would I know which stop to get off?" Fuming at Xing Yibo's irresponsible response, Ke Xuanfei cursed in Japanese, "Kisama, ahuga." Xing Yibo retorted without backing down, "Baku. Nanny." At that moment, all eyes on the bus focused on Ke Xuanfei, who was loudly cursing Xing Yibo in Japanese. Qin Wanghan, sitting beside him, endured the same penetrating stares from the passengers. He wished he could find a crack to crawl into. Fuming inwardly, he thought, "Damn it, if you're going to curse, at least keep your voice down. Now the whole bus thinks we're idiots and am dragged into this mess too." Ke Xuanfei continued his verbal sparring with Xing Yibo. Qin Wanghan quickly searched for the route to Xing Yibo's home. Finally, a lifeline appeared. He patted Ke Xuanfei's shoulder. Bro, stop arguing. I've found the way. We'll get off at XXX Square and walk a bit to get there." "Great, thanks a lot, old Qin. I must always bring you along from now on." Qin Wanghan covered his face. "Stop yelling at Xing Yibo. You have no idea how piercing everyone's stares were just now." Ke Xuanfei scratched his head. "Oh, really?" Then he said into the phone, "Listen, I'll call you when we reach your neighborhood gate. You'd better come down to get us. If you don't, just watch how I deal with you on Monday." With that, Ke Xuanfei hung up. Ding dong. Next stop, XXX Square. Ke Xuanfei and Qin Wanghan quickly moved to the rear door of the bus. Ke Xuanfei took out his phone and called Xing Yibo on QQ. "Chariot, we've arrived. Come down and get us quick." The apologetic voice of Xing Yibo came through the phone. "Sorry, I have to go pick up my sister from her tutoring class. She gets out at 10. Ke Xuanfei's eyes widened. "What? You bastard. Are you messing with us? Why didn't you say you had to pick up your sister earlier?" Xing Yibo hastily apologized. "Oh, I forgot, okay. It'll be fast. The tutoring center is close to home, just 10 minutes away." Just then, after getting off the bus, the two spotted a large supermarket nearby. An idea struck Ke Xuanfei. "Chariot, I see a big supermarket near the bus stop. Old Qin and I will go check it out first." "Alright, I'll call you when I get back." They hung up, and Ke Xuanfei and Qin Wanghan wandered into the supermarket. Ke Xuanfei wore a blue shirt, white pants, and blue shoes. Qin Wanghan was in a red shirt, white pants, and red shoes. From a distance, their matching outfits made them look like a couple strolling together, until you got closer and realized they were both guys. As they wandered, Qin Wanghan suddenly remembered something. Xuanfei, Xing Yibo's phone doesn't have a SIM card. If he goes out without Wi-Fi, how will he contact you? Hearing this, Ke Xuanfei slowly put down the merchandise he was holding, a look of wisdom dawning on his face. "Good point. How will he contact me?" Qin Wanghan was speechless. We'd better go wait at the supermarket entrance. If he comes looking for us in here, and we miss each other, it'll be a real mess. They hurried toward the exit. Ke Xuanfei suddenly stopped. Xing Yibo has a younger sister, right? Since we're visiting his place, shouldn't we buy her some snacks or something? Do you know what Xing Yibo's sister likes to eat? Ke Xuanfei thought for a moment. Girls generally like potato chips, I guess. But there are so many flavors. What if we pick one she doesn't like, and she's too polite to say anything? Ke Xuanfei considered this, then activated his wise brain, and came up with a perfect solution. Since we don't know her favorite flavor, let's buy one bag of every flavor. We'll see which bag she picks first. Psychologically, people usually choose their favorite first. Thus, Ke Xuanfei and Qin Wanghan ended up lugging 2 large bags stuffed with potato chips, rushing toward the supermarket exit. Anyone who saw them would think they were stocking up for a siege. The supermarket entrance had a thick curtain. Since Ke Xuanfei was also carrying a big bag of chips, he turned sideways, pushed the curtain open with his shoulder, and twisted his body to get out. At the same time, a petite young girl outside was about to push the curtain open and enter the supermarket. Just as the girl reached out to part the curtain, Ke Xuanfei shoved it open with his shoulder. Her hand brushed past the curtain and landed on Ke Xuanfei's chest. Because the curtain was thick cotton, Ke Xuanfei couldn't see outside. Feeling some resistance, he thought the curtain was heavy, so he pushed harder. Before the girl outside could react, she was knocked back by the force, lost her balance, and fell to the ground. As Ke Xuanfei emerged, he sensed he had bumped into something. He looked around and asked Qin Wanghan, "Old Qin, I think I hit something. Did you see anything?" Qin Wanghan also looked around blankly. "I didn't see anything either." Both Ke Xuanfei and Qin Wanghan were over 1.8 meters tall. The girl Ke Xuanfei had knocked down was now lying at his feet. Since they were scanning the area straight ahead, they naturally didn't notice her. Ke Xuanfei scratched his head. Was I imagining things? Seeing nothing, the two prepared to move on. The girl sitting up and about to angrily call out to them was suddenly kicked in the leg by Ke Xuanfei as he stepped forward. She lost control and fell backward. Tripping over her leg, Ke Xuanfei also stumbled forward. In that split second, he finally saw the girl beneath him. His heart skipped a beat. What the hell? Why is she squatting at my feet? Her face looks familiar. Oh no, her head is about to hit the ground. Thud. The girl hit the ground with Ke Xuanfei landing on top of her. To protect her, he instinctively wrapped his arms tightly around her and shielded her head with his own arm. The bag he was carrying flew out, scattering chips everywhere. Ke Xuanfei straightened up, rubbing his arm that had served as a cushion, and grumbled, "Hey, what's your problem? Why would you just sit on the ground for no reason? I managed to protect your head just in time. If you'd hit the back of your skull on this concrete, who knows what could have happened?" The girl lay there dazed. She hadn't expected Ke Xuanfei to suddenly pull her into a hug, and the feel of his abs pressed against her made her blush. Her mind went completely blank. Ke Xuanfei, half kneeling, shook her head gently, and she slowly came back to her senses. Seeing she wasn't seriously injured, he extended his hand to help her up. Just then, inside the supermarket, Xing Yibo, carrying grocery bags full of ingredients for lunch, approached the curtain. With both hands occupied, he kicked the curtain open, muttering, "I walked all around this supermarket and didn't see those two anywhere. They must be messing with me. I feel like kicking them both." Outside the supermarket, Ke Xuanfei was pulling the girl up while lecturing her. "I'm telling you, you should." Oof. At that moment, Xing Yibo's foot came through the curtain and kicked Ke Xuanfei square in the butt. Off balance, Ke Xuanfei slammed into the girl again, their faces colliding. His nose pressed against hers, his lips brushed across her cheek, and then his cheekbones smacked hard against her glasses, sending them flying. Ke Xuanfei scrambled to his feet, rubbing his aching cheekbone, and cursed over his shoulder, "Baku." Xing Yibo stepped out from behind the thick curtain and heard the familiar cursing. He looked over. Old K, why are you covered in dirt?" Ke Xuanfei saw it was Xing Yibo. "Damn it, you kicked me, eh? You made me crash into her." Xing Yibo followed Ke Xuanfei's pointing finger and saw the girl on the ground. "Hey, isn't she the vice monitor of the neighboring class? Name's Wu Yedong, I think." Ke Xuanfei kicked Xing Yibo in anger. "Apologize to her now." Xing Yibo looked baffled. "Why should I apologize? You're the one who crashed into her." "Idiot. If you hadn't kicked me, I wouldn't have crashed into her." Wu Yedong spoke softly. "Can someone help me up first? And you knocked my glasses off. Please find them." Ke Xuanfei signaled Xing Yibo with his eyes to help her up. Xing Yibo held up both bags, indicating he had no free hands. Inwardly, he was desperately signaling Ke Xuanfei, "Go for it, old K. This is your golden chance to win her heart. Take it." Gently take her arm, slowly help her up, then softly brush aside her hair and ask, "Does it hurt?" "And you've got it." Under Xing Yibo's watchful gaze, Ke Xuanfei grabbed Wu Yitong's arm and yanked her up. Then he straightened up, rubbing his lower back, and said, "Whoa, you're heavier than you look." Xing Yibo had already imagined the perfect combo for Ke Xuanfei, but Ke Xuanfei only managed a basic attack. Xing Yibo's mind screamed, "Damn, what a teammate. Can't even carry me." Ke Xuanfei took half a step closer to ask about her condition, but as his foot landed, crack. He froze, then bent down with a dark look and retrieved Wu Yitong's glasses from under his foot. One of the temples was broken. Holding the glasses in both hands, he presented them to her with a pitiful expression and tone. Well, what do we do now? Two broke your glasses. I swear I didn't mean to. Wu Yetong was amused by his sudden transformation. She chuckled, hee, you're funny. It's fine, it's fine. The frame is just missing one arm. There's an eyeglass shop nearby, though I can get it fixed. Xing Yibo's heart stirred again. His eyes frantically signaled, Ke Xuanfei, can't you hear it? She likes you. You've got chemistry. Seize this last chance. Ke Xuanfei looked embarrassed. What do you think, I can't afford to pay you back? I broke your glasses, so I'll pay for the repair. You're from the neighboring class, right? Ke Xuanfei. Maybe you've seen me around. Don't worry, just go get them fixed, and on Monday come find me in my class, and I'll give you the money. Xing Yibo was stunned by Ke Xuanfei's response. Wu Yetong was also taken aback. What a dense guy. Then she picked up her glasses. Oh, that's not what I meant. I wasn't asking you to pay. This frame isn't worth much anyway. Just apologize and we're good. Ke Xuanfei immediately straightened his back and gave a standard bow. I'm truly sorry. Ke Xuanfei's top-notch understanding left Wu Yetong speechless, and soon Wu Yetong couldn't help but laugh at his antics. All right, you go ahead with your business. I'll go fix my glasses. Ke Xuanfei awkwardly scratched his head. Since Wu Yetong had been accidentally kicked in the leg by him, she walked with a slight limp. Seeing her struggle, Ke Xuanfei hurriedly stepped forward to support her arm. Does your leg hurt? If it's inconvenient for you to walk, I can help you home first. Wu Yetong's heart raced as Ke Xuanfei suddenly held her, thinking, why is he always so sudden? Seeing Wu Yetong's face turn bright red, Ke Xuanfei leaned closer. Hey, why is your face so red? Did I bump into you too hard? Do you feel dizzy at all? Wu Yetong recalled how her nose and face had come into close contact with Ke Xuanfei earlier, making her face even redder and her heart race faster. No, I'm fine. You don't need to help me. Hearing this, Ke Xuanfei released his grip, puzzled, thinking, what's going on? Her face is so red. I should check her leg for injuries, even though the risk of infection is low. Better safe than sorry. Wu Yetong felt shy under Ke Xuanfei's gaze. Why do you keep staring at me? Ke Xuanfei snapped back to reality, realizing his rudeness. It's nothing, sorry. Just to be safe, let me check your leg. Saying this, Ke Xuanfei crouched down to ask, did I kick your left leg? Ke Xuanfei lifted Wu Yetong's pant leg and noticed the bruise on her calf, reaching out to touch it. A little. Is it a bone pain or a fascia pain? No, not the bone. What are you so nervous about? I'm not nervous. Wu Yetong was experiencing such intimate contact with a boy her age for the first time. To say she wasn't nervous would be a lie. As Ke Xuanfei touched the bruise on her leg, her muscles tensed up, but instead of pain, she felt a warm sensation. At that moment, as a descendant of a medical lineage and a representative of biology, Ke Xuanfei's professional curiosity kicked in, and he pondered the reason for her blush. This doesn't even seem like an injury, just a bruise. The redness can't be caused by this. Is it an increased heart rate? But what could be causing that? After helping Wu Yetong adjust her pant leg, Ke Xuanfei slowly stood up. Hey, your shoelace is untied. Let me help you with that. Ke Xuanfei crouched down again to tie Wu Yetong's shoelaces. Coincidentally, the process of Ke Xuanfei supporting Wu Yetong and tying her shoelaces was seen by several classmates who were out having fun. A few students on the bus immediately started gossiping. Hey, isn't that Ke Xuanfei from your class and Wu Yetong from ours? Yeah. When did they get together? Wow. Look, he's even tying Wu Yetong's shoelaces. I remember Wu Yetong said a few days ago that she didn't have a crush. Guess she was lying to me. Ke Xuanfei is indeed quite handsome, but he usually acts like an iceberg and doesn't talk to anyone. I really don't know how Wu Yetong managed to win him over. Wu Yetong looked at Ke Xuanfei's fair, slender, and delicate hands and asked, why do your hands look like a girl? Ke Xuanfei smiled proudly, raising his hand. These hands are very precious. They carry my dream. Wu Yetong burst into laughter at Ke Xuanfei's response. In fact, he wasn't wrong. His hand speed and reaction time were incredibly fast, almost godlike. After tying her shoelaces, Ke Xuanfei advised Wu Yetong like an old Chinese medicine practitioner. You're fine, it'll stop hurting in a few days. Try not to rub it for the next couple of days. Then soak your feet in hot water to improve blood circulation. Wu Yetong avoided Ke Xuanfei's gaze. I got it. Are you okay going back alone? Zhanche and Lao Qin are still waiting for me. I'm fine. All right, then I'm leaving. Take care on your way back, and remember to ask me for the money for fixing your glasses on Monday. I'm worried I might forget. Goodbye. After saying that, Ke Xuanfei quickly turned and ran towards Xing Yibo and Qin Wanghan. At this moment, Qin Wanghan had already tidied up the scattered potato chips and was chatting with Xing Yibo. Lao Qin, have you noticed that Wu Yetong seems to have a bit of a crush on Ke Xuanfei? Really? I didn't notice that. I just thought she was oddly squatting at the supermarket entrance with nothing to do. Lao Qin, aren't you planning on getting a girlfriend or something? Why would I get a girlfriend? Women will only slow down my sword drawing speed. Xing Yibo was left speechless. Just then Ke Xuanfei ran back. Let's go, Lao Qin, Zhanche. Qin Wanghan handed the bag he had tidied up for Ke Xuanfei. You made me clean up your mess. You dropped a whole bag of dignity potato chips. Ke Xuanfei took the potato chips and turned to ask Xing Yibo, didn't you go to pick up your sister? Where is she? Xing Yibo sat on the electric bike. I asked her to go home and boil water first. Don't worry about my sister for now. Lao Ke, aren't you planning to get a girlfriend? Ke Xuanfei looked at Xing Yibo as if he were crazy. Get a girlfriend? They're always humming and hawing. One moment it's hot, the next it's cold. Too much trouble. Qin Wanghan gave Ke Xuanfei a thumbs up in agreement. Yes, that's the right answer. Xing Yibo smacked his forehead. Sigh, two fools destined to be single for life. As Xing Yibo prepared to ride off on his electric bike, Ke Xuanfei swiftly yanked out the key. Huh, are you still thinking of letting us ride your bike? What? I have so much stuff to push the bike with. Of course, you rascal. Don't come over. After a playful brawl, the three arrived at Xing Yibo's door. Ding dong, the door was opened by Xing Yibo's younger sister. Once inside, Xing Yibo began introducing Ke Xuanfei and Qin Wanghan to her, pointing at Ke Xuanfei. This is your Muji brother. Hello, Muji brother. Then pointing at Qin Wanghan, he continued, this is Qin Wanghan brother. Hello. Ke Xuanfei bent down and patted Xing Yitong's head. You're really cute. You're much better than your brother. How come you're so different when you're from the same mom? Xing Yibo put down the ingredients in his hands. Lao Ke, you really know how to chat. Ke Xuanfei frowned. You're better at it than I am. I'm not called Muji. Why should your sister call me Muji brother? Xing Yibo stifled a laugh. Oh well, it's because whatever game you play you're always called Muji. My sister watched you play League of Legends before, so calling you Muji brother isn't too much, right? It's more affectionate that way. Ke Xuanfei took off his shoes, walked into the living room, and set the potato chips down in front of Xing Yitong. Don't listen to your brother's nonsense. My name is Ke Xuanfei. Of course, if you want to call me Muji brother, that's fine too. Here, I brought you some snacks. Pick your favorite flavor to eat, and whatever you don't like, just toss it at your brother like a trash can. Xing Yitong happily picked up a bag of tomato-flavored potato chips, her eyes shining as she thanked him. Thank you, Muji brother. Qin Wanghan also took off his shoes and placed the bag in front of Xing Yitong. Here are more for you. Pick what you want to eat. Thank you, Wanghan brother. At that moment, Xing Yibo, wearing an apron, came out of the kitchen, surprised to see 2 large bags of potato chips. No way. Are these 2 bags all for her? I thought they were for you too. It's too much. She can't have that many snacks. The parents will say something. Ke Xuanfei leaned back, resting his leg over the other, sitting on the sofa. Huh. You're a chef. Why are you talking so much? Hurry up and get to work. Qin Wanghan chimed in. Exactly, serve us well, and I'll reward you with a few coins. Xing Yibo gritted his teeth. Let me tell you too, if it weren't inconvenient for me to take action in my own house, I would definitely show you too why flowers are so red. Hurry up and cook, you smelly chef. Ha! Their friendly banter made Xing Yitong laugh heartily. Are you 3 really this close? Of course. We 3 share a bond that can be sealed with blood. Hearing this, Xing Yibo suddenly remembered something and walked out of the kitchen, saying to Xing Yitong, Yitong, that phone was bought for me by your Muji brother. If you don't believe me, check the purchase record. Ke Xuanfei looked at Xing Yibo with a puzzled expression. What record? Xing Yibo explained, my sister insists that my phone was stolen. I told her you bought it for me, but she doesn't believe me. Ke Xuanfei grinned mischievously. What do you mean I bought it? You stole it. Qin Wanghan echoed. Exactly, Xing Yibo is capable of anything at school. Xing Yibo was going crazy. You too. That's enough. After a playful scuffle, Xing Yibo finally finished preparing lunch. Come on, lunch is ready. Yitong, bring out the dog bowls for the 2 brothers. Yitong, don't go, we can get it ourselves. Wait, what? Dog bowls? What do you mean by dog bowls? I have to say Xing Yibo's cooking skills were still not bad, prompting a wave of admiration from Ke Xuanfei. So you usually cook for your sister like this? The sauce is burnt. Xing Yibo retorted. Isn't it because you 2 kept distracting me that I forgot to turn off the fire? Alright, stop making excuses. So this is the level of your cooking after all this time. Your sister really must suffer. I see you 2 are becoming more and more shameless today. Look at how you make your sister suffer. Ke Xuanfei shouted at Xing Yitong. Look at your brother. He acts like a pig at school all the time. You rascal. Take that. Afterward, while Ke Xuanfei rubbed his backside, he exclaimed, I'm really puzzled. Your sister is so cute and well-behaved, yet you act like a pig. It's hard to imagine you're from the same mom. Xing Yibo glanced disdainfully at Xing Yitong. You think she's well-behaved? You haven't seen how bossy she is usually. Just then a disgruntled voice from the kitchen interrupted. You 2 stop messing around. Hurry up and wash the dishes. Seriously, I'm the guest here. After tidying up, the 3 decided to challenge each other to practice their techniques in Naruto. Ke Xuanfei thought for a moment. Look, in the no-holds-barred tournament, the ninja selection mode is a randomly appearing ninja pool. We need to simulate this method as well. Qin Wanghan raised a crucial question. But we don't have that many ninjas. Random selection is doable, but without ninjas it's quite difficult. Xing Yibo scratched his head. Ninjas or not, can you 2 tell me how to randomly select ninjas and secrets? Ke Xuanfei confidently patted his chest. That's easy. We've studied C. Although we can only write programs that run on Windows for now, it's enough for this. At that moment, Qin Wanghan came up with an idea. I've got it. We can rent accounts from some gaming platforms. I just checked, it's not very expensive, only 2 yuan per hour. Ke Xuanfei's eyes lit up. As expected of you. Let's rent a few accounts then. Rent them for 4 hours, and I'll write up a program first. John Che, turn on your computer. While turning on the computer, Xing Yibo asked, my computer doesn't have C. C isn't too big, it will download. Then Qin Wanghan selected 3 accounts with a good variety of ninjas to rent. Ke Xuanfei wrote a small program using C language's random number and arrays. Once everything was ready, Xing Yibo approached with a wicked grin holding a cup. How about this? We'll take turns dueling. Whoever loses drinks a cup of water, and if anyone can't hold it, they have to bark like a dog before going to the bathroom, okay? Ke Xuanfei got excited. Alright, who's afraid of whom? Qin Wanghan mocked, just afraid that Yibo will lose the most. As Ke Xuanfei ran the program, the combatants and ninja pool along with the secret scroll pool were displayed. Red team was Ke Xuanfei, blue team was Xing Yibo. According to the rules of the no-holds-barred tournament, the red team would ban 1 ninja first, followed by the blue team, then the red team would choose 1 ninja to fight, and the blue team would select 2, and so on. Ke Xuanfei's lineup was Grade Ninja Yuhi Kurenai in the first position, Grade Ninja New Year Limited Haruno Sakura in the second, Grade Ninja Nara Shikamaru as the last to appear. The secret scrolls carried were Fire Release Ghost Lantern, Water Release Water Dragon Tornado, Lightning Release Ground Walk. Xing Yibo's lineup was Grade Ninja First Tail Uzumaki Naruto in the first position, Grade Ninja Umbu Kakashi in the second, Grade Ninja Moonlight Gale as the last to appear. The secret scrolls carried were Earth Release, Earth Pillar Explosion, Summoning Shuriken Protection, Wind Release, Air Slash. As the loading screen appeared, Ke Xuanfei teased Xing Yibo, Jean Che, don't you know how good I am with Shikono? How could you still dare to give me ground walk? Xing Yibo helplessly replied, well, it can't be helped, Gale isn't suitable for ground walk either. Round 1 begins. Grade Ninja Yuhi Kurenai versus Grade Ninja First Tail Uzumaki Naruto. The battle begins. Ke Xuanfei's Yuhi Kurenai possessed illusion techniques second only to Uchiha Itachi, making her incredibly powerful. Xing Yibo's First Tail Uzumaki Naruto in the first tail state of 9 tails power was also formidable. However, Yuhi Kurenai had ranged control skills, and with the secret scroll carrying Fire Release Ghost Lantern, she had very strong limiting and controlling abilities. Even with the power of the tailed beast, Naruto dared not act rashly. At the start, Yuhi Kurenai released her skill from above the battlefield using illusion haze. After forming the seals, she created a slowly advancing illusion that moved forward. The position of this illusion was very cunning, immediately blocking Naruto's movement space in the upper half of the field. As Yuhi Kurenai advanced, Naruto had no choice but to move downward to avoid it. Ke Xuanfei watched Naruto cornered, smirking inwardly. Where do you think you're running? He seized the moment to unleash his skill, Illusion Bind. Shiri Hong cast an illusion conjuring a massive tree ahead and trapping Naruto upon it. Emerging from the tree, she delivered a powerful kunai slash. Xing Yibo, believing himself safe due to distance, was struck nonetheless. Startled, he exclaimed, damn, your grab range is that far. Ke Xuanfei smiled mysteriously. Because you're standing in a special spot, the skill's range increases. Xing Yibo was perplexed. Old K, what do you mean? Ke Xuanfei continued, controlling Shiri Hong while keeping an air of mystery. Tank on the battlefield, do you expect your enemy to be your tour guide? Xing Yibo clicked his tongue and shifted into serious mode. Due to Shiri Hong's significant aftercast and unstable link, she couldn't rely solely on basic attacks for maximum damage. Xing Yibo guessed Ke Xuanfei wouldn't chain attacks, so he saved his substitution. As Shiri Hong's attacks faltered, she feigned a flaw to bait a substitution, but Xing Yibo saw through the ruse and held tight. Forced Shiri Hong retreated to wait for an opening. Naruto seized the chance to reposition along the axis. Xing Yibo watched intently for a slip. Just then Ke Xuanfei's hand twitched during a Xaxis maneuver, exposing a flaw. Now, Xing Yibo commanded Naruto to use a scroll Earth Release, Earth Pillar Explosion. In an instant, a fissure formed beneath Naruto, pursuing Shiri Hong. The tracking speed of Earth Pillar Explosion made escape impossible. Ke Xuanfei clicked his tongue. Perfect timing. No choice. As the fissure struck, a skill was released, Fire Release Demon Lantern. A flash of flames and a ghost-faced lantern appeared before Shiri Hong for 10 seconds. When touched, it exploded, sending enemies flying. Shiri Hong used the scroll's armor to nullify the explosion's control. Ke Xuanfei sneered. Tank, you didn't think tracking speed could match my hand speed, did you? Go on, hit me through the lantern. Xing Yibo curled his lip. Strange request. As you wish. Naruto unleashed a skill, Cruel Fist. His claws extended using tailed beast chakra to reach towards Shiri Hong. Ke Xuanfei wondered. No way that long startup. He'll just sidestep. What are you thinking? Naruto's claws shot out. Shiri Hong dodged vertically. Whoosh. The claws grazed Shiri Hong. Ke Xuanfei smirked, ready to counter, But he overlooked the claw's retraction. As Shiri Hong moved in to control Whoosh, the retracting claws caught her, pulling her close. Ke Xuanfei gasped, "Damn, that works." Xing Yibo scoffed, "Humph, unexpected." One-tailed Naruto's claws retract faster and wider. Naruto followed with basic attacks. Xing Yibo used only the first two stable strikes, minimizing startup and aftercast. Shiri Hong found no opportunity to substitution counter. Ke Xuanfei pondered, if I substitution and retreat tank scroll CD is faster, he'll have the advantage. If I don't, Naruto's attacks are too stable. What to do? Cornered, he resolved to rely on his speed for a perfect counter. Ke Xuanfei studied the rhythm claw spin kick land claw spin kick land. As Naruto clawed and began to twist, he activated substitution. Poof! Shiri Hong appeared behind Naruto amidst his spin kick. Xing Yibo broke into a cold sweat. How did The interval between the first two strikes was less than 0. A 2-second gap with substitution's own startup. Even a fast player might pull it off after observation, but I only did 3 attack combos. How did he spot the flaw so fast? Luck. Exploiting Xing Yibo's distraction, Ke Xuanfei commanded illusion bind. Shiri Hong weaved signs, creating a giant illusory tree that bound Naruto as he landed. Emerging from the tree, she raised a kunai for a powerful strike. Seeing Shiri Hong approach and raise her arm, Xing Yibo prepared to counter during her attack startup. Naruto activated substitution. Poof! Naruto appeared behind Shiri Hong and unleashed a skill Vermilion Brand. Naruto materialized tailed beast chakra into fox claws, leaped high, and struck thrice. But Xing Yibo's anticipated attack startup never came. Shiri Hong simply walked out of range during Naruto's aftercast. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 strikes missed, scarring the ground. High damage meant nothing without a hit. Shiri Hong countered illusion. Shiri Hong formed signs, creating an illusion before her. It slowly approached Naruto, who midair and about to land sat on the phantom, sending him skyward again. Xing Yibo groaned. "Damn, old K, you're too good at tricking. You fooled my substitution and my skill." Ke Xuanfei replied smugly, "What do you mean trick? It's called psychological warfare." Knowing Shiri Hong's combos were short, Ke Xuanfei maximized damage, secret technique, illusion triple. Shiri Hong wove signs, conjuring 3 pink lotuses, beautiful yet deadly. As petals bloomed, they exploded. Boom! The resonant blast of 3 huge illusory lotuses sent Naruto flying beyond gravity's pull. Calculating his landing point, Shiri Hong prepared a skill to add damage and recover chakra. As Naruto reappeared, Ke Xuanfei reached for the skill button. Just then the bedroom door opened. Xing Yibo walked in, bumping Ke Xuanfei's phone, which slipped to the floor. Ke Xuanfei yelled in panic, "Damn tank, don't attack. This doesn't count." Naruto hit the ground, stood, dusted off, and glared at the trembling Shiri Hong with bloodshot eyes. Xing Yibo laughed triumphantly. "Oh, old K, you think begging for mercy works on the battlefield? Naive." Xing Yibo commanded Naruto to attack. With Fox Chakra, Naruto quickly brought Shiri Hong to execution. Threshold secret technique, Vermilion Rasengan. Empowered by Ninetales Chakra, Naruto formed a massive purpler Rasengan without clones. He charged at Shiri Hong, the terrifying chakra laced with bone-chilling killing intent, wiping out her health in an instant. The screen displayed One-Tail Naruto's ultimate art. "Until I'm acknowledged, it'll keep getting stronger." Standing in the center of the room, Xing Yibo apologized apologetically to a grimacing Ke Xuanfei. "Sorry, did I disturb you?" Xing Yibo gave his sister a thumbs up. "No, you did great." Xing Yibo asked shyly, "Brother, can I go out?" And Xing Yibo, still basking in victory, replied casually, "Sure, go ahead. Remember to take the keys and come." "Got it, brother." Second round, Brank Ninja New Year Limited Sakura Haruno vs. Brank Ninja One-Tail Naruto Uzumaki. Battle start. Since Shiri Hong had exhausted chakra in the previous round and failed to replenish, Sakura started with 0. Xing Yibo exploited this, relentlessly pressuring her into a corner. Timing his move, he launched a skill Cruel Fist. Naruto materialized Fox Chakra and swiped at Sakura. Ke Xuanfei dodged vertically again, avoiding the extended claws, then closed in. Xing Yibo wondered, why dodge the first but not the second? Didn't learn from last time. Did he forget that the retraction caught him before? As the claws retracted, Ke Xuanfei smirked. "You think I'd fall for the same trick twice?" Naive. Golden Fist. Sakura elegantly spun, dodging the retracting claws, and unleashed a charged punch square into Naruto. Even with Fox Chakra armor, Naruto was stunned, seeing stars, and immobilized. Xing Yibo was amazed. "Old K, how did you pass through my attack unscathed?" Ke Xuanfei replied flippantly, "Well, I've wanted to use New Year Limited Sakura for a while. I saw streamers use her effectively. Passing through skills without damage is due to something called invincibility frames." Xing Yibo was puzzled. "What are invincibility frames?" Ke Xuanfei snorted. "Beat me first, and he'll tell you." He continued the assault windmill chain suplex. Sakura grabbed Naruto and delivered a powerful shoulder throw. Boom. Naruto slammed into the ground, bounced back into the air. Windmill chain suplex. Sakura caught him again, another throw. Boom. Windmill chain suplex. Again another throw. Xing Yibo gaped, no way. How many times? What skill has no cooldown? Ke Xuanfei smirked mysteriously, he guess. Then he moved Sakura closer. Xing Yibo was torn. If I substitution, now he might be baiting. If I don't know how many throws he has. 2 more would finish me. Seeing Sakura's arm move, he prioritized survival. Poof. Xing Yibo used substitution, then immediately unleashed a scroll earth release, earth, but Sakura's movement was just a walking animation. Xing Yibo was tricked again. He inwardly fumed, bastard, he always reads my mind. Damn it, tough opponent. Sakura retreated as Naruto's scroll activated, but the tracking was fast. Just as the fissure was about to hit, Ke Xuanfei triggered his own scroll water release water dragon spout. A towering water column erupted, slowly moving toward Naruto with its own tracking, though slower. Sakura used the scroll's armor to nullify the explosion, but Naruto had already closed and ready to strike. Xing Yibo confidently said, I knew you'd use your scroll to counter mine. I won't fall twice. Even if you're not in aftercast, you can't escape this range. Take this. He commanded Naruto Vermilion Brand. Materializing Fox Chakra, Naruto swiped at Sakura. Watching Naruto leap, Ke Xuanfei's lips curled, some improvement. I can't escape your range, but I never. Just as Naruto's leaping strike was about to hit Sakura Haruno, she unleashed her first skill, Golden Fist. Sakura elegantly spun to evade Naruto's 3-claw strike, then followed up with a charged punch toward Naruto's direction. Boom. Sakura's heavy fist slammed into Naruto. Xing Yibo exclaimed, how is this possible? Why is your ninja's skill cooldown so short? Ke Xuanfei mocked. Oh Chariot, how dare you charge into battle without even knowing your enemy's skill cooldowns? Haven't you heard the saying, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated? Xing Yibo pouted discontentedly. Easy for you to say. There are so many ninjas, can you really remember every single one's skill cooldown? Ke Xuanfei continued to taunt. Play more and watch more, and you'll remember. It seems you're still too in it. With that, Ke Xuanfei controlled Sakura to launch a fierce assault on Naruto. Since Xing Yibo's Naruto had used his ultimate skill in the first round to finish Ke Xuanfei, Naruto only had 1 chakra point left in the second round. Ke Xuanfei had also lured out Xing Yibo's substitution jutsu earlier, so now Naruto had no chakra and couldn't activate the substitution again. He could only endure the beating until Ke Xuanfei made a mistake to counterattack. Qin Wanghan sneered from the sidelines, what goes around comes around. Since Naruto's health was already low, he was soon knocked to the ground by Sakura's heavy punches. The victor was Ke Xuanfei controlled Sakura to easily win the round. While the next round's loading screen appeared, Xing Yibo complained, Old K, the ninjas you're using are just too disgusting. There's no way to fight. Ke Xuanfei replied in a serious tone, Chariot, listen to me. Every ninja has their weakness. Don't panic when you're at a disadvantage. The more passive you become, the calmer you need to be. Analyze carefully, and you'll find the weakness soon enough. Xing Yibo seemed to ponder. Round 3, Brank Ninja New Year Limited, Sakura Haruno vs. Brank Ninja Umbu Kakashi Hatake. The battle begins. Since Xing Yibo had exhausted his chakra points in the previous round without replenishing them, he had no chakra points this round. That meant he couldn't use the substitution jutsu and had to be extremely cautious. Xing Yibo began analyzing the situation. I have no chakra, so I can't act recklessly. Old KS Sakura is a close-range ninja. Other than her first skill, which has some mobility, there's nothing to worry about. Plus my secret scroll is Shuriken Protection, which counters close-range fighters well. Good, this is how we'll play. At the start, Xing Yibo moved forward instead of retreating, controlling Kakashi to pace around Sakura. His right hand hovered near the secret scroll button, ready to counterattack, when Ke Xuanfei used Sakura's first skill. Ke Xuanfei saw through Xing Yibo's plan, at once watching Kakashi pace around with apparent openings. Oh, this Chariot is baiting me into using the first skill, isn't he? I'm certainly going to take the initiative, but there are many ways to do it. Just then Xing Yibo's Kakashi showed another positioning flaw. Seeing Sakura approach as if about to unleash a skill, Xing Yibo inwardly rejoiced. Haha, took the bait. I want you to strike first. Hey, race my chance. Ke Xuanfei watched Xing Yibo's confident expression and laughed inwardly. Don't rejoice too soon. You're the one who fell for the trap. The moment Sakura made a move, Xing Yibo activated Kakashi's secret scroll summoned. Bang! A puff of white smoke and a giant shuriken was summoned by Kakashi, revolving around him for 3 seconds, damaging any enemies that approached. But Ke Xuanfei didn't play by the rules. He directly had Sakura unleash her ultimate skill, Ultimate Annihilating True Strike. Sakura gathered a large amount of chakra into her hand and delivered 3 heavy blows to Kakashi. Boom, boom. The 3 heavy punches left Kakashi disoriented and Xing Yibo as well. By now Xing Yibo was mentally broken. Damn, using the ultimate first. That's not playing by the rules. Why can I never beat him in psychological warfare? After Sakura's ultimate ended, Xing Yibo took his hands off his phone and gave up. He muttered with reluctance, sigh, this round is lost. Old K never messes up his combos. Ke Xuanfei then planned to follow Sakura's ultimate with a normal attack. Kakashi was floating at a high position, so Ke Xuanfei had Sakura perform the first normal attack. Xing Yibo thought in confusion, why use a normal attack instead of a skill? This normal attack probably won't connect. Sure enough, Sakura's punch hit the air. Xing Yibo quickly grabbed his phone again, inwardly delighted. Damn, a misconnect. Hey, race my chance. Just as Kakashi was about to land and enter protection status, Ke Xuanfei had Sakura perform a second. Sakura, using her long legs hidden beneath the Cheongsam, executed a beautiful flipping upward kick, sending Kakashi flying into the air again. Whether Kakashi used his Sharingan to glimpse the spring scenery beneath the Cheongsam was anyone's guess. Seeing his Kakashi airborne, once more Xing Yibo completely gave up, grumbling, truly giving hope only to dash it. Playing with people's minds like this. You're something else, old K. Then came the windmill continuous suplex. Golden fist. Followed by normal attacks. Under Sakura's relentless assault, Kakashi's health plummeted, and soon he fell beneath Sakura's Cheongsam. The victor was decided. Xing Yibo was about to give up the next round, saying in a dejected tone, "Sigh, I might as well surrender. I have no chakra, how can I fight you in the next round?" Ke Xuanfei flexed his wrists and spoke earnestly. Even if your opponent is strong and the chance of victory seems minuscule, you still have to try and challenge. If you don't act, you'll never win. Surrendering is just the coward's way to escape the outcome. If you keep this mentality, you'll never defeat me. Xing Yibo adjusted his mindset. What he said is true, but coming from him, it just pisses me off. Round 4, Brank Ninja New Year Limited, Sakura Haruno vs. Crank Ninja Moonlight Hate. The battle begins. Xing Yibo fully focused, concentrated all his attention on his phone, constantly observing Sakura's movements. Within the arena, Moonlight Hate and Sakura were merely testing each other's positioning, neither gaining the upper hand. Xing Yibo, watching intently, finally spotted an opening. Sakura was at the extreme axis range of his skill. Though only for a moment, Xing Yibo seized the opportunity. Secret Scroll Wind Release Vacuum Wave. Xing Yibo had Moonlight Hate activate the secret scroll. A horn-shaped air pressure surged forward from high 8, hitting Sakura at the scroll's maximum range. However, Ke Xuanfei's reaction was swift. The moment he was hit, he immediately activated Sakura's substitution jutsu. Bang! Sakura appeared behind Moonlight High 8, ready to counter with her first skill, Golden Fist. Xing Yibo seemed accustomed to Ke Xuanfei's lightning-fast hands. The moment Sakura substituted, he immediately activated a special skill of Moonlight High 8, Secret Sword Moonshadow Third Form. Just as Sakura's fist was about to land, Moonlight Hate drew his sword from his back. In the instant before Sakura's charging punch connected, Hate vanished into a black shadow and reappeared behind Sakura, throwing a kunai with an explosive tag toward her. Boom! Sakura, still in the recovery animation of her first skill, was blown into the air by the explosive tag. Qin Wanghan, watching from the sidelines, was astonished, not by Xing Yibo's brilliant counterattack, but by Ke Xuanfei's almost insane hand speed. If not for seeing it with his own eyes, Qin Wanghan would never have believed such reactions existed. When Xing Yibo used the secret scroll earlier, because Vacuum Wave was a wind release without a distinct color, and the attack was nearly instantaneous, Qin Wanghan hadn't even registered what skill Xing Yibo had used before. Ke Xuanfei had already activated the substitution. Ke Xuanfei's right thumb had been hovering near the skill buttons on the right side of the screen, then suddenly flashed to tap the substitution button at the bottom center, and then returned to tap the first skill button on the right. Watching from the side, Qin Wanghan only saw Ke Xuanfei's hand flicker, and he had already substituted and used a skill. He marveled internally, damn, this hand speed must be born. Not even 20 years of single life would give half that speed. What a freak. At that moment, Ke Xuanfei, oblivious to Qin Wanghan's intense gaze, stared at the serious-faced Xing Yibo and thought, I could dodge this counterattack with my reverse first skill, but a one-sided slaughter is boring. He'll give you a chance. Let me see what you'll do. Seeing his chance, Xing Yibo immediately had Moonlight Hate use his second skill, then added a chakra point secret sword Remnant Light. Moonlight Hate drew his sword, rapidly dashed to Sakura, and performed a flurry of slashes with his blade. Then he followed up with normal attacks. At this point, Hayat's first skill cooldown had finished, but Xing Yibo wasn't in a rush to deal damage. Instead, he planned to use the first skill's teleport to counterattack when Ke Xuanfei used his substitution. Finally, Ke Xuanfei's substitution cooldown ended. He seized the moment to activate Sakura's substitution. Xing Yibo, during Sakura's post-substitution animation, immediately used Moonlight Hayat's special skill again, Secret Sword Moonshadow Third Form. Moonlight Hate teleported behind Sakura once more and threw a kunai with an explosive tag toward her. Ke Xuanfei smirked, pretty fast reaction. Instantly, Ke Xuanfei had Sakura use her first skill, Golden Fist. Sakura elegantly turned to evade the thrown kunai, then delivered a charged punch that struck Moonlight Hate before he could land. Bang! The moment he took damage, Xing Yibo activated Moonlight Hayat's substitution. Ke Xuanfei praised, "Oh, instant substitution, using substitution the moment you're hit. Not bad, not bad." After substituting Moonlight Hate, immediately released the Secret Scroll, Wind Release Vacuum, a horn-shaped air pressure shot towards Sakura. Xing Yibo snorted, "At this close range, I don't think you can dodge this vacuum wave." After substituting Moonlight Hate, was less than 2 body lengths from Sakura. Given vacuum wave speed from scroll activation to hitting Sakura would take less than 0.8 seconds, almost instantaneous. Ke Xuanfei chuckled, "I knew you'd use the scroll." Prepared, he immediately had Sakura use her own Secret Scroll Water Release Water Dragon. A water pillar shot into the sky, slowly tracking Moonlight Hate. Ke Xuanfei also used the scroll's super armor to negate the vacuum wave's control. Xing Yibo panicked, "Damn, is this for real? He can react to that. What's the limit of his hand speed?" Xing Yibo wasn't intimidated by Ke Xuanfei's terrifying reaction speed. He continued to control Moonlight Hate to press the attack Secret Sword Remnant Light. Moonlight Hate drew his sword and charged at Sakura for a slash. But Ke Xuanfei, as if anticipating this, had Sakura use her second skill, Windmill Continuous Suplex. Sakura grabbed Hate before he could swing his sword and delivered a powerful shoulder throw. Boom. Windmill Continuous Suplex. Boom. Windmill Continuous Suplex. Boom. 3 shoulder throws left Moonlight Hate aching all over. Then came normal attacks. Sakura's flurry of punches and kicks was unbearable even for Naruto with tailed beast chakra, let alone the disease-ridden Moonlight Hate. This beating even knocked the pneumonia out of him, and his health plummeted rapidly. Finally, when the substitution cooldown ended, Xing Yibo immediately activated Moonlight Hayat substitution. Bang! Moonlight Hate substituted and appeared behind Sakura. However, he didn't rush to counterattack. Instead, he waited for Sakura to use her first skill so he could counter with his own first skill's teleport. But Ke Xuanfei seemed to have mind-reading abilities. He didn't rush to attack after the substitution. Instead, he moved perpendicularly along the axis to create distance. Xing Yibo stared at Ke Xuanfei, muttering inside, "Not again. Why does he always know what I'm thinking?" One plan failed, so Xing Yibo devised another. Used the secret scroll to force Sakura to use her first skill first. He guided Moonlight Hate closer to Sakura. Suddenly Sakura turned back and raised her fist to use her first skill, Golden Fist. Xing Yibo hadn't expected Sakura to turn and counter at that moment. Moreover, his Moonlight Hate was still at a Yaxis distance from Sakura. He wasn't sure if Sakura could reach him. In that moment of hesitation, Sakura shifted upward along the Yaxis, closing the gap. Damn! Xing Yibo hurriedly tried to have Moonlight Hate use his first skill to counter, but it was too late. Sakura's punch connected with Hate while he was still in the startup animation of his skill, interrupting it. Followed by normal attacks, then the second skill, Windmill Continuous Suplex. Again, Windmill Continuous Suplex. One more Windmill Continuous Suplex. Boom, boom, boom. 3 powerful shoulder throws instantly finished off the frail Moonlight Hate. The victor was decided. The match ended. Billy Muji wins. Xing Yibo, having lost the match, collapsed onto the bed and sighed. Alas, old K is still old K. No matter what, I can never beat him. Ke Xuanfei comforted him. Chariot, winning or losing a match isn't important. This isn't an official no-holds-barred competition. What matters is giving your all in every game and learning something from it. Xing Yibo sat up and began seeking advice from Ke Xuanfei. Old K, why do I always feel like you can read my thoughts? And how is your hand speed so fast? It's an inhuman reaction speed. Ke Xuanfei explained. How shall I put it? I can guess what you're thinking. You just need to watch more match videos or streamers' live streams, play a few more rounds yourself. Most people can achieve that. Or you can try thinking from the opponent's perspective, but it's easy to predict what they'll do. Then Ke Xuanfei shook his wrist. As for why my hand speed is so fast, first, because I've already anticipated your moves. I prepare in advance, which greatly shortens reaction time. And the most crucial point, fast hand speed is innate. Xing Yibo, exasperated by Ke Xuanfei's blatant humble brag, pounced on him and pinned him down, smacking his bottom while cursing, "You scoundrel. Hand speed is innate, huh? Let me show you that smacking your bottom is also innate." Ke Xuanfei frantically begged for mercy. "Ow. That hurts. Big bro, stop hitting. Please stop. I admit I was wrong, okay? Ouch." Having disciplined Ke Xuanfei, Xing Yibo felt elated and said cheerfully, "Old K, start the next match quickly. It's my turn to fight old Qin." Ke Xuanfei reluctantly rubbed his bottom, stood in front of the computer, and ran the program. After Xing Yibo and Qin Wanghan banned their ninjas, they finalized their lineups. Xing Yibo's ninja lineup are Rank Ninja Gaara Hurricane Chronicles, Brank Ninja Anko Mitarashi, Crank Ninja Tenten. Secret Scrolls equipped Wind Release Sandstorm Formation Illusion. This place is not here. Ice Release Swallow Snowstorm. Qin Wanghan's ninja lineup: Brank Ninja Sasuke Uchiha Curse Seal, Shrank Ninja Tsunade, Brank Ninja Jiraiya, 3 Ninjas of the Leaf. Secret Scrolls equipped Lightning Release Lightning Strike, Counter Dispel, Secret Technique Chakra. Judging by the lineups, Qin Wanghan had Shrank Ninja, giving him a slight advantage. However, Xing Yibo had adjusted his playstyle after the experience with Ke Xuanfei. The two were roughly evenly matched in skill, making this match highly anticipated. First rounder rank Ninja Gaara Hurricane Chronicles versus rank Ninja Sasuke Uchiha Curse Seal. The battle begins. Although Xing Yibo's Gaara was a rank, Qin Wanghan Sasuke possessed the curse seal granted by Orochimaru. With the seal's enhancement and his pride, Sasuke naturally held his ground against Gaara. At the start, neither feared the other, both closing the distance and weaving back and forth. Xing Yibo kept his fingers near the secret scroll button. Following Ke Xuanfei's advice, he switched perspective to anticipate Qin Wanghan's possible moves and concluded that Qin Wanghan would use a secret scroll to initiate. Sure enough, Xing Yibo deliberately gave a slight positional opening, and Qin Wanghan immediately closed in, controlling Sasuke to release a secret scroll. Secret scroll lightning release lightning strike. Boom. Instantly a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, targeting Gaara. Xing Yibo sneered inwardly. I knew you'd start with a secret scroll. I was ready. Secret scroll wind release sandstorm formation. Whoosh. Just as the lightning was about to strike Gaara, Xing Yibo immediately activated the secret scroll, using its super armor to negate the paralysis. Then a howling tornado surged across the field, rapidly sweeping towards Sasuke. Qin Wanghan hastily controlled Sasuke to use his second skill, hoping to evade with the displacement. Quick wind pierce. Sasuke immediately turned and performed a spinning thrust away from the tornado's range, brushing past it narrowly. Xing Yibo clicked his tongue. Tisk tisk, you're pretty fast. But let's see how you dodge this. Seizing the moment when Sasuke was airborne and unable to move along the axis, Xing Yibo controlled Gaara to release his second skill. Sandfall Torrent. Gaara brought his palms together and a huge amount of sand flowed out of the gourd on his back. He then directed the sand towards Sasuke. Watching the rapidly approaching stream of sand, Qin Wanghan had a brilliant idea. Since I can't evade along the axis, he'll stay airborne. When Sasuke is in the air, using normal attacks increases his altitude. Maybe I can dodge ground attacks this way. Just as the sand rolled in from the ground, Qin Wanghan controlled Sasuke to perform 2 normal attacks, raising his altitude. The sand torrent passed beneath Sasuke and exploded behind him. Xing Yibo gasped with his mouth wide open. No way. He can do that. Ke Xuanfei, watching from the sidelines, was equally astonished. Wow, that actually works. Truly the old Qin with his quirky ideas. I never thought of that before. Before Xing Yibo could recover from his shock, Qin Wanghan launched a counterattack. He controlled the airborne Sasuke to use his first skill, Fire Release Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Sasuke took a deep breath and spat out multiple fireballs toward Gaara. Boom. Gaara, unable to dodge in time, was blasted into the air by the Phoenix Sage Fire. However, because Sasuke was at high altitude, his normal attacks were high-altitude strikes and couldn't reach Gaara at a distance, so Qin Wanghan chose to retreat and create space. Xing Yibo let out a long sigh. Phew, lucky that old Qin couldn't continue the combo. Then Xing Yibo prepared to find another opportunity to attack. The two weaved back and forth, probing each other, but Xing Yibo seemed to forget one thing: the cooldown of Qin Wanghan's secret scroll lightning strike was shorter than his own sandstorm formation. As Xing Yibo continued to probe, Qin Wanghan seized the moment and immediately activated Sasuke's secret scroll. Secret scroll lightning release lightning strike. Boom. A lightning bolt struck down from the sky, hitting Gaara directly, leaving him paralyzed. Xing Yibo slapped his forehead. Damn, I forgot his secret scroll cools down faster than mine. Crap. Qin Wanghan immediately closed in with Sasuke to deal additional damage. Fire Release Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Sasuke leaped into the air, took a deep breath, and spit out multiple fireballs toward Gaara. Then Qin Wanghan used the second skill to follow up. Quick Wind Pierce. Sasuke, hovering in the air, aimed diagonally downward at Gaara and executed a spinning dash. Xing Yibo used the aftercast of Sasuke's second skill to quickly activate Gaara's substitution technique. Then, while Sasuke had no skills available, he launched a counterattack. Xing Yibo controlled Gaara to use his second skill, Sandfall Torrent. Gaara directed the sand torrent from the ground towards Sasuke. Since Sasuke wasn't airborne at that moment, with the sand explosion, Sasuke was knocked into the air. Xing Yibo then continued with Gaara's first skill to add damage. Sand Binding Coffin. Gaara clenched his palm, and the sand lurking around Sasuke suddenly appeared, enveloping him in an instant, then fiercely squeezed and exploded. Then Gaara approached Sasuke to chain normal attacks. Since Gaara's first normal attack strikes twice, with a significant aftercast, Qin Wanghan seized the opportunity to activate Sasuke's substitution technique. Puff. Sasuke appeared behind Gaara and prepared to strike with a normal attack while Gaara was in recovery. Seeing the substituted Sasuke, Xing Yibo laughed. Haha, I was waiting for your substitution. Secret Scroll Wind Release Sandstorm Formation. Instantly a fierce wind swept across the arena, conjuring a forward-moving tornado. Due to its large suction range, it pulled Sasuke, who was behind Gaara, into it. Qin Wanghan was puzzled. Hey, weren't you in the aftercast of a normal attack? How could you use the secret scroll? Xing Yibo gloated. Looks like you didn't pay attention. Don't you know that secret scrolls can cancel short after casts? With that, Xing Yibo advanced with Gaara to continue the assault. Sand Binding Coffin, Sandfall Torrent, then chain normal attacks, and finally finished with the ultimate technique. Ultimate Sand Coffin Spear Attack. Gaara summoned sand dunes around Sasuke to immobilize him, then created a spiraling sand spear that drilled into Sasuke at high speed. Boom. With the explosion of the sand spear, Sasuke's last sliver of health was depleted. The screen displayed Gaara's Hurricane Chronicles Ultimate Art. The title of Kazekage is not an empty name. The victor was decided. Qin Wanghan sighed. Alas, no wonder you're in a rank ninja. Truly formidable. Xing Yibo's eyes widened. What nonsense are you talking? Your next ninja is Shrank. Second round, a rank ninja Gaara Hurricane Chronicles versus Shrank Ninja Tsunade. The battle begins. Since Gaara is a stationary output type and Tsunade is a close-range burst type, Gaara holds a certain advantage against Tsunade. At the start, Xing Yibo immediately used Gaara's second skill to catch Tsunade off guard. Sandfall Torrent. Gaara controlled the sand to surge forward, but Tsunade didn't advance. Instead, she moved downward on the field, maintaining a Yaxis distance from Gaara. Ke Xuanfei, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but praise Qin Wanghan. Not bad, very clear strategy. The Yaxis locking playstyle is indeed troublesome. Yaxis locking refers to a tactic where one skill has a larger Yaxis range than the opponent's, keeping a distance where one skill can hit the enemy, but the enemies cannot, then striking at the right moment. This playstyle severely tests the player's distance control and positioning skills. But Qin Wanghan's eyes seemed to have a ruler. No matter how Xing Yibo moved or attacked, he always maintained the Yaxis lock. 2 consecutive missed skills frustrated Xing Yibo, and Qin Wanghan immediately seized the moment when Xing Yibo's positioning faltered, controlling Tsunade to use her second skill. Painful Sky Leg. Tsunade gathered chakra in her foot, leaped high into the air, then stomped downward viciously. Boom. The arena floor cracked widely under Tsunade's stomp, and the massive shockwave sent the nearby Gaara flying into the air. Xing Yibo clicked his tongue in frustration. Tisk, the range is too big. Qin Wanghan then continued with Tsunade's first skill. Mighty Charge. Tsunade reinforced her body with chakra and charged at Gaara at high speed. Bam! Gaara was knocked into the air again. Qin Wanghan closed in to chain normal attacks. Meanwhile, Xing Yibo pondered his response. If I substitute and counter, old Qin will likely use his ultimate immediately. I won't escape. If I substitute and retreat, he'll have no chakra left. What should I do? Since Xing Yibo had used his ultimate skill to finish Sasuke in the previous round, Gaara started this round with only 1 chakra point, so he dared not waste his substitution technique. Thus, Xing Yibo chose not to use substitution at all. After all, as long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. Qin Wanghan had intended to bait Xing Yibo into using substitution, forcing him to consume his last chakra point, but Xing Yibo adamantly refused to substitute, even at the cost of taking damage. This exceeded Qin Wanghan's expectations. Painful Sky Leg. Boom. Then chain normal attacks. Under Tsunade's brutal barrage of punches and kicks, Gaara fell to the ground. The victor was decided. Qin Wanghan couldn't help but praise Xing Yibo. Yibo, you're really tough. Preferring to take hits than to substitute. You've got guts. Xing Yibo, faced with Qin Wanghan's veiled mockery, looked resigned. Wow, I only have 1 chakra point. If I substitute, he'll have nothing left. Tell me, other than taking the beating, what else could I do? Qin Wanghan teased. You could have surrendered. Xing Yibo pouted. You're just bullying me with your strength. Qin Wanghan gloated. Who told me to be the blue side and pick first? Third round, Brank Ninja Anko Mitarashi versus Shrank Ninja Tsunade. The battle begins. Xing Yibo's Anko Mitarashi is a flexible ninja with an unusually long-range displacement on her normal attacks. When played well, she can toy with the enemy. When played poorly, she appears overconfident. At the start, Qin Wanghan again used Tsunade's skill's large Yaxis range to lock onto Xing Yibo's position. Xing Yibo made a positional error, and Qin Wanghan immediately triggered Tsunade's second skill. Painful Sky Leg. Tsunade gathered chakra in her foot, leaped forward, then stomped downward. Watching Tsunade's approach, Xing Yibo felt smug. You don't really think I'd fall for the same trick twice, do you, old Qin? That opening was deliberate on my part. You're the one who took the bait. Just as Tsunade leaped and stomped, Xing Yibo activated Anko's secret scroll. Secret scroll illusion. This place is not here. Swish. A flash of violet light passed, and Tsunade became dizzy and disoriented. Her body no longer obeyed her commands, more severe than her usual drunken stupor. Xing Yibo took advantage of Tsunade's confusion to move Anko closer, preparing to use her second skill. Qin Wanghan smirked. I'm even more familiar with that disgusting secret scroll than you are. You're the one who fell for it. Qin Wanghan then activated Tsunade's secret scroll. Secret scroll count. A bright blue ripple burst from Tsunade's body. The released chakra dispelled her negative status and also struck the approaching Anko. Xing Yibo was shocked. Wait. The spell can remove its own debuff too. Before he could react, Qin Wanghan immediately used Tsunade's first skill, Mighty Charge. Tsunade erupted with chakra to enhance herself and charged fiercely toward Anko. Boom. Anko was knocked into the air by Tsunade's charge. Since all of Qin Wanghan's Tsunade skills were on cooldown, Xing Yibo didn't hesitate to trigger Anko's substitution technique. Puff. Anko appeared behind Tsunade. Before Tsunade could flee from her aftercast, Xing Yibo immediately activated Anko's first skill, Serpent Strike Swarm. Anko leaped backward, summoning a snake tornado in front of her, then directed it rapidly forward to attack. Slap. Tsunade, unable to dodge, was sent flying by the snake swarm. Xing Yibo controlled Yashuxi Hondo to step forward and chain basic attacks. Instead of using the more stable two-hit combo, he went for the full basic attack string. Then she followed up with the second skill, Hidden Shadow Multi-Snake Hands. Yashuxi Hondo extended her hand and snakes emerged from her sleeves to strike at Tsunade ahead. Finally, she delivered a flying kick, launching Tsunade higher into the air. She then continued with basic attacks, landing several critical hits in the combo, which actually depleted a considerable amount of Tsunade's health. Since all of Qin Wanghan's skills were on cooldown, he dared not use the substitution technique recklessly. He could only wait for the cooldown to end while observing the pattern of Yashuxi Hondo's basic attacks: right punch, sweep, kick, heavy kick, kick, right punch, sweep, kick, heavy kick, kick. Now, seizing the opportunity, just as Yashuxi Hondo executed the kick, Qin Wanghan used the substitution technique. Poof! Tsunade appeared behind Yashuxi Hondo, who was still in the long recovery window of her kick. Qin Wanghan immediately commanded Tsunade to unleash skill 1 Mighty Charge. Tsunade instantly released a burst of powerful chakra to strengthen herself, and then charged at high speed toward Yashuxi Hondo's position. At that moment, Yashuxi Hondo was still airborne from the kick and unable to maneuver. There was no escape. But instead of panicking, Xing Yibo wore a mocking grin. Haha, you finally fell for it. The reason I didn't use the stable two-hit combo was to trick you into using substitution. The moment Tsunade began her charge, Xing Yibo's left thumb slid upward, and his right hand tapped the basic attack button. In the arena, Yashuxi Hondo activated her special basic attack, Snake Slash. Leaping into the air, Yashuxi Hondo reached upward, and a rope made of snakes materialized out of nowhere. She grabbed it, swung, and effortlessly escaped Tsunade's attack range, landing on the far side of the arena. Qin Wanghan was astonished. Whoa, you can fly that far? After creating distance, Xing Yibo kept using Snake Slash to fly around the arena, scouting Tsunade's position and waiting for an opportunity. But staying on the defensive was never Qin Wanghan's style. After observing Snake Slash several times, he identified its weaknesses. First, triggering Snake Slash via the last hit of a basic attack required executing the preceding hits, during which Yashuxi Hondo couldn't move. Second, while Yashuxi Hondo was flying using Snake Slash, she couldn't attack. Having discovered these two vulnerabilities, Qin Wanghan prepared to counterattack. Qin Wanghan cautiously moved and spotted Yashuxi Hondo performing the initial basic attacks at the far right of the arena. Once the position was fixed, the trajectory of Snake Slash was also determined. Qin Wanghan kept his finger hovering over skill 1, ready to release it the moment Yashuxi Hondo flew out. Finally, Yashuxi Hondo used Snake Slash again to soar over. But Qin Wanghan was prepared. Even before Yashuxi Hondo landed, he had already commanded Tsunade to use skill 1 Mighty Charge. Tsunade instantly erupted with massive chakra to empower her body, then charged fiercely toward the rear of Yashuxi Hondo, who was still swinging in the air. Boom! Tsunade's fist slammed into Yashuxi Hondo's rear, causing her to lose balance and fall. Xing Yibo exclaimed, "What the? Old Qin, you hit that too accurately." Qin Wanghan teased him, "Do you know why guided missiles are generally used on battlefields instead of ballistic missiles?" Xing Yibo asked, puzzled why. Qin Wanghan replied, "Because ballistic missiles have a fixed trajectory and are very easy to intercept." Xing Yibo frowned, thinking, "Old Qin, I feel like there's something behind your words." Seizing the upper hand, Qin Wanghan immediately continued unleashing attacks on Yashuxi Hondo with Tsunade Heavenly Foot Pain. Tsunade gathered chakra in her foot, leaped high forward, and then slammed down violently. Boom! Yashuxi Hondo was sent flying into the air. Then she chained basic attacks followed by skill 1 Mighty Charge. Tsunade instantly exploded with massive chakra to empower herself, but Qin Wanghan didn't direct her toward Yashuxi Hondo. Instead, he charged in the opposite direction, creating distance. The skill had been fired in the wrong direction. Just as Tsunade began the startup of skill 1, Xing Yibo seized the large opening in her casting animation. He made Yashuxi Hondo use substitution technique, then immediately activated the secret scroll wind-style sandstorm in an attempt to counterattack. Both players acted simultaneously, leading to a comical scene. The moment Tsunade charged in the opposite direction, Yashuxi Hondo used substitution and then released the secret scroll. Since Tsunade was moving away from Yashuxi Hondo, the secret scroll missed. Inside, Qin Wanghan was a bit crushed when he misdirected the skill. Damn it, my finger slipped, and I aimed the skill the wrong way. What a great opportunity wasted. At the same moment that Xing Yibo executed substitution and the secret scroll, without landing a hit, shock surged through his mind. What the old Qin was he baiting my substitution? Did he predict my prediction like old K does? Qin Wanghan breathed a long sigh of relief inwardly. At least I tricked him into using substitution, otherwise I'd have lost big. Slippery fingers are terrifying. Both players then began repositioning with cautious movement. Tsunade had low health and only 8 seconds remained until the round ended. If Qin Wanghan couldn't mount an effective counterattack within those 8 seconds, he would lose. Xing Yibo, intent on stalling every second possible, kept frantically moving. Watching the time tick down, Qin Wanghan grew anxious and conceived a crazy idea: ultimate skill, Pure Land Paradise. With 4 seconds left, Qin Wanghan commanded Tsunade to unleash her ultimate technique. In an instant, Tsunade condensed her chakra to the extreme and delivered a full-force strike at Yashuxi Hongdo. 2 seconds remained. Tsunade smashed the ground with a powerful blow, sending Yashuxi Hongdo flying into the air. But Yashuxi Hongdo's health was still higher than Tsunade's. 1 second left. Tsunade began concentrating all her chakra into her fist. 0 seconds. Xing Yibo sighed in relief. Phew, it's over. Tsunade threw the final punch. Boom. Before the time fully expired, Tsunade's last punch reduced Yashuxi Hongdo's health to below her own. Victory was decided. Seeing Tsunade's health bar slightly higher than his own, Xing Yibo looked incredulous. What the hell? Didn't the time already run out? Why did I still take damage? Qin Wanghan also breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, I have no idea either at this point. Ke Xuanfei, who had been watching, explained the arena timer only displays whole seconds. The unit smaller than a second is milliseconds. The round doesn't actually end until the millisecond counter reaches 0. But milliseconds aren't shown in the arena. Hearing this explanation, both Xing Yibo and Qin Wanghan suddenly understood. Round 4, Crank Ninja Jinshui vs. Shrank Ninja Tsunade. Fight begin. After 2 rounds of battle, Tsunade's remaining health was scarce. Moreover, she had consumed all her chakra using the ultimate skill in the final moment of the previous round, so this round, she had no chakra and was in a dangerously low health state. At the start, because Tsunade had no chakra, Qin Wanghan was extremely cautious with her positioning, trying his best to avoid being hit by Xing Yibo, while also looking for an opening. Seizing the moment when Tsunade aligned on the same axis, Xing Yibo immediately commanded Jinshui to use the long press form of skill 2 bell, sound 1,000 needles. Jinshui rapidly threw needles forward. However, Qin Wanghan reacted quickly and immediately shifted Tsunade off the axis from Jinshui. The needles grazed past Tsunade. Qin Wanghan planned to use this opportunity to close in on Jinshui while she was still in her skill animation and counterattack. Seeing Tsunade approach, Xing Yibo curled his lips. You still want to counter? Qin Wanghan commanded Tsunade to use skill 2 Heavenly Foot Pain. Tsunade gathered chakra in her foot and leaped high toward Jinshui. Just then, Jinshui threw her last few needles. Unlike her previous throws, these needles were tied with Jinshui's special bells. Just as Tsunade was about to stomp down, a crisp chime rang out. The peculiar sound disrupted Tsunade's body, interrupting her skill. Qin Wanghan was startled. What's going on? Didn't your skill miss me? Seeing that his scheme had worked, Xing Yibo gleefully explained while commanding Jinshui to attack the defenseless Tsunade. My earlier needles didn't have much axis range, but the last ones with bells do. After all, sound travels far. Soon Tsunade was overwhelmed by Jinshui's bell sounds and utterly defeated. Victory decided. Ke Xuanfei felt a little thirsty and was about to get a drink when he remembered that Xing Yibo, who had lost to him in the previous match, hadn't yet performed the drinking penalty. So he handed his water cup to Xing Yibo, who was waiting on the loading screen, with a mischievous grin. Chariot, you lost to me last round. Haven't you had your drink yet? Xing Yibo slapped his forehead. I forgot. Ke Xuanfei raised the cup. Here, I brought it over for you. Go. Xing Yibo, a true tough guy, raised the cup and chugged the entire glass of water in one go. Ke Xuanfei gave him a thumbs up. Truly a man after my own heart, such a badass. You actually drank the water I spat into in one gulp. Impressive. Upon hearing that he had drunk water that Ke Xuanfei had spat into, Xing Yibo was furious. So he clamped Ke Xuanfei's thigh with his left hand to immobilize him, while his right hand roamed all over Ke Xuanfei's body, saying in an extremely perverted tone, looks like I can't let you leave my house tonight. And my bedroom is pretty big, more than enough for the two of us. Tonight I'm going to teach you a good lesson. Ke Xuanfei's face turned pale from Xing Yibo's perverted behavior, and he stammered, no, I don't do that, don't. I was wrong. I was just joking earlier, big bro, don't take it seriously. Hey, your game has started. Seeing the loading finish, Xing Yibo released Ke Xuanfei, picked up his phone, and prepared for the decisive match against Qin Wanghan. Having escaped the ordeal, Ke Xuanfei let out a long breath and decided to get another glass of water. Walking into the kitchen, he didn't see the kettle, so he turned around and asked Xing Yibo, Chariot, where's your kettle? I want to get some water. Xing Yibo answered while playing, it's next to the coffee table in the living room. So Ke Xuanfei took his cup to the living room to pour water. As he turned his head, he suddenly saw through the window a large crowd gathered in the rest pavilion downstairs. The person in the very center looked a lot like Xing Yibo's little sister Xing Ketong. Forgetting to even put the stopper back on the thermos, Ke Xuanfei immediately ran to the bedroom and asked Xing Yibo, Chariot, look downstairs. Is that your sister in the middle of that group? At the mention of his sister, Xing Yibo immediately dropped his phone mid-match and rushed to the living room to look. After careful identification, he confirmed, yes, that's Tong Tong. What's going on? Why is a group of people surrounding her? Before they could figure out what Xing Ketong was doing, several men started making moves on her after she put down her phone. As her brother, how could Xing Yibo tolerate anyone laying hands on his little sister? He immediately went to put on his shoes, stuffing his feet, and while saying to Ke Xuanfei, I'm going down. You and old Qin stay here in my house for now. If those people are. Ke Xuanfei interrupted him, putting on his shoes too. What are you saying? If there's trouble, we should go together. Are you looking down on me, or what? Don't you see me as a comrade? Xing Yibo explained, that's not what I meant. I'm worried they might be local thugs. Those types usually have backing. I don't want to drag you into this. Just then Qin Wanghan also packed up and came over to put on his shoes. With one hand lifting his shoe and the other on Xing Yibo's shoulder, he said with a hint of pride, it's fine. No matter who's backing them, we don't start trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. Ke Xuanfei also patted Xing Yibo's shoulder, exactly. Whether they're thugs or not, and no matter who's behind them, if they cross our bottom line, we beat them up without hesitation. The three hurried out. In the hallway, Xing Yibo suddenly patted his pocket and panicked, damn. I forgot my house. Then Qin Wanghan pulled Xing Yibo's house keys and phone out of his own pocket. Looking helpless here, they fell from your pocket onto the bed. Oh, and you left your phone too. Saw you always make me clean up after you. Xing Yibo took the keys and phone, scratching his head apologetically. Sorry, I was just in too much of a rush. Downstairs, the group surrounding Xing Ketong was verbally harassing her. The thug leader, he held up his phone showing a victory screen from Naruto Shippuden Ultimate Ninja Storm and taunted with a sneer, little girl, your skills are really weak. How many times have I three-stocked you now? Still want to play? He's brother, he fan chimed in from the side, you've lost 4 rounds already. Time to fulfill the bet, right? He then flicked Xing Ketong's hair. Xing Ketong's face flushed with anger. She jerked her head back to avoid he fan's hand and said indignantly, if my brother were here, he would definitely be better than you. He sneered, oh, what rank is your brother in the arena? Kaguya rank tier 1. What rank is he? Hasn't even reached Umbu, huh? Ha ha ha. The thugs behind him joined in the laughter, ha ha ha. Hilarious. Xing Ketong's classmate Wu Mengtong, furious at the mockery, said, what does rank matter? Her brother is really strong, he could crush all of you. If you dare. Xing Ketong stopped her, forget it, Mengtong. They're not worthy of fighting my brother. The thugs were displeased. He fan looked at Xing Ketong like she was an idiot. How, what do you mean? We're not worthy to fight your brother. Fine, then fulfill the bet. Show us your panties. Wu Mengtong said in disgust, whoever agreed to that? You just added it yourself, you bunch of perverts. Disgusting. Originally, Xing Ketong didn't want to cause trouble for her brother, unaware that her fiercely protective big brothers were already on their way. Just as the little ruffians were about to say something, Xing Yibo and his 2 companions walked over. Wu Mengtong excitedly pointed at Xing Yibo and said to the little ruffians, that's her brother. Let's have him beat you up later. The little ruffians turned to look at the 3 approaching individuals. Xing Yibo walked towards them saying, hey, why are you surrounding my sister? He fan tilted his head and asked, so you are her brother? I thought you were someone impressive. Turns out you're just, ha ha. The ruffians behind him laughed along saying, ha ha. Just like a fat pig. Ha ha. Hearing this, Ke Xuanfei was instantly filled with rage, glaring at the little ruffians as he shouted, a bunch of kids without a mother to teach you, what are you causing trouble for? The little ruffians also got angry and shouted back at Ke Xuanfei, what the hell are you talking about? Do you know, damn it, do you believe I can beat the shit out of you? He fan pushed Ke Xuanfei forward, perhaps, because Ke Xuanfei often played around with the very large Xing Yibo, he had developed quite a bit of muscle. He intended to push Ke Xuanfei to suppress his momentum, but to his surprise it felt like he had pushed against a wall, and he was the one who staggered back 2 steps. He fan wanted to say something else, but was stopped by his brother who stepped forward and stared at Xing Yibo saying, so you are her brother, right? I heard your sister saying you play Naruto too. You seem pretty good at it. Do you dare to spar with us? Xing Ketong walked over and said to Xing Yibo, brother, let's go. Don't get involved with them. Wu Mengtong echoed from the side. Yeah, a bunch of freaks are not worthy of your time. As they turned to leave, he fan was displeased and shouted at them, hey, what do you think we are? Just coming and going as you please. Xing Yibo impatiently turned around saying, are you done yet? What exactly do you want? He fan walked over and said, you should ask your lovely sister. After she bullied my brother at school, she became so arrogant and even claimed she would beat us up. Xing Yibo replied irritably, are you talking nonsense? My sister can't fight. He fan smirked lewdly saying, it's not a fight. It's a duel in Naruto. Your sister even bet with us that if she lost she would show us her underwear. As he spoke, he fan reached out to grab Xing Ketong, but Xing Yibo instantly grabbed he fan's wrist and squeezed it tightly. For Xing Yibo, his sister was an inviolable taboo. Faced with these little ruffians who dared to harass his sister, he naturally had no reasons to be polite, even if they had some backing, and even if these little ruffians could greatly interfere with his life in the future. At this moment, filled with rage, Xing Yibo was completely unconcerned. Xing Yibo's hand was like a clamp firmly gripping He Fan's wrist. No matter how He Fan struggled, he couldn't break free. Then Xing Yibo pulled He Fan in front of him and threatened him in a tone as cold as murder. Mind your words. Even Buddha only laughs 3 times. This is the 2nd time. I don't care who you are, you better watch your mouth and not let there be a next time. Afterward, he pushed He Fan down to the ground. Humiliated, He Fan waved his hand to call his little brothers to confront Xing Yibo, but he stopped him, stepping forward to say to Xing Yibo, "This was started by your sister, and besides there are 8 of us against just 3 of you. We won't bully you with numbers. Let's duel. If you win, we'll let you go and won't bother you again. If we win, your sister must fulfill the bet she made with us before." Ke Xuanfei, rubbing his head, spoke to He Yi in a commanding tone. "Even if you win, it's impossible for us to fulfill such a filthy bet, like showing you our underwear." He Yi smiled, saying, "Haha, of course it's not that kind of bet. Let me explain. Your sister challenged my brother to a duel at school and beat him up, then she said she would beat both our older brothers. Your sister issued a challenge saying that if she lost she would sit next to my brother." Ke Xuanfei looked at Xing Yibo in surprise, saying, "Wow, I thought you were a quiet and obedient girl. Don't you know not to get involved with these little ruffians?" Xing Yibo blushed and said, "I didn't pull them in. I didn't know they were little ruffians." Xing Yibo looked pained and said to Ke Xuanfei, "I told you before, my sister is quite troublesome." At this moment, Qin Wanghan, who had been silent beside them, asked, "If it's a duel, that's fine. Let's talk about how to fight." He Fan, rubbing his wrist, swaggered over and said, "No restrictions on ninjas, no restrictions on secret scrolls. If any one of you can win against my 2 ninjas, I will accept defeat, okay? That's already very lenient for you." Xing Yibo, Xing Yibo, and Qin Wanghan looked at each other in bewilderment. They had never seen someone make such a request. Ke Xuanfei, smirking and holding back laughter, said to He, all right, no problem. Just add my ID. But if you lose, don't try to cheat." He Fan looked disdainfully, saying, "Don't worry. Just don't back down." At this moment, Xing Yibo stopped Ke Xuanfei, who was about to duel, saying, "Old K, let me handle this first." He Fan contemptuously replied, "No worries, you all have your chances. Don't rush to get beaten up." Ke Xuanfei patted Xing Yibo's shoulder and said, "He really is arrogant. Take him down, don't hold back." Xing Yibo's eyes gleamed with cold light. "Don't worry." Ke Xuanfei, watching from the side, patted Xing Yibo's head and said, "You really know how to get your brother in trouble." Xing Yibo lowered her head, saying, "Didn't do anything." Ke Xuanfei turned to Wu Mengtong and asked, "Are you her classmate?" Wu Mengtong replied, "Yes, I'm Wu Mengtong, a classmate of Kitong." Ke Xuanfei pondered while rubbing his chin, saying, "Wu Mengtong, that's a nice name, but I feel like I've heard a similar name." In the first round, Xing Yibo's lineup was a ranked ninja Gaara from the Wind Chronicles, a ranked ninja Itachi Uchiha, ranked ninja Tsunade. The summoned beasts were Monkey King Kamaitachi and Frog Sage. The secret scrolls included Wind Release, Sandstorm, Wood Release, Cutting Technique, Forbidden Technique, and Healing Obliteration. He Fan's lineup was a ranked ninja Scorpion, ranked ninja Niji Hyuga from the Wind Chronicles, ranked ninja Honglian. The summoned beasts were Crow Shinju and Pepperfish. The secret scrolls included Fire Release, Flame Burst, Wood Release, Cutting Technique, Wind Release, Sandstorm. He Fan saw Xing Yibo's lineup and sarcastically exclaimed, "Wow, your lineup is really luxurious. What a shame." Meanwhile, Ke Xuanfei, watching from the sidelines, chuckled inwardly. Of course the lineup is luxurious. This is a rented account. In the first round, a ranked ninja Gaara from the Wind Chronicles faced off against a ranked ninja Scorpion. The battle began. Since Scorpion is a consumption-type ninja, his skill range is much longer than Gaara's, so Xing Yibo moved cautiously. At the start, Xing Yibo feigned a shot by moving diagonally up, then immediately changed direction downwards, intending to mislead the opponent about his position. However, He Fan seemed to see through Xing Yibo's intentions and ignored his movements, directly controlling Scorpion to position himself accurately at the bottom of the arena, releasing the first skill's short press form, Iron Sand Ring. Scorpion, controlling the third Kazekage puppet, released 5 massive shuriken made of iron sand, rapidly launching them towards Gaara. Thud, 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 thud. All the iron sand shuriken hit Gaara, who had not yet appeared. At this moment, Ke Xuanfei clicked his tongue at He Fan's preemptive attack with no line of sight, saying, "Wow, that judgment was pretty decisive." Having hit Gaara, He Fan did not choose to pursue further, but instead walked back and forth in front of Gaara, seemingly flaunting the accuracy of his skills. This behavior annoyed Xing Yibo, who swiftly closed the axis distance with a vertical move, controlling Gaara to use his secret scroll, Wind Release, Sandstorm. Suddenly, a howling gale swept through the arena, and a massive tornado rushed towards Scorpion. At this moment, He Fan's face remained indifferent. Just before the tornado hit, he controlled Scorpion to release the second skill's long press form, Iron Sand Barrage. Scorpion controlled the third Kazekage puppet, forming a massive iron hammer from iron sand above him. The hammer would remain fixed in the air for 5 seconds and would automatically smash down on any nearby ninja. With the hammer present between Gaara and Scorpion, even after Xing Yibo hit Scorpion with the secret scroll, he dared not act recklessly and could only retreat to widen the distance. Just as Xing Yibo maneuvered Gaara, another iron sand rain released without line of sight accurately hit Gaara, leaving both Xing Yibo and Ke Xuanfei astonished. If the previous no-visibility hit was due to predicting Xing Yibo's movements, this time, He-Fan had achieved a no-visibility hit without having captured Xing Yibo's position. Xing Yibo frowned, wondering, could it be luck? Ke Xuanfei had no clue about He-Fan's accurately predict. With another no-visibility hit, He-Fan arrogantly maneuvered Scorpion to weave in front of Gaara. Seizing the opportunity, Xing Yibo controlled Gaara to unleash the second skill, Sand Flow Waterfall. Gaara clasped his hands together, controlling the sand flowing from his gourd to strike at Scorpion. In the extreme position of the skill, Scorpion released his summoned beast just before the Sand Flow Waterfall exploded. Summoning technique, Crows. Instantly, a flock of crows was summoned by Scorpion. The crows shrieked and charged towards Gaara, using the invulnerability provided by the summoning to negate Gaara's skill, Explosion Control. At the moment Gaara was attacked, Xing Yibo immediately controlled Gaara to activate the substitution technique, Bang. Gaara instantly appeared behind Scorpion. The moment the substitution technique finished its animation, Xing Yibo immediately controlled Gaara to release the first skill with a grabbing effect, Sand Binding Prison. Gaara extended his left hand towards Scorpion, and in an instant countless grains of sand converged from all directions, intending to envelop and crush Scorpion. Just as the skill's grabbing effect activated, He-Fan controlled Scorpion to unleash a secret scroll, Fire Release Flame Burst. With a flash of red light, a fireball appeared out of thin air, and blazing flames erupted from it, targeting Gaara, interrupting his skill release. Simultaneously, He-Fan used the invulnerability from releasing the secret scroll to negate Gaara's grabbing effect. Ke Xuanfei exclaimed, wow, that was quick. Although Gaara's skill release was interrupted, the sand-binding prison had already formed, and its explosion damage also hit Scorpion. The blown-back Scorpion immediately activated the substitution technique to regain mobility. Seeing He-Fan execute a quick substitution, Ke Xuanfei furrowed his brow, internally muttering, it's impossible. The buttons for summoning and secret scrolls are in the upper right corner of the screen, while the substitution button is in the middle lower part. How could someone accurately click 2 buttons so far apart in under 0.5 seconds? Even if his speed is faster than mine, Xing Yibo was hit by the secret scroll, and he had more than 2 seconds to cancel his staggered state, so there was no need for a quick substitution. Could it be? Seizing the opportunity, Scorpion unleashed a full combo of skills, ending with a powerful ultimate skill, directly finishing off Xing Yibo's Gaara. The outcome was decided. During the countdown screen for the next round, Ke Xuanfei whispered to Xing Yibo, "Battle car in the next match, don't be afraid. Try to press forward and expose him to your line of sight. I want to observe his operations. I suspect he's up to something." Xing Yibo responded with an okay gesture. In the second round, a ranked ninja, Itachi Uchiha, faced off against a ranked ninja, Scorpion. The battle began. Xing Yibo followed Ke Xuanfei's advice, pushing forward to close the distance, forcing Scorpion into his line of sight. Watching Itachi Uchiha walk straight towards him, He-Fan did not hold back and controlled Scorpion to launch a short press first skill attack, Iron Sand Rain. Bang, 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 bang. 5 giant shuriken made of iron sand accurately hit Itachi Uchiha. Seizing the initiative, He-Fan did not continue attacking, but like in the previous round, walked back and forth in front of Xing Yibo, provoking him. After the skill's stagger state ended, Xing Yibo controlled Itachi and Scorpion to reposition, waiting for the right moment to control Itachi to unleash a large area absorbing skill, Amaterasu. Itachi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, unleashing one of its terrifying abilities, Amaterasu. At this moment, Ke Xuanfei, watching from the sidelines, internally cheered, "Nice job, battle car." Scorpion is now positioned at a diagonal angle to the skill and can't escape. This Amaterasu is guaranteed to hit. Just as Itachi gathered chakra for his Mangekyo Sharingan, Scorpion, positioned diagonally above, suddenly shifted down, aligning himself on the same axis as Itachi. Ke Xuanfei was alarmed. What? How is that possible? How could he know whether Itachi was casting the first skill or the second skill? And how could he know the diagonal skill judgment? How could he achieve such precise positioning? He-Fan's actions seemed to confirm Ke Xuanfei's internal suspicions. Amaterasu. As the purple-black flames soared, the large area suction effect was skillfully avoided by Scorpion. Scorpion quickly retreated to widen the distance. Ke Xuanfei urgently told Xing Yibo, "Battle car, go into the Amaterasu flames and release your second skill." Xing Yibo controlled Itachi to step into the flames of Amaterasu and unleash the second skill, Shadow Clone Explosion. Ke Xuanfei planned to use the black flames of Amaterasu to obscure Itachi's skill's wind-up action, testing how Fan would maneuver without seeing the wind-up action. Itachi quickly formed seals, creating a raven clone that rapidly charged towards Scorpion. Just as Itachi's action was about to complete, Scorpion suddenly altered his movement trajectory, vertically maneuvering to widen the axis distance, easily dodging Itachi's clone without the visibility of the skill wind-up. Seeing this maneuver, Ke Xuanfei cursed inwardly, damn it. If he can dodge Amaterasu, that could be explained by knowing the hidden mechanism of the diagonal skill judgment, and he might have seen the skill's wind-up. But this time I concealed the wind-up, and he still managed to dodge. And the movement trajectory was so stiff, if I hadn't activated it, I'd be in trouble. At this moment, Fan's brother He received a phone call and told Fan, Afan Wugo called me. I'm heading over now. Don't let things escalate, and don't use that to challenge anyone. Did you hear me? Fan, immersed in the joy of humiliating Xing Yibo, casually replied. Don't worry, those few scrubs are no threat. The outcome was decided. With Uchiha Itachi's fall, Fan's victory was declared. Xing Yibo asked Ke Xuanfei, Old K, did you notice anything? Ke Xuanfei affirmed, he's definitely cheating, I'm sure. Xing Yibo frowned. Damn it, I was wondering why his skills were so accurate and his movements so mysterious. So he's been cheating. What should we do? That bastard is cheating, I can't beat him. Ke Xuanfei thought for a moment, then said, Zhan Che, you quit the game. Xing Yibo, while quitting the game, asked, you might not necessarily succeed either. Should we just leave? He's been proven to cheat after all. What can they do? Ke Xuanfei opened the game and replied seriously, as long as he's not using a one-hit kill hack, there's a chance. Besides, cheating is a desecration of the arena I love. I absolutely will not allow such a person to be so arrogant. Seeing Xing Yibo quit the game, Fan taunted, Ooh la la, why did you quit? Was my bullying too much? Ke Xuanfei said coldly, you can't play without pulling some tricks, can you? Fan asked in confusion, what do you mean by that? Can't beat me, so you're losing your cool. Ke Xuanfei sneered. If you always walk by the river, your shoes will eventually get wet. Fan asked, even more confused, what do you mean? Stop insinuating. Ke Xuanfei replied, I mean nothing special, just be careful. There are some people you can't beat, even with your tricks. Fan then scoffed. How interesting. So baffling. After Fan and Ke Xuanfei added each other as friends, they started an unknown duel in the arena. Fan's lineup was the same as the previous round: a rank ninja Xia, rank ninja Hurricane Chronicles, Hinata Niji, rank ninja Hong Lian, Summon Beasts Crow, Giant Clam Salamander, Secret Scrolls, Fire Style, Fisher Flame, Bullet, Wood Style, Wood Insertion, Jutsu, Wind Style, Sandstorm Formation. Ke Xuanfei's lineup was Brank Ninja Chojuro, a rank ninja Earth Grudge Kakazu, Shrank Ninja Orochimaru, Summon Beasts Monkey King Shark Weasel, Secret Scrolls, Forbidden Technique, In Heal, and Destroy, Wood Style, Wood Insertion, Jutsu, Ninja Body Art Rage. At this point, Ke Xuanfei was certain Fan was cheating. His current goal was to use ninjas with large skill ranges and high damage. Even if Fan's hack could automatically dodge skill trajectories, it couldn't avoid such wide area skills. And he would seize the opportunity to eliminate Fan in a single combo as much as possible. First round: a rank ninja Xia versus Brank Ninja Chojuro. Battle commence. Although Fan Xia was a long-range output ninja theoretically countering close combat ninjas, like Chojuro, Ke Xuanfei had equipped a secret scroll with super armor, making him extremely reckless. At the start, Fan aimed at Kojuro's position and controlled Xia to use his first skill in the short press form. Seeing Ke Xuanfei close in from the start, Fan laughed inwardly. Not much at all. A close combat ninja facing Xia without dodging. What a fool. Iron Sand Rain. Xia raised his hand using chakra threads on his fingertips to control the third Kazekage puppet, which released iron sand, forming 5 giant kunai shooting toward Chojuro. At that moment, Ke Xuanfei was tense, his eyes fixed on the phone screen. Just as the first iron sand kunai flew rapidly toward Chojuro, about to hit him, Ke Xuanfei instantly controlled Chojuro to release his secret scroll, Forbidden Technique, In Heal, and Destroy. Suddenly, a burst of white light erupted from Chojuro, using a forbidden technique to forcibly stimulate cell activity, granting him a 4.9-second super armor duration. Fan marveled at Ke Xuanfei's move. Not bad, pretty fast fingers. Thump, 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 thump. In an instant, the several iron sand kunai shot by Xia struck Chojuro, but due to the super armor state, Chojuro was not stiffened by the hit. Instead, he closed the distance to Xia even faster. Seeing Chojuro approaching quickly, Fan hurriedly controlled Xia to move upward to offset the axis. Seeing Xia moving upward, a smirk lifted the corner of Ke Xuanfei's mouth. That's exactly what I was waiting for. If you had moved downward, I wouldn't have known what to do. Ke Xuanfei chose the right moment to control Chojuro to use his first skill, Hiramakiri Strong Strike. Seeing Chojuro about to use the skill, Fan looked confused. No way is this guy stupid. I'm so far away, there's no way your skill can hit me. Ke Xuanfei sneered slyly. How did you think I couldn't hit you? This range is so wide, even your auto-dodge hack can't avoid it. Hiramakiri strong strike. Chojuro drew the twin blades from his back and fused them with chakra, then swung Hiramakiri forward. Swish. Chojuro leaped and delivered a slash, lifting up Xia, who was outside the skill's visual effect. He-fan was shocked. Ah, what the hell? Is this guy cheating? The skill effect was miles away from me. How could it hit me yet? Seeing He-fan's panic, Ke Xuanfei laughed inwardly. Haha, this is the hidden mechanism I discovered in the arena diagonal hitbox. Time for you to taste fear. Then Ke Xuanfei pressed his advantage, continuing to control Chojuro to use his second skill, Hiramakiri. Chojuro called Ao, another Water Shadow's bodyguard, into the arena. Ao activated the Byakugan, cooperating with Chojuro in a flanking attack. Under Ao's Byakugan boost, Kojuro's critical hit rate increased. The screen filled with critical hits instantly took away a quarter of Xia's health. Ke Xuanfei relentlessly continued to control Chojuro to follow up with normal attacks. Seeing Kojuro's high damage, He-fan panicked and immediately triggered Xia's substitution jutsu. After using substitution, he didn't even summon a beast and immediately fled to create distance from Chojuro. Seeing He-fan flee immediately after substitution, Ke Xuanfei sneered inwardly. TCH, what kind of move is that? I thought head counterattack, but he just ran away. Oh well, it's still within my plan. Seeing the fleeing Xia, Ke Xuanfei immediately controlled Chojuro to chase after him. As Chojuro closed in, He-fan anxiously controlled Xia to use his second skill in the long press form to buy time Iron Sand Binding Assault. Xia controlled the third Kazekage puppet using Iron Sand to condense a giant hammer in the air. The hammer would remain in the air for 5 seconds, automatically smashing enemies within its range. However, Ke Xuanfei remained reckless and was not fooled by this, making Chojuro charge straight toward the defensive hammer Xia had set up. He-fan exclaimed, how can anyone play like this? Is he crazy? Boom. The giant iron sand hammer fell from the sky, crashing toward the entering Chojuro. The moment Chojuro took damage, Ke Xuanfei immediately triggered Kojuro's substitution jutsu. Poof. With a puff of white smoke, Chojuro appeared behind Xia. Before He-fan could react, Ke Xuanfei had Chojuro summon his beast summoning jutsu Monkey King. Boom. The Monkey King descended from the sky, landing heavily on Xia, then delivered a fierce slap with its enormous palm. At the moment Chojuro summoned the beast, He-fan's hack automatically counterattacked, making Xia use his first skill, Iron Sand Ray. Although Chojuro would be stiffened by Xia's skill, Monkey King's control duration was clearly much longer than that of Iron Sand Ray. After recovering from the stiffened state, Ke Xuanfei launched a counterattack with Chojuro using his second skill, Hiramakiri Pincer Attack. Chojuro called Ao to assist. Ao activated Byakugan, granting Chojuro a critical hit rate boost. Then during the Byakugan duration, Ke Xuanfei had Chojuro use his first skill, an ultimate skill, Hiramakiri Strong Strike. Chojuro swung the enhanced Hiramakiri, delivering 3 powerful slashes towards Xia. Ultimate Hiramakiri Release. Chojuro leaped high, pouring all his chakra into the twin blades Hiramakiri. Absorbing the chakra, Hiramakiri instantly expanded and split into 2 giant blades. Then Chojuro thrust the amplified Hiramakiri fiercely towards Xia. Under the attack and critical hit buff provided by Monkey King's appearance plus the critical hit rate boost from Ao's Byakugan, Chojuro possessed terrifying burst power. Facing the cheating Xia, Chojuro demonstrated the strength worthy of a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and the Water Shadow's bodyguard. With devastating damage and a screen full of critical hits, he wiped out all of Xia's health. As the ultimate attack's final blow connected, the phone screen displayed Kojuro's ultimate artwork. Let me show you the power of Hiramakiri. The outcome was decided. Watching Ke Xuanfei win the round cleanly, Xing Yibo clicked his tongue in amazement. You really are old K. This operation I can't even describe. Although there weren't any super amazing moves, I still find it incredible. Ke Xuanfei smiled. I suspect the opponent is using all-map vision, auto-evasion, auto-counterattack hacks. To deal with cheaters like that, we need to use ninjas with brainless operations, huge skill ranges, and super high burst. Despite losing the round, He-fan still taunted stubbornly. You don't think you can beat me, do you? Ke Xuanfei replied. Well, I don't know if I can beat you or not. Second round, Brank Ninja Hurricane Chronicles Hinata Niji vs Brank Ninja Chojuro. Battle commence. At the start, Ke Xuanfei still recklessly charged forward to close the distance. He-fan began to ponder his strategy for this round. This guy has super armor, high damage, and just rushes at me from the start. Even all-map vision hack is useless. Maybe I should try kiting a bit since I have more health than him. Watching Chojuro approach, He-fan began to control Hinata Niji to dodge back and forth, trying to kite Ke Xuanfei. But the skilled Ke Xuanfei was not someone He-fan could easily kite. Ke Xuanfei made Chojuro perform a vertical movement to instantly close the distance, then used his second skill, Hiramakiri Pincer Attack. As Chojuro summoned Ao for assistance, Niji did an instant dodge under the hack's aid, evading the damage from Ao's Byakugan activation. He breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, dodged that. Now it's my turn to counter. Seeing the first part of his skill dodged, Ke Xuanfei smirked. Hehe, you can dodge the first strike, but not the second. Let's see how you dodge the second part. After Ao left after activating Byakugan, Chojuro spun forward quickly with Hiramakiri. Because Kojuro's spinning charge speed and attack range far exceeded Niji's movement speed, it seemed impossible to dodge. He planned to use Niji's first skill to avoid damage 8 trigrams palm rotation. However, Hifan's reaction speed was a bit slow, so Hinata Niji was hit by Kojuro's Hiramakiri before he could activate rotation. Bam! With the hack's help, Niji triggered substitution jutsu instantly upon taking damage, recovering his mobility. Then Hifan controlled Niji to use his second skill to counter 8 trigrams air palm. Niji gathered chakra in his palm, then using the gentle fist technique quickly launched 3 shockwaves toward Chojuro. Chojuro in the aftercast delay couldn't dodge and was forced to take the hit. Ke Xuanfei grinned. Ouch, nice timing. That's exactly what I was waiting for, you to use your second skill. If you had opened with a summon, I would have had trouble. The moment he took damage, Ke Xuanfei triggered Kojuro's substitution. Hifan exclaimed, damn this. An instant substitution again. Is he really not cheating? Is that human reflex? Before Hifan could recover from his shock, Ke Xuanfei had Chojuro use his first skill as an opener Hiramakiri strong strike. Chojuro drew Hiramakiri from his back and launched a slash at Hinata Niji, then followed up with normal attacks. Hiramakiri danced back and forth across Niji's body. Then he chained another skill, Hiramakiri pincer attack, Hiramakiri strong strike, then another normal attack. After the combo, Hinata Niji's health dropped. Finally, Niji's substitution jutsu cooldown ended. With the hack's assistance, Hinata Niji performed substitution. Then Hifan started a counterattack with Niji 8 trigrams air palm. Niji shot 3 air palms at Chojuro. However, after taking the hit, Ke Xuanfei put down his phone, straightened up to stretch, walked over to Hifan, who was controlling Niji in the counter, and said in a very disdainful tone, consider the first ninja a freebie from me. Take your time. I still have 2 more ninjas to come. Let's take it slow. Taunted, Hifan gnashed his teeth in anger, nearly suffocating with rage. But there was nothing he could do. After all, he was the one who proposed the duel. Watching from the side, Xing Yibo and Qin Wanghan gave Ke Xuanfei a thumbs up for this act of killing both body and spirit. The outcome was decided. In the second round, Ke Xuanfei went easy and Hifan won the round. Third round, Rank Ninja Hurricane Chronicles Hinata Niji versus a Rank Ninja Earth Grudge Kakazu. Battle commenced. At the start, Ke Xuanfei no longer played recklessly, walking directly to the top of the arena. Then he controlled Kakazu to use his second skill at his own feet, water-style water curtain. Kakazu performed hand seals, creating a torrent in front, then directed the torrent to launch water pillars at the enemy, leaving a puddle on the ground for 10 seconds. With all-map vision, Hack Hifan clearly saw Ke Xuanfei waste a skill and decided to use the aftercast delay to initiate an attack. So Hifan had Hinata Niji approach Kakazu and use his second skill, 8 trigrams air palm. Hinata Niji gathered chakra in his hand, then used the gentle palm technique to strike Kakazu. After being hit, Ke Xuanfei did not trigger Kakazu's substitution, but waited. After the skill hit, Hifan once again had Niji approach Kakazu and used his second skill, 8 trigrams palm rotation. Seeing Hinata Niji attack at close range, Ke Xuanfei laughed in his mind. Ha ha ha, what a fool. I was waiting for him to get close, set a trap, and he walked right into it. Doesn't he know that Niji's rotation has a huge aftercast? Right at the aftercast of Niji's rotation, Ke Xuanfei immediately triggered Kakazu's substitution. Kakazu instantly appeared behind Hinata Niji, and Ke Xuanfei immediately chained a secret scroll. Without pause, secret scroll, wood insertion jutsu. Thump 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 thump. Several wooden stakes descended from the sky, pinning Niji firmly to the ground, unable to move. Seeing Niji immobilized, Hifan felt anxious. Damn, why didn't the automatic substitution activate? Is the hack malfunctioning? Seeing Hifan's anxious expression, Ke Xuanfei's heart rejoiced. Ha, are you wondering why the hack isn't working? You were in a big aftercast state, and the wood insertion jutsu is a grab hard control. Of course you can't. Then Ke Xuanfei controlled Kakazu to unleash the second skill, water-style water curtain. Kakazu formed hand seals, creating a torrent before him from which a water pillar shot toward Niji. Then Ke Xuanfei continued to control Kakazu to release the first skill, lightning-style false darkness. Kakazu summoned the lightning-type Earth Grudge from whose mouth shot a sweeping lightning attack at Niji. Because 2 puddles of water remained on the ground from the second skill, when false darkness swept over them, the water surface would continue to electrify for 2 seconds. As false darkness passed through Niji's body, the water beneath his feet also sparked with lightning. With a crackle, a dazzling bolt of lightning flashed, and Niji, limp and powerless, collapsed to the ground in agony. The outcome was decided. Hifan exclaimed, damn, impossible. I had nearly half my health. How could two of your skills instantly kill me? Fan, are you cheating? Ke Xuanfei looked at Fan as if he were an idiot. Are you stupid? Haven't you used Earth Grudge Kakuzu before? Don't you know that when two puddles overlap, the damage of the first skill increases by 5 times? Besides, you're so weak. Why would I need to cheat to beat you? Ke Xuanfei's lips curled slightly, revealing a contemptuous smile. I'm so mad, so mad. Fan, breathless with rage and gnashing his teeth, but helpless, admitted that even with cheats, he couldn't beat Ke Xuanfei. He comforted himself internally. It's okay, I still have one more ninja. There's still a chance. Yes, there's still a chance. How could there be someone I can't beat even with cheats? No way. Round 4, Rank Ninja, Crimson Lotus versus a Rank Ninja, Earth Grudge Kakuzu. During the loading screen, Ke Xuanfei saw Fan using Crimson Lotus and muttered to himself, Crimson Lotus. I've played this ninja before. Using her against me is like showing off in front of a master. The battle began. At the start, Fan immediately controlled Crimson Lotus to retreat, keeping distance from Ke Xuanfei's Kakuzu. But Ke Xuanfei seemed to have read Fan's mind. He moved diagonally forward to close the gap. Fan, using a full map vision cheat, clearly saw Ke Xuanfei approaching directly and silently clicked his tongue. Damn, how dare he push forward so directly? How could he know my thoughts? Could he also be using a full map cheat? Seeing Kakuzu rapidly approaching, Fan seized the moment and had Crimson Lotus unleash the second skill, Crystal Style, Giant Hexagonal Shuriken. Crimson Lotus opened her arm, spread her palm, and used Crystal Style to condense a giant hexagonal shuriken. Then she swung her arm forward, controlling the crystal shuriken as it spun rapidly and hurtled toward Kakuzu's position. Just as Crimson Lotus Shuriken entered Ke Xuanfei's field of view, his left thumb flicked the joystick horizontally to the right at lightning speed. Kakuzu, who had been moving diagonally forward, suddenly changed direction, turned around, and moved horizontally backward, stopping after a few steps. Fan watched as Ke Xuanfei's Kakuzu stopped and the shuriken drew closer. He was deeply puzzled with why did he suddenly stop moving? Is he deliberately letting me win to mock me? Damn bastard. As the giant crystal shuriken thrown by Crimson Lotus got closer to Kakuzu, the spectator Xing Yibo also grew tense. Just as it was about to hit, the shuriken stopped midair, spun a few times at its limit, and then reluctantly returned. What? Fan's mouth dropped open in shock. Xing Yibo was equally stunned. Fan's heart was now filled with fear. How is this possible? He stopped moving because he knew the skill couldn't reach him. What is this if not cheating? Even more ridiculous than me. Xing Yibo's heart was also shaken. What the hell? Old K knew the skill couldn't hit, so he deliberately stood still to taunt the opponent. How can he control distance so precisely? Why? At this moment, Ke Xuanfei, having finished showing off, raised his hand, lifted Xing Yibo's dropped jaw, and closed his mouth. Then he said in a casual tone, Hey, no need to be so surprised, right? Didn't I say I'm quite familiar with this ninja Crimson Lotus? Xing Yibo tilted his head with a look of utter despair. You call this level of prediction quite familiar? Ke Xuanfei continued to move Kakuzu toward Crimson Lotus. Fan was still lost in shock. By the time he snapped out of it, Kakuzu was already right in front. Fan frantically had Crimson Lotus counterattack, but it was too late. Ke Xuanfei unleashed the second skill, Water Style Water Curtain. Because Fan was using cheats, the moment Crimson Lotus was hit, she automatically performed the substitution jutsu to recover. Then, regaining his senses, Fan immediately had Crimson Lotus summon her Spirit Beast Summoning Clam. An enormous shell appeared out of nowhere, opened its huge valve, produced a massive cloud of vapor, and then exploded. Ke Xuanfei smiled. Have only now thought of using a summon. But it's too late. The moment he took damage, Ke Xuanfei had Kakuzu use the substitution jutsu. Then he immediately summoned a Spirit Beast Summoning Shark. Suddenly, a giant shark leaped forward and bit down on Crimson Lotus, who couldn't escape. Secret Scroll Wood Style Wood Spike Jutsu. Bang, 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 bang. Several wooden spikes rained down, firmly pinning Crimson Lotus in place. Then Ke Xuanfei had Kakuzu follow up with another attack, Water Style Water Curtain. Lightning Style False Darkness. Ultimate Strange Face Explosion. Kakuzu unleashed the Wind and Fire-type Earth Grudge, simultaneously spraying them at Crimson Lotus. Wind Nature Chakra greatly amplified the fire attack's power. The terrifying flames engulfed Crimson Lotus. With the attack boost from the summoned shark's arrival, Kakuzu became a heavy bomb, and a combo of skills and ultimate directly wiped out Crimson Lotus' entire health. As the final blow of the ultimate ended, Crimson Lotus' health reached 0. On the screen appeared the ultimate cutscene of Earth Grudge. Kakuzu, your combat experience is far inferior to mine. The winner was decided. Too big defeat. Words appeared on Fan's phone screen. Ke Xuanfei, having won the match, spread his hands and posed to the thugs with a, "Is that all?" Fan, seeing Ke Xuanfei mocking him, was furious. He pointed at Ke Xuanfei and yelled, "Bastard, why is your damage so high? Why can't skills hit you even when you stand still? Why do you know exactly what I'm going to do next? If this isn't cheating, then what is? How dare you mock me?" Hearing this, Ke Xuanfei's face instantly darkened. You say I'm cheating. The last person qualified to say that is you. Just because I beat you while you were cheating you think him. Then Ke Xuanfei roared, don't compare me with a shameless bastard like you. Don't defile the Naruto in my... How could I be the kind of trash who cheats? Suddenly the atmosphere became tense. He fan overwhelmed by his defeat, and Ke Xuanfei's taunts muttered, you call me trash. Then he fan raised his right hand holding the phone and hurled it fiercely at Ke Xuanfei, shouting at his underlings behind him, damn it, get him. The thugs swarmed Ke Xuanfei. Enraged to the point of red eyes, Ke Xuanfei ignored everything, dodged the phone thrown by He Fan, picked it up, and hurled it hard at the first thug charging at him. Seeing a fight was inevitable, Xing Yibo, the strongest of the trio, was also fired up, cracking his knuckles and stepping forward. Qin Wanghan, who hated trouble, was now forced into this 3 versus 5 brawl. However, Qin Wanghan was more rational. Before joining the fight, he handed his phone to Xing Yibo, patted her head, and said, don't be scared, hide far away. Call my uncle. Say I'm being bullied and tell him to bring his team over. Xing Yibo took the phone and said tremblingly, you guys shouldn't fight. There's no need to do this for me. Qin Wanghan interrupted her, enough, this isn't for you. It's for the Naruto we love. Get far away now. Quick. Hurry. Then Qin Wanghan joined the fight. Xing Yibo quickly pulled Wu Mingtong away and called Qin Wanghan's uncle. Hello. Are you uncle of brother Qin Wanghan? We're at XX residential area. Brother Qin Wanghan is being beaten by thugs. He asked me to call you to come quickly. The uncle sitting in his office heard these words and immediately couldn't sit still. He pushed open his office door and shouted, Xiao Wang, lead the team to XX residential area. Quick. In the fight, Ke Xuanfei first hit the first thug's head with the phone. The thug winced and stepped back. Then Ke Xuanfei pushed away the second thug, grabbing him, rushed straight toward He Fan, grabbed his collar, tripped him down with a leg sweep, mounted him, and began punching him. At that moment, a thug rushed from behind Ke Xuanfei and raised his foot to kick him, but just as he extended his leg, Xing Yibo, eyes bloodshot from rage, grabbed him and pulled him off balance. As he staggered before he could regain his balance, Xing Yibo threw a punch that landed squarely on the face of the small thug, causing him to immediately fall to the ground, stars dancing in his eyes. Qin Wanghan lacked substantial fighting power, merely engaging in a tug-of war with a smaller thug, which meant that Xing Yibo was currently fighting 3 opponents alone. Finally able to unleash his fists and feet, Xing Yibo went all out, releasing all the pressure, grievances, bitterness, and anger he had endured onto the 3 small thugs. Standing over 6 feet tall and slightly overweight, he swung his fists back and forth among the trio, seemingly devoid of pain, as he brutally pinned one down and pounded him before moving on to the next. Xing Yibo seemed to revel in the fight. There was no sign of fatigue on his face. Instead, he wore a smirk, savoring the thrill of releasing his pent-up rage, expressing the misunderstanding from his parents, the frustration of never being able to outdo Ke Xuanfei, and his anger towards this group for desecrating his beloved character from Naruto. In no time, the 3 thugs attacking Xing Yibo were knocked down and unable to rise, yet he still felt unsatisfied, panting heavily. At that moment, Qin Wanghan appeared to be at a disadvantage, pinned down by a thug who was suffocating him, struggling to catch his breath. Xing Yibo turned to see Qin Wanghan pressed to the ground and immediately rushed over to assist. Just as Wanghan realized he was in serious trouble, he opened his mouth and bit down hard on the thug's arm. In a moment of desperation, even a rabbit would bite, let alone Qin Wanghan. With that bite, blood immediately flowed from the thug's arm, causing him to instinctively release Wanghan. At that moment, Xing Yibo also arrived, his strong hands gripping the thug like a pair of pincers, lifting him off Wanghan as if he were a chick, then delivering a swift kick that left the thug seeing stars. At this point, the only battle still ongoing was that of Ke Xuanfei. He was currently riding on He Fan's back, forcefully pressing his face into the ground, relentlessly questioning him. Why did you cheat? Why did you touch such filthy things? Why? Speak up. Just then, He Fan suddenly summoned his strength, flipping Ke Xuanfei over and pinning him down. Grabbing Xuanfei by the collar, he shouted, I didn't cheat. I just wanted to win. Is that such a crime? Pinned beneath, Ke Xuanfei pushed He Fan's arm away with his elbow and used his left hand to grab Fan's shoulder, exerting force to throw him off, then standing up to shout at him. You bastard, just wanting to win means cheating. People like you have no value of existence. Hearing Ke Xuanfei's words, He Fan fell into memories. Since his mother passed away, his father remarried a stepmother who had an older son, forcing He Fan to call someone unrelated to him brother. He Fan harbored a deep disdain for his stepmother and her unfamiliar son, which led him to act out in various ways to express his dissatisfaction and rebellion. However, his childish antics only made the relatives around him dislike him more, who often whispered amongst themselves, this kid is just so annoying. After all, he's a child without a mother, unsophisticated. He's just an unnecessary existence. So I look at his brother 100 times better than him. This kid should just die. Should keep your voice down, don't let him hear you. The more He Fan recalled these insults, the more he felt the need to prove his existence. With bloodshot eyes, he glared at Ke Xuanfei and shouted, No value of existence. No value, no value. Everyone keeps saying the same thing about me. I just want to prove myself. With that, he swung his fist at Ke Xuanfei. His punch landed on Xing Yibo's palm, and was immediately pinned down by Xing Yibo. At that moment, Ke Xuanfei regained his composure and squatted down to speak to He, saying, "If you want to win and prove yourself, you should do so with your true strength. I won't acknowledge any results obtained through cheating." Then he stood up and mockingly said, "Your little brothers can't take a hit. You couldn't win even in a 5-on-5. He continued, shaking his head, sighing, "Truly pathetic. You couldn't even win in a game, let alone in a fight. It's safe to say you're completely overwhelmed." Just then the sound of police sirens echoed as Qin Wanghan's uncle arrived with a group of people. The moment Qin Wanghan saw his uncle rushing over from the distance, he collapsed to the ground, pretending to be unconscious. Seeing Ke Xuanfei in the distance, the uncle, upon spotting the thugs sprawled on the ground, intended to get clarification from him. Ke Xuanfei, scratching his head awkwardly, said, "Sorry, Uncle Qin, I caused you trouble again. It's really no big deal. Just a little conflict." The uncle pointed at the 4 thugs lying haphazardly on the ground, exclaiming in disbelief, "You call this a little conflict?" Ke Xuanfei averted his gaze, stuttering, This is his doing." He pointed to Xing Yibo beside him. The uncle then turned his attention to Xing Yibo, who nervously scratched his head and said, "Hello, uncle." No, hello, brother." Hello, uncle. I did this. It has nothing to do with Xuanfei." The uncle couldn't help but laugh at Xing Yibo's awkwardness. "Haha, why did you think to call me brother? Haha, you're Xing Yibo blushed and rubbed his clothes, saying, You look quite young. And it's my first time being questioned by the police, a bit nervous." The uncle pointed at Qin Wanghan, who was lying on the ground, and asked, "What happened to him?" Ke Xuanfei replied helplessly, "Old Qin is probably just pretending. A good beating will suffice." The uncle, with a mischievous grin, walked over to Qin Wanghan and gave his ample backside a slap. Qin Wanghan, rubbing his backside and stumbling to his feet, exclaimed, That hurts. I lay on the ground on the brink of death, and you treat me like this." The uncle ruffled Wanghan's hair and asked, "What's going on, you little rascal?" After hearing the whole story from Qin Wanghan, the uncle couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh wow, you guys got into a fight over a game. That's ridiculous. That person is truly foolish, unable to win, even while cheating." Qin Wanghan, with a dark expression, rubbed his backside and replied, "Xuanfei's skills are even better than cheating. Non-human skills." Upon hearing this, the uncle burst into laughter, saying, "Haha, you think that kid's skills are good? Last time we had an unknown in CS, I almost made him cry." Qin Wanghan replied helplessly, "FPS games and fighting games are simply not the same nature. Alright, can we not mention today's incident to Mom?" The uncle was momentarily taken aback before laughing. "Ha, you little rascal, you actually care about making your mom worry less. How much trouble have you caused over the years?" Qin Wanghan, glaring at his teasing uncle, crossed his arms, and, "I was a bother today, so please don't tell my mom." The uncle chuckled, Okay, I got it. Head home, or don't forget to give me money for the police call. It costs a lot for gas." Qin Wanghan turned away, choosing not to respond. Before long, the underlings brought by Qin Wanghan's uncle dealt with the thugs. After bidding farewell to his uncle, Qin Wanghan and Ke Xuanfei left together. Xing Yibo watched them from a distance, softly muttering to himself, "Sigh, I truly envy them. What an interesting family." Having wrapped things up, Ke Xuanfei and Qin Wanghan returned to Xing Yibo's home. The 2 younger sisters, Xing Ketong and Wu Mengtong, who had returned home early, rushed out to open the door when they heard the knock. Xing Ketong anxiously asked, "Brother, how did it go? Is everything okay?" Wu Mengtong also inquired, "Yeah, the police came just now." Ke Xuanfei rubbed his head and said, "Ladies Tong, could you let the brothers in to sit down?" Xing Ketong and Wu Mengtong realized they were blocking the door, saying, Sorry. I didn't notice, my bad." Sitting on the sofa, the 3 recounted what had just transpired. Xing Ketong exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, really? I didn't expect my brother to be such a fighter." Ke Xuanfei chimed in, "Of course. This guy is a wild boar at school, and without anyone to rein him in, he's more like a crazed boar with tusks out here." Xing Yibo, nearly choking on his drink, exclaimed, "Hey Lao Ku. Cough, cough, cough." Wu Mengtong pouted and said, I haven't said anything yet." Ke Xuanfei took a sip of water and noticed it was almost 4 o'clock. He stood up, preparing to head home, saying, "Old Qin, it's getting late, we should go back." Xing Yibo tried to persuade him, "You're going back so early. You haven't even played at my house for long." Qin Wanghan helplessly replied, "If you had explained the route to your house earlier, we wouldn't have arrived at your place." Xing Yibo retorted, "Who told you not to check the route in advance? How would I know the way from your house to mine?" Ke Xuanfei, while putting on his shoes at the door, said to Xing Yibo, "Dog war Chariot, you should at least see us off right." Xing Yibo casually took a bag of chips from Xing Ketong and walked to the door to put on his shoes. Faced with her brother, who was snatching her chips, Xing Ketong angrily shouted, "Brother, you're too much." Xing Yibo, with a shameless grin, replied, "Anyway, you can't finish them all, so I'm just helping you out." Xing Ketong turned her head away, saying, "Humph." Xing Yibo dropped Ke Xuanfei and Qin Wanghan off at the bus stop and while waiting for the bus the three of them chatted nonstop. Xing Yibo asked, "Old K, why are you so sure that the other player is cheating?" Before Qin Wanghan could speak, Ke Xuanfei interrupted him and answered Xing Yibo, "Well, you can tell. First of all, every time he dodges your skills, he always changes his trajectory right at the moment your skill appears. That's not normal, right?" Xing Yibo thought for a moment and replied, "That's true. I didn't notice that at the time either." Ke Xuanfei continued proudly, "Secondly, every time he uses the substitution technique, it's always instantaneous. Sometimes it's unnecessary to use it instantly, or the timing is completely wrong for it." Xing Yibo's eyes lit up. "Oh, what you're saying actually makes sense." At that moment, Qin Wanghan looked at him as if he were a fool and said, "Yibo, don't listen to his nonsense. I was the one who discovered he was cheating first." Xing Yibo was shocked. "Huh? How did you find out?" Qin Wanghan replied, "When I was moving around, I suddenly noticed that his joystick direction didn't match the character's movement direction. It was obvious there was a problem, and then I told Xuanfei." Xing Yibo, looking dissatisfied, asked Ke Xuanfei, "So you were just fooling me earlier?" Ke Xuanfei pouted, "That's not really lying to you. These are all things I observed after old Qin told me about it. Old Qin really is something. Why should I pretend for a while?" At that moment, Qin Wanghan saw the bus coming from afar and signaled Ke Xuanfei to get on the bus. While the bus was waiting at a red light, Ke Xuanfei reminded Xing Yibo, "War Chariot, the no-holds-barred preliminary competition, starts the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow is Sunday. You should have nothing on. Remember to practice a lot in the duel arena." Xing Yibo patted Ke Xuanfei's back and said, "Don't worry, I still feel no pressure for the preliminary comp." Xing Yibo's big hand slapped Ke Xuanfei's back hard, making him grimace in pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. War Chariot, stop hitting me." At that moment, the bus just arrived. Qin Wanghan got on first, followed by Ke Xuanfei. After Qin Wanghan boarded, Xing Yibo maliciously kicked Ke Xuanfei in the back, sending him onto the bus. Ke Xuanfei angrily covered his butt and glared at Xing Yibo, who waved goodbye with a mischievous grin. Seated on the bus, Ke Xuanfei complained to Qin Wanghan, "That guy is too barbaric. Seriously." Qin Wanghan looked at Ke Xuanfei with a deadpan expression and said, "Isn't it your fault for running your mouth? You deserve it." That evening at Ke Xuanfei's home, when he entered, his mother asked him, "You're back so late. Did you just finish eating at Xing Yibo's house?" Ke Xuanfei was shocked. What time is it? How could I have just finished eating?" His mother lazily replied from the couch, "Is that so? What a pity, I already finished dinner long ago, and there's none left for you." Ke Xuanfei's eyes widened in surprise. What time is it?" His mother waved her hand. "Oh, today is Saturday, the only day off in a week. You can handle your own dinner." Ke Xuanfei pouted. Seriously. He didn't feel like cooking anything else, so he simply boiled some noodles, added some seasoning, and made a plate of oil-splashed noodles. After a whirlwind of eating, Ke Xuanfei placed his bowl and chopsticks in the kitchen sink and clapped his hands, planning to return to his bedroom. At that moment, his mother called out to him, "Xuanfei, wash the dishes. Leaving them for tomorrow means you'll still have to wash them." Ke Xuanfei replied reluctantly, "Got it. Why is it always me washing the dishes?" Dingling clang. After a while, once he finished washing the dishes, he walked out of the kitchen, and his mother called out to him again, "Xuanfei, I told you to wash the dishes, and you really only wash the dishes. You also need to wash the pot." Ke Xuanfei felt a bit overwhelmed and slowly trudged back to the kitchen to wash the pot, complaining in his heart, "That lazy mom of mine. How does she know I didn't wash the pot? Does she have surveillance cameras?" Finally, after finishing everything, Ke Xuanfei returned to his bedroom and flopped onto the bed, muttering to himself, "I'm exhausted. Being bossed around by my mom is truly terrifying. I finally understand the feelings of those I toyed with in the duel arena." The next morning, Ke Xuanfei's mother woke him up. "Xuanfei, it's almost 7 o'clock. Don't sleep anymore. I'm going to work. Breakfast is in the pot. Remember to clean the house." Ke Xuanfei rubbed his eyes and reluctantly sat up in bed, looking at his mother's blurry figure, grumbling, "Mom, are you kidding me? Today is a rare Sunday. Can't you not disturb me when you wake up early for work?" Bang! Ke Xuanfei's mother shut the door, and without her restraint, he went back to sleep immediately. Ding-ling-a-ling. Before Ke Xuanfei could sleep a bit longer, Qin Wanghan called him. "Hello? Xuanfei, have you finished eating?" Ke Xuanfei replied, half asleep, What? Eating?" On the other end, Qin Wanghan heard Ke Xuanfei's sleepy voice, inhaled sharply, and then shouted loudly, "Open the door. I've been knocking for half an hour already." Qin Wanghan's loud shout startled Ke Xuanfei half to death, and he muttered, "Hey, why are you knocking?" Qin Wanghan angrily shouted, "Come on. Didn't you insist on having me accompany you for today's no-holds-barred practice match yesterday afternoon on the bus? Did you think I wanted to wake up early?" Ke Xuanfei was confused. When did I ask you?" Qin Wanghan shouted, "Can you just open the door first?" Bang! Ke Xuanfei hurriedly opened the door for Qin Wanghan. Qin Wanghan walked in angrily, and just as he was about to enter the room, Ke Xuanfei called out, "Hey, old Qin, change your shoes at the entrance first." Qin Wanghan, while taking off his shoes, said angrily, "Did you forget? Yesterday afternoon on the bus we were sitting in the last row, and you kept leaning on my shoulder begging me to help you train. Did you think I wanted to wake up early? At that time Ke Xuanfei seemed to recall the memories of yesterday afternoon on the way home on the bus. Ke Xuanfei and Qin Wanghan sat in the last row by the window. Ke Xuanfei started feeling sleepy after a while, caught in a daze thinking about the no-holds-barred competition. So he rested his head on Qin Wanghan's shoulder, rubbing his face against Qin Wanghan's, and in a flirtatious tone said, "Old Qin, why don't you come to my house tomorrow?" Qin Wanghan was trying hard to push Ke Xuanfei off him, but Ke Xuanfei was a bit heavy, and Qin Wanghan couldn't. With no other choice, Qin Wanghan could only helplessly ask Ke Xuanfei, "What are we going to do at your house?" Ke Xuanfei, taking advantage of the moment, wrapped his left arm around Qin Wanghan, while his right hand kept messing with Qin Wanghan's ear, saying, "Hey, it's almost the no-holds-barred competition. Come help me practice my skills, please." At that moment, the passengers' gazes focused on Ke Xuanfei and Qin Wanghan. A little child in kindergarten pointed at the two and asked, "Daddy, what are they doing?" The child's father covered the child's eyes and said, "You're still young, you can't see these things." Other passengers chimed in, "Are high school students so open now?" "Andy, are you kidding? This isn't even about being open or not. Oh, young people these days." Qin Wanghan just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. It was too embarrassing. As the memory ended, Ke Xuanfei awkwardly asked, "Old Qin, are you sure yesterday afternoon wasn't just a dream for us?" Qin Wanghan angrily flicked Ke Xuanfei's forehead. "No kidding. Do you know how embarrassing it was for me?" Ke Xuanfei joked, "You know what embarrassment is. You're the person who dares to go to school without brushing your teeth after eating garlic." Qin Wanghan covered Ke Xuanfei's mouth. "I'll stop talking. Be quiet." Ke Xuanfei laughed. "Haha, I won't say anything more, but could you at least ask me to eat?" Haha. At this moment, Ke Xuanfei walked out of the kitchen wearing an apron and asked Qin Wanghan, "Old Qin, have you eaten breakfast? I'm frying some pieces of steamed bread. Do you want me to bring some for you?" Qin Wanghan pouted. "Of course I haven't eaten since I came to find you this early." Ke Xuanfei smiled and said, "Oh, don't be angry, I got it. After finishing breakfast, by the time Ke Xuanfei cleaned up the kitchen, it was already past 10 o'clock. Looking at the time, he asked Qin Wanghan, "How about we play a couple of matches?" Qin Wanghan wiped his mouth and replied, "I'm fine with whatever, but are we still going to play all random?" Ke Xuanfei slapped his forehead. "Oh, random? The program is at Chariot's house. I didn't take it with me." Qin Wanghan responded nonchalantly, "That's simple, you just need to rewrite the code again, right?" Ke Xuanfei held his head and groaned. "Oh no, that's too much. I don't want to play that again." Qin Wanghan tilted his head and asked, "Then what should we do?" Ke Xuanfei stroked his chin and thought for a moment. "How about we just use normal attacks? This will help us practice the basics." Qin Wanghan thought for a moment and replied, "Sure, let's give it a try." Before the match began, Ke Xuanfei added, "Old Qin, you can't use ranged attacks with ninjas. Otherwise it would be too unfair." Qin Wanghan, realizing his plan was discovered, pouted unhappily. "Oh, got it, humph." Ke Xuanfei's ninja lineup was Brank Ninja Cursed Seal Uchiha Sasuke, Brank Ninja Three Tails Jinchuriki Shursui, Crank Ninja Uchiha Sasuke. Qin Wanghan's ninja lineup was Brank Ninja Ebisu, Brank Ninja Mitarashi Anko, Brank Ninja Umbu Uchiha Itachi. Since Ke Xuanfei and Qin Wanghan were only using normal attacks for the duel, the secret scrolls and summoned beasts will not be introduced. While loading the match screen, Qin Wanghan looked at Ke Xuanfei's Three Tails Jinchuriki Shursui and said, "Hey, you picked Shursui as your limited ninja this time." Ke Xuanfei grinned mischievously. "Yeah, you picked Umbu Itachi, good eye. Humph, but Shursui is not bad either." In the first round, Brank Ninja Cursed Seal Uchiha Sasuke faced off against Brank Ninja Ebisu. The battle began. Due to Ebisu's normal attack having significant Zaxis distance movement, Ke Xuanfei was very cautious. At the start, Ke Xuanfei carefully moved back and forth on the axis, testing Ebisu's position. Suddenly, Ebisu's aerial kick grazed past Sasuke. A dark flash startled Ke Xuanfei, and he exclaimed, "Now I finally understand why everyone calls Ebisu the Black Flash. His normal attacks are really agile." After dodging Ebisu's ambush, Ke Xuanfei maneuvered Sasuke to stay close to Ebisu, using exquisite positioning to keep up with Ebisu's Yaxis movement. After several unsuccessful assaults, Qin Wanghan lamented, "Tsk tisk, as expected of you, your movement is truly agile." At that moment, Ke Xuanfei deliberately exposed a slight flaw, enticing Qin Wanghan to launch Ebisu's normal attack, followed by the flying thrusts. Sure enough, Qin Wanghan controlled Ebisu to pursue Sasuke using the significant displacement from the normal attack, and Ke Xuanfei immediately moved vertically upward, narrowly avoiding Ebisu's thrust. Then during Ebisu's post-attack recovery, he quickly moved downward to close the distance. At this moment, Qin Wanghan also noticed Ke Xuanfei's intention and immediately turned Ebisu to counterattack, but it was already too late. As soon as Ebisu turned around, Sasuke's flying kicks struck Ebisu, and a series of spinning kicks sent Ebisu soaring higher and higher. At this point, Qin Wanghan asked, "Can I use the substitution?" Looking at Ebisu, who was continuously poking Sasuke's rear with a kunai, Ke Xuanfei found himself at a loss. The recovery time after Ebisu's first basic attack was simply too short. Once Ke Xuanfei activated the stand-in technique, Qin Wanghan could immediately control Ebisu to create distance, rendering this precious technique utterly meaningless. What to do? Ke Xuanfei racked his brain, but couldn't think of a solution. I can't come up with a strategy, forget it, I might as well not use the stand-in. Anyway, the basic attack damage is low, who knows, maybe old Qin will make a mistake. Unable to think of a solution, Ke Xuanfei decided to give up, spreading his hands in resignation. However, it seemed that he had underestimated the stability of this basic attack. Until the end of the round, Qin Wanghan did not make a single mistake. Ke Xuanfei rubbed his head. Damn, old Qin, you are just too. Qin Wanghan looked proud. What? Are you saying this is too cheap? You only asked to use basic attacks. Ke Xuanfei regretted thinking, damn, who knew this basic attack would be so stable? I might as well find any opportunity to use the stand-in. In the second round, Class Ninja Three Tails Jinchuriki Shikamaru faced off against Class Ninja Ebisu. The battle began. At the start, Qin Wanghan once again employed the same tactic repeatedly, using Ebisu's two-part basic attack to roll around in the duel arena. Ke Xuanfei was extremely cautious in his positioning, fearing he would be brushed by Ebisu. Finally, he seized the opportunity of Ebisu's long recovery after the basic attack to close in and attack. At this moment, Qin Wanghan appeared puzzled. Why did you start attacking from so far away? Did you slip? However, what Qin Wanghan didn't expect was that Shikamaru's basic attack did not use the weapon for strikes, but rather controlled the water flow for mid-range attacks. Seeing Ke Xuanfei's smug grin, Qin Wanghan instantly understood his trickery. Xuanfei, didn't you agree to avoid using long-range ninjas? Why are you using this kind of ninja? Ke Xuanfei feigned ignorance. Are you sure this is a long-range ninja? Look how close Shikamaru's basic attack is. What long-range attack can hit? It's at most a mid-range ninja. Qin Wanghan was a bit angry. You just know how to play these word games, ugh. What? How is this a word game? It's clearly a loophole in the rules. Since Qin Wanghan only had one chakra point left, he couldn't afford to casually use the stand-in, so he had to wait for Ke Xuanfei to make a mistake with his basic attack. However, what Qin Wanghan didn't expect was that this Shikamaru's basic attack was simply too stable. Even after defeating Ebisu, there were no mistakes in the basic attacks. In no time, Ebisu collapsed to the ground, weak and occasionally spitting out water, clearly having consumed too much of Shikamaru's water jutsu. The outcome was decided. At this moment, Qin Wanghan felt a bit frantic. Damn, if I had known, I wouldn't have bought the Umbu Itachi. I feel like Shikamaru is even more annoying than Itachi. In the third round, Class Ninja Three Tails Jinchuriki Shikamaru faced off against Class Ninja Umbu Uchiha Itachi. The battle began. At the start, Ke Xuanfei controlled Shikamaru, executing the first part of the basic attack while advancing. Shikamaru's first basic attack involved sliding forward with his weapon, causing a stream of water to surge ahead. Additionally, Shikamaru's recovery time after the first basic attack was also quite short, allowing Ke Xuanfei to use Shikamaru's basic attack range to compress Itachi's movement space. In a desperate situation, Qin Wanghan attempted to use Itachi's final part of the basic attack to transform into a raven's invincibility frame to evade Shikamaru's basic attack. Although the idea was good, it didn't have much effect. After a struggle, Qin Wanghan's Itachi was still caught off guard by Ke Xuanfei's Shikamaru and lost the initiative. Seeing Qin Wanghan give up, Ke Xuanfei teased, old Qin. Why did you give up? You still have one chance to use the stand-in. Make sure to seize it. Qin Wanghan, with a face full of dark clouds, replied, You little rascal, how can you say such things to me? Before long, the giving up Itachi also collapsed to the ground. The outcome was decided. A big victory appeared on Ke Xuanfei's phone. Excitedly, he patted Qin Wanghan's despondent shoulder and said, Old Qin, want to play a few more rounds? Qin Wanghan, with his eyes closed, expressed his dissatisfaction. I'm not playing anymore. It's pointless to play with someone who relies on tricks like you. Ke Xuanfei pouted, pretending to be pitiful. Old Qin, come on, play a couple of rounds with me. Qin Wanghan pressed down on Ke Xuanfei's puffed-up cheeks and said, Instead of doing this, why not take this opportunity to study the basic attacks of various ninjas? Just like Ebisu's stable one, maybe other ninjas can do it too. After thinking for a moment, Ke Xuanfei agreed, and the two began to switch ninjas in the training camp to practice basic attacks. When Ke Xuanfei was using Cursed Seal Uchiha Sasuke, he discovered an interesting phenomenon. After performing a strange operation again, he hurriedly called Qin Wanghan over to watch. Old Qin, come quick, look. I found an interesting mechanism. Qin Wanghan was forcibly pulled over by Ke Xuanfei, who excitedly began to explain, Old Qin, do you know about the protection mechanism in the duel arena? When a character is attacked, a protection mechanism is triggered. The protection levels are none, yellow, and red. The more attack segments a character receives, the higher the protection level. When the protection level turns red, the character's hit float height is significantly reduced, and the damage taken is also reduced. After completely landing, they directly enter protection state. Qin Wanghan drawled, I've already said I know. It is precisely because of the protection mechanism that when we gain the initiative we face a problem, how to continue attacking while preventing the enemy from entering the protection state. After all ninjas' basic attacks and skills will put the enemy in a float state. As long as they are in a float state, it is easy to make connection errors that lead to the enemy entering the protection state. I know this too, so what are you asking me to look at? If I find a way to keep the enemy receiving damage without being put into a float state, then we wouldn't have to worry about the protection issue at all. The enemy would remain in a rigid state and continue to take damage. That's impossible. All ninjas' skills or basic attacks will put the enemy into a float state to some extent. How can they remain rigid? Ke Xuanfei smiled mysteriously. There is still a way. Let me demonstrate for you. Saying this, Ke Xuanfei began to control Cursed Seal Uchiha Sasuke to showcase. Cursed Seal Uchiha Sasuke's first basic attack involves continuously kicking twice, putting the enemy into a prolonged rigid state. Therefore, Ke Xuanfei began to operate pressing the basic attack button with his right thumb. At the moment Sasuke executed the basic attack, he quickly moved the joystick with his left hand. At this time Sasuke had just completed the first basic attack. Then with his right thumb he quickly pressed the basic attack button again, moving the joystick in coordination, repeating this cycle resulting in Cursed Seal Uchiha Sasuke, continuously using the first basic attack's kick to attack the enemy, while the enemy remained in a rigid state and unable to move. Seeing this operation, Qin Wanghan's eyes lit up. Damn, this works too. Is the principle of this operation that the rigid time caused by the basic attack is greater than the recovery time of the basic attack? Ke Xuanfei gave a thumbs up. That's right, correct. Qin Wanghan then posed another question. Why do you need to move the joystick while executing the basic attack? Ke Xuanfei said mysteriously, you don't know this, but this is the second hidden mechanism I've discovered. Moving the joystick before finishing a basic attack slightly reduces the recovery time, allowing some ninjas' basic attacks to achieve an infinite push effect. Qin Wanghan exclaimed, goodness, if you studied like this for Naruto, it would be great. Ke Xuanfei scratched his head. This is called specializing in one's field. Having understood the new basic attack mechanism, the two began to research ninja basic attacks. Before they knew it, it was already afternoon. They discovered several ninjas capable of achieving an infinite push effect, and found that many ninjas could maintain stable connections through consecutive basic attacks. Ke Xuanfei collapsed onto the sofa, resting his head on Qin Wanghan's lap, stretching out. Phew, I'm exhausted. After a busy afternoon, I've come up with a lot of useful conclusions. Now it's time to practice in real combat. Hearing this, Qin Wanghan immediately stopped. Ke Xuanfei, Xuanfei, these new mechanisms you discovered can't be used in real combat. You need to treat them as trump cards. If you want to practice, just challenge me, or Xing Yibo. Did you forget about the ice field sword incident? Ke Xuanfei recalled his middle school days, when he and Qin Wanghan battled in shooting games. One day while browsing the game shop, he discovered a weapon called the ice field sword. Out of curiosity, he clicked to view the weapon's attributes and found that it had a powerful skill that could release an ice trap in biohazard mode, freezing enemies for 3 seconds with a 5-second cooldown. At that time, both Ke Xuanfei and Qin Wanghan loved playing biohazard mode. Seeing that it was only 75, he thought it was not too expensive for a weapon with special skills, so the two bought it together. Later, they each wielded an ice field sword in biohazard mode. Since there was a 15-second preparation time at the start of the biohazard mode, they would use that time to run to a defensible location and fill it with ice traps. When the zombies increased later on, they would start attacking the position where Ke Xuanfei and Qin Wanghan had stationed themselves. However, because there were simply too many traps, the zombies would get frozen into ice pops before they could reach them. Then Ke Xuanfei and Qin Wanghan would take them out with a heavy blow, and with a cooldown of only 5 seconds for the traps, they could quickly replenish any that had been used. With this divine weapon, they had so much fun. Just when they were about to start another match in biohazard mode, they encountered a well-known streamer who was recording content. The two mischievously planned to punish this streamer. When the streamer turned into a zombie and chased them, they led him to the area filled with traps. With each step the streamer took, he would be frozen for 3 seconds. They didn't eliminate him immediately, but instead circled around him tauntingly. Before long, this famous streamer was so enraged by Ke Xuanfei and Qin Wanghan that he quit the game. For the next few days they reveled in the joy of killing zombies, but their good times didn't last long. The day after they taunted the streamer, the game officials announced a sudden nerf to the ice field sword, reducing the number of ice traps to only 3, effectively rendering the sword useless. After recalling the incident, Ke Xuanfei felt a wave of fear. Old Qin, you make a good point. I must not repeat the same mistake. With this, I might even qualify for the offline tournament. Qin Wanghan scoffed, saying, don't kid yourself. Just think about the offline tournament. Then Ke Xuanfei began to challenge Qin Wanghan for practical training. However, it wasn't long before Ke Xuanfei lost the match. He collapsed on Qin Wanghan and began to reflect on the previous match. Maybe it's because I'm not very familiar with it. The infinite push barely connected a few times before breaking. Reducing the recovery time of the joystick was useful, but the infinite push is still too difficult to maintain throughout a match. Plus, if it were a competition, the psychological pressure would be even greater than now. But the infinite push is definitely very useful. What to do? Qin Wanghan pondered for a moment and suggested, then just practice more in the training camp to turn this rhythm into muscle memory. That way it will be much easier in real combat. Ke Xuanfei agreed and pulled Qin Wanghan for simulated practical training. Time flew by quickly and night quietly fell. Both Ke Xuanfei and Qin Wanghan lay exhausted on the sofa. Ke Xuanfei rubbed his head and asked Qin Wanghan, "Old Qin, are you eating at my place tonight? My mom is staying in the hospital tonight." Qin Wanghan, feeling sleepy, responded, "I'm too tired. I'm going to lie down for a bit. You can cook whatever you make, you'll eat." After saying this, he plopped down on the sofa and closed his eyes. Ke Xuanfei complained, "Damn, why do you always make me cook? And whatever I make, you'll eat. If I make something gross, you'll eat that too." However, the already sleeping Qin Wanghan could no longer hear Ke Xuanfei's complaints. Ke Xuanfei washed his face fuming and donned an apron to prepare dinner. He steamed some rice and casually stir-fried a couple of dishes ready to serve. As Ke Xuanfei was dishing out the rice, he accidentally slipped and dropped the porcelain bowl on the floor, shattering. Such a loud sound failed to wake Qin Wanghan from his dreams. By the time Ke Xuanfei opened the kitchen door and cleaned up the broken bowl, the fragrant aroma of the food had lured Qin Wanghan down from the sofa. He sat at the dining table ready to eat, and seeing Ke Xuanfei come out of the kitchen with a bowl, he curiously asked, "Xuanfei, where's my bowl?" Ke Xuanfei sat down and said irritably, "Your dog bowl got smashed by me." Qin Wanghan was shocked, covering his mouth. "No way. You didn't have to go that far just because you didn't want me to eat at your house." Ke Xuanfei swallowed the food in his mouth. "I accidentally broke it. Just get another one yourself. Can a living person be made to suffer?" After finishing dinner, a wave of sleepiness washed over Qin Wanghan. He picked up his phone to call his mom. "Hello, Mom. I'm sleeping at Xuanfei's house tonight. I'm too tired." His mom asked, "What did you two do today?" Qin Wanghan replied, "Of course we were learning techniques." Qin Wanghan's mother looked confused. "What kind of technique can make you so tired? Have you finished dinner?" Qin Wanghan, feeling drowsy, responded, "I just finished. I'm going to sleep now." As Ke Xuanfei was tidying up the kitchen, he called out to Qin Wanghan, "Old Qin, could you help me sweep the floor?" There was no response. Ke Xuanfei peered out of the kitchen, puzzled. "Old Qin." Turning around, he saw Qin Wanghan lying on the sofa sound asleep. Ke Xuanfei angrily complained, "One Xing Yibo, one Qin Wanghan, a one is like a wild boar, the other like a domestic pig. What a letdown." After tidying up, Ke Xuanfei watched a bit of Naruto videos. Time reached 9:30. He stretched and prepared to take a shower and go to sleep. While showering, he moved his right arm, which was sore, and when he exerted his left leg, it also hurt. He massaged himself slightly and muttered, "Ouch, it hurts. Could it be that I pulled a muscle during the fight earlier?" After washing his hair, Ke Xuanfei began applying body wash. As the loofah glided over his body creak, the bathroom door was pushed open by Qin Wanghan. "Aunt!" Ke Xuanfei screamed in fright and threw the loofah at Qin Wanghan's head. Qin Wanghan, who had just woken up and wanted to use the toilet, was drowsy when a large loofah smacked over his eyes, startling him awake. Wiping the bubbles off his face, Qin Wanghan said calmly to Ke Xuanfei, "Come on, I just needed to use the bathroom. No need to scare you that much." Ke Xuanfei covered his lower body and shouted, blushing, "Are you out of your mind today? I'm taking a shower." Qin Wanghan smiled mischievously. "Hey, why are you covering up? It's not like I haven't seen it before. We've known each other since childhood. Why are you shy?" As he spoke, he reached out and slapped Ke Xuanfei's, but with a smack, saying, feels nice." Ke Xuanfei, enraged and embarrassed, kicked Qin Wanghan out of the bathroom and shouted angrily, "Get out. Pee after I finish washing. They'll let you die of holding it in." Then Ke Xuanfei thought, blushing, what's going on? Old Qin must have drunk fake liquor. Why is he so bold today? Splash, splash. Ke Xuanfei emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe. Qin Wanghan quickly staggered into the toilet and opened the floodgates. Ke Xuanfei walked to the living room and saw the coffee table with a bottle of rum with a little left. He shook the nearly empty bottle and sighed helplessly. No wonder old Qin was so weird. Damn, he drank liquor like it was soda. Then Ke Xuanfei put the bottle back in the fridge, took out a disposable cup, and poured a glass of water for Qin Wanghan. While pouring, he thought, they say alcohol reveals true feelings. Based on old Qin's behavior just now, he's really a secretly lewd guy. Could it be that when he's home alone, he's secretly? At this thought, Ke Xuanfei couldn't help but lewdly laugh, and his trembling hand spilled the water. For some reason, Ke Xuanfei was also unusually sleepy tonight. He fell asleep soon after covering himself with. In Ke Xuanfei's dream, he was at the finals of the No Difference tournament, competing for the championship. The ninja he controlled leaped and dodged his exquisite footwork, drawing waves of cheers from the audience. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a fatal blow and won the championship. Just as he stood on the center of the stage holding the trophy and being interviewed by the host, Rumble Rumble. The stage shook violently, and a colorful spotlight fell on Ke Xuanfei, pinning him down. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move the light. As oxygen grew scarce, his heart let out a bitter cry. I don't want to stop here. My life has just begun. I just won the No Difference Championship. I still want to compete in the city tournament, the Masters tournament. I still want to. Ke Xuanfei's vision went black, and he fainted. Beep, 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 beep. Accompanied by the alarm, Ke Xuanfei opened his eyes abruptly and gasped heavily. Suddenly, he felt something pressing on him. Rubbing his eyes and focusing, he saw it was Qin Wanghan's arm draped over him. Ke Xuanfei moved Qin Wanghan's arm away and went to wash his face. Fragments of last night's dream lingered in his mind. He sighed inwardly, if only I could really win the championship. After washing up, he prepared to make breakfast. When he walked to the living room and looked at the time. 6:35. Ke Xuanfei hurriedly shook Qin Wanghan, who was still soaring in his dreams, and shouted in his ear, Old Qin. Don't sleep. We're going to be late. Qin Wanghan rubbed his eyes, glanced at his phone, and said reluctantly, Hey, are you crazy? Class starts at 8. What time is it now? Late my foot, Ke Xuanfei said with a speechless look. It's Monday. We have the flag-raising ceremony. We need to be at the podium by 7. Burp. Qin Wanghan belched in fright, the strong smell of alcohol stinging Ke Xuanfei's eyes. They scrambled to dress and get ready for the podium. While putting on shoes at the door, Qin Wanghan still teased Ke Xuanfei. Xuanfei, remember to change your shoes this time. Don't wear slippers to school again. Ke Xuanfei, holding his school bag in one hand and 2 slices of bread in his mouth, hastily grabbed 2 bottles of cola from the fridge with his remaining hand and tossed them into his bag. Vroom vroom screech. Amid the sound of braking, Ke Xuanfei and Qin Wanghan arrived at school at 6:55. They locked the bike and hurried to the podium to open the door, finally reaching the podium at 6:59 to start the equipment. Before they could catch their breath, the teacher in charge of the flag raising walked in. You too, is the equipment okay? Ke Xuanfei panted. Relax. No problem. The teacher frowned. Why do you seem out of breath? Is everything okay? Ke Xuanfei put his arm around Qin Wanghan's shoulder and explained, excused. No. We were just a bit cold and exercised a little, haha. The teacher frowned. How could it be cold in the middle of summer? Ke Xuanfei made an even more far-fetched excuse. We rode our bikes a bit fast this morning. There was no sun and the wind made us cold, ha. The teacher didn't think much about Ke Xuanfei's excuse, gave a few words of advice and left. Seeing the teacher leave, the two let out a long sigh. If the teacher had known they were late at such an important time, he would have skinned them alive. Raise the national flag and play the national anthem. The flag-raising ceremony ends. Please return to your classes. The two finally made it through the flag-raising. After finishing the wrap-up work on the way back to the classroom, Qin Wanghan asked Ke Xuanfei, Xuanfei, don't you have water? Why did you bring 2 bottles of cola? Ke Xuanfei explained smugly. Haha, as the biology class representative, I must explain this to you properly. First, we haven't eaten breakfast, so our bodies are in a sugar-deficient state. Low blood sugar reduces listening efficiency. We have biology and chemistry this morning, so we must maintain high efficiency. Qin Wanghan said with dark lines on his face, it would be faster to just eat a few candies to replenish sugar. Hearing this, Ke Xuanfei smiled and shook his left index finger, saying, Humph, ignorant one. The carbon dioxide in cola stimulates the respiratory center and has a refreshing effect. It greatly increases listening efficiency. Qin Wanghan rubbed his head and asked, by the way, why didn't Xing Yibo come to the podium this morning? Ke Xuanfei was also stumped by Qin Wanghan's question. He thought for a moment and his heart skipped a beat. Oh crap. Could he have been ambushed by thugs at his doorstep? Qin Wanghan heard Ke Xuanfei's nonsense and said with dark lines, shut your crow's mouth. The two still didn't see Xing Yibo after arriving at the classroom. Ding dong, class time. Xing Yibo still didn't come. Ahem, class. Take out your English textbooks and open the vocabulary list for Unit 5. Review for 10 minutes, then we'll have a dictation. The students groaned in dismay upon hearing yet another dictation. Ke Xuanfei, who was reviewing, felt someone poking his back. He turned around and saw Qin Wanghan calling him. Ke Xuanfei asked with confusion, Old Qin, if you can't memorize the words, you'll have to stay at noon. If you don't hurry up and study, why are you calling me in? Qin Wanghan, his face flushed, stammered, I forgot to bring my backpack. Ke Xuanfei couldn't help bursting into laughter after hearing that. But since everyone else was reciting words, he covered his mouth to suppress the sound. Ke Xuanfei curled up his body, shaking violently, tears streaming from laughter. Last night Qin Wanghan had slept over at Ke Xuanfei's place, and had not thought to bring his backpack when he came. He almost arrived late in the morning, and didn't have time to go home for it. Thinking of this, Ke Xuanfei laughed even harder. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter, ha ha. You forgot your backpack and came to school empty-handed. Ha ha, you're something else, Old Qin. If you hadn't insisted that I practice techniques with you, would I have not gone home for my backpack, eh? Ke Xuanfei immediately recalled the ridiculous sight of Qin Wanghan drunk and throwing a tantrum at home last night, and laughed even harder. At that moment, the English teacher clapped on the desk. Thumbs up. Class, take out your dictation notebooks and prepare for dictation. The students groaned as they took out their notebooks. The teacher called out the Chinese meanings of the words while pacing around the classroom. Ivory gem. Every time the English teacher would stop behind Qin Wanghan or in front of him, and Qin Wanghan trembled in fear, nearly wetting himself. The teacher went up to the podium and closed the book. All right, class, the last row collects the papers forward. When the last row reached Qin Wanghan, he looked at the student collecting notebooks with pitiful eyes. The student immediately understood that Qin Wanghan had not written anything and made a gesture meaning, treat me to a drink. Qin Wanghan hastily returned an okay gesture. After organizing the dictation notebooks, the teacher cleared her throat. Class, I have great news. Our class won first place in last week's oral English competition. The classroom burst into applause. The whole class applauded joyfully. At that moment, Xing Yibo pushed open the front door and stepped in. The moment he entered, a thunderous applause erupted. Startled by the sudden applause, Xing Yibo stepped back in confusion. The English teacher saw his bewildered figure and waved him in. Xing Yibo sat down looking puzzled and asked Ke Xuanfei, "Old K, why did everyone applaud when I walked in?" Ke Xuanfei ignored the question and instead asked with concern, "Why were you late? Did some thugs corner you at home? Are you hurt?" Xing Yibo was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "What? Why would you think I was cornered at home? I was late because I helped the principal move things. The principal called Brother Luo." Ke Xuanfei looked disappointed. "Sai, I thought you got beaten up." Xing Yibo frowned. "Huh, why would you look disappointed that I didn't get beaten?" Ke Xuanfei composed himself and pretended to be clueless. "Huh, what are you talking about? Did I look that dejected? You must have misread me. I can't wait for you to get beaten." "Oh no, huh? What did you say?" Xing Yibo reached out to teach Ke Xuanfei a lesson, but Ke Xuanfei quickly changed the subject. Let me tell you something interesting." Xing Yibo placed his hand on Ke Xuanfei's leg and rubbed it. "Oh, what interesting thing." So Ke Xuanfei quietly told Xing Yibo about Qin Wanghan's drunken episode last night. Xing Yibo laughed so hard that tears came out. He held his aching belly, turned to look at Qin Wanghan, who tilted his head in confusion, not understanding why Xing Yibo was staring at him. Xing Yibo wiped his tears and said to Ke Xuanfei, "Damn low-key and wild. Really low-key and wild." Ding dong, class was over. The English teacher packed up and left. Ke Xuanfei eagerly pulled a can of cola from his backpack. PSSSH. Gulp gulp. He took 2 big gulps and exclaimed in satisfaction. Xing Yibo snatched the can from his hand and took a sip. Wiping his mouth, he asked, "Old K, why did you think of drinking cola today?" Ke Xuanfei snatched the cola back with a disgruntled expression and said, "Humph, I didn't eat breakfast this morning. I'm using it to replenish some sugar." Hearing that Ke Xuanfei had skipped breakfast, Xing Yibo started teasing. "Oh my, how could Old K not have breakfast? You've never missed a single breakfast." Ke Xuanfei turned away, angrily replying, "Humph, I woke up late this morning." Xing Yibo grinned even wider and mocked, "Ha ha, you're such a social loser who can't survive without mom." Ke Xuanfei pouted and retorted, "You're no different. The food I ate at your place the other day was pig slop." Xing Yibo was about to tease him more, but when he saw the label on the cola can, he covered his mouth and laughed, asking, "Are you sure that's for replenishing sugar?" Ke Xuanfei said grumpily, "Of course." Xing Yibo pointed at the label. "Are you sure?" Ke Xuanfei picked up the cola bottle and examined it. Then he slumped onto the desk in dismay. The label had big characters reading, "Sugar-free." Sugar-free cola couldn't replenish sugar at all. Now Ke Xuanfei felt completely drained and collapsed weakly onto the table. Poor Ke Xuanfei spent the whole morning dizzy from hunger, his stomach growling constantly, not a single word from the teacher entering his ears. If I don't eat soon, I'm going to die. The world is spinning, ascending to heaven." Finally, school let out at noon. Ke Xuanfei, as if experiencing a last burst of energy, dashed to the cafeteria. Xing Yibo couldn't help remarking, "Was this guy a starving ghost in his past life?" Dashing to the cafeteria, Ke Xuanfei immediately ordered a bowl of jjiang noodles. Xing Yibo and Qin Wanghan caught up out of breath. "Damn, you ran so fast. Why are you eating in the cafeteria at noon? Not going home?" Holding his bowl, Ke Xuanfei seemed recharged. "It's fine. The school won't lock up until past. If I finish eating now, I can still make it out." Then Ke Xuanfei hastily found a seat and started eating. Helpless Xing Yibo and Qin Wanghan each ordered a bowl of jjiang noodles as well. Just then Wu Yetong came and ordered the same. Spotting Xing Yibo and Qin Wanghan, he greeted them. "It's you too. What a coincidence. Do you take noon breaks at school? I've never seen you before." Xing Yibo scratched his head. "We don't take breaks here. Today we're just eating with that guy." As he spoke, Xing Yibo pointed at Ke Xuanfei, who was wolfing down his food. Wu Yetong smiled. Okay. You guys have such a great relationship." At that moment, Xing Yibo and Qin Wanghan's noodles were ready. Xing Yibo carried his bowl and said, "We'll go eat now. Bye." "Yeah, bye." Just as Xing Yibo and Qin Wanghan were carrying their bowls toward Ke Xuanfei, Ke Xuanfei suddenly needed to pee. He hastily put down his chopsticks and rushed to the restroom. In his hurry, he tripped on something and nearly fell. Qin Wanghan watched Ke Xuanfei's clumsy behavior and joked, "Did this guy drink fake alcohol today?" Hearing fake alcohol, Xing Yibo couldn't help recalling Ke Xuanfei's description of Qin Wanghan's drunken antics last night and burst out laughing again. Qin Wanghan looked at him puzzled. "Huh? Why are you laughing all of a sudden?" Xing Yibo stifled his laughter. "Nothing, nothing." Qin Wanghan pressed, "How could it be nothing? If it's nothing, then why are you laughing?" Xing Yibo controlled his breath to stop laughing and said, "Better not ask. If I tell you it'll hurt your pride." Xing Yibo placed the bowl on the table. Qin Wanghan felt a bit thirsty and asked Xing Yibo, "I'm going to buy a drink. Do you want one?" Xing Yibo thought for a moment and said, "Then bring me a bottle of sparkling water." Qin Wanghan shot him a sidelong glance. "Huh? Quiet yourself." Xing Yibo craned his neck. "Huh? If you weren't going to buy me one, why did you ask?" Qin Wanghan pursed his lips. "I was just asking." Xing Yibo stood up helplessly. All right. He'll go with you." Thus Xing Yibo accompanied Qin Wanghan to the school store to buy drinks. Just then Wu Yutong walked over, placed her bowl not far from the three, and then also headed to the store. Ke Xuanfei, feeling refreshed after using the restroom, sauntered back to his seat. He picked up his chopsticks and was about to eat when he noticed there was still plenty of noodles in the bowl. Ke Xuanfei scratched his head and muttered to himself, "Huh? How come there's still so much noodles? They sure give a lot." After a couple of bites, Ke Xuanfei looked around. Hiss. Haven't Chariot and old Qin bought their meals yet? So slow. Whatever I'll eat first. Then Ke Xuanfei continued burying his head in his noodles. Suddenly a bowl was placed on the table opposite him. Before he could react, a girl's voice came from in front. "Huh? Are you sitting in the wrong seat?" Ke Xuanfei looked at the girl with a bewildered expression, feeling she was being unreasonable. "Huh? How could I be in the wrong seat? Haven't you woken up yet?" At that moment Wu Yutong also walked over and looked at Ke Xuanfei in surprise. Did you sit in?" Ke Xuanfei turned his head in confusion and suddenly saw 3 bowls placed 3 seats away, one of which was half-eaten. A chill ran down his spine. "Oh crap, no way. Could it be that my seat is next to this? The half-eaten one is mine and the 2 untouched ones are theirs. Damn, this is surreal. Oh no, I didn't look carefully and thought those 3 bowls were someone else's. What do I do? Now Ke Xuanfei could only force a calm exterior while his heart was in a panic. He stood up unhurriedly and said to Wu Yutong, did I really eat the wrong meal? Oh sorry, I forgot where I was sitting." Wu Yutong looked at Ke Xuanfei, whose face was full of embarrassment but trying to act composed, and couldn't help laughing. "You're really adorable, it's okay, just consider it my treat. He'll go buy another bowl." Ke Xuanfei tilted his head and retorted, "Adorable is a word used to describe girls, isn't it? It's not quite suitable for me, right?" Wu Yutong smiled and patted Ke Xuanfei on the shoulder. It's fine. It's similar enough. You go ahead and eat, Bill, buy another bowl." Ke Xuanfei reached out and stopped Wu Yutong, saying seriously, "I can't finish 2 bowls of noodles. It would be such a waste." Wu Yutong's classmate was also amused by Ke Xuanfei's odd behavior and teased him, "She's not wrong to call. Ha, you really are adorable." Ke Xuanfei spotted Xing Yibo and Qin Wanghan approaching in the distance and had a sudden idea. He quickly swapped the bowl of noodles he had taken 2 bites from, which was Wu Yutong's, with Xing Yibo's bowl. That way Xing Yibo would later eat the leftovers Ke Xuanfei had sampled, while Wu Yutong would get Xing Yibo's untouched noodles. After the swap, Ke Xuanfei clapped his hands and said to Wu Yutong, "There, now you don't have to bother buying new noodles." Wu Yutong suppressed a laugh and asked, "Is this really okay?" Ke Xuanfei waved dismissively. "That guy Chariot won't starve to death. It's fine." During the meal, Wu Yutong's classmate asked, "Yutong, why are you so nice to him? If it were anyone else with your mature temperament, you'd have exploded." Wu Yutong almost choked on her noodles. Cough. Ke Xuanfei, I think he's quite an interesting person. Somehow he just doesn't make you angry." The classmate grinned mischievously. "Could it be that you've fallen for him?" Wu Yutong blushed and turned away to defend herself. "How could that be? I just don't dislike him. Why would I like someone younger than me?" The classmate continued to tease. "Really? That's good then. If you don't want such an adorable little handsome guy, I'll take him. Don't fight me for him later." Wu Yutong muttered softly, "TCH should fight over him." Ding dong, the bell for the end of class rang. Ke Xuanfei stretched his arms and sighed. Time flies when you're slacking off." Xing Yibo yawned widely. Yeah, I'm dead tired." Qin Wanghan reminded them from behind. "You two, the universal prelims start at 6 tonight. Watch the time." Ke Xuanfei shouldered his bag and stood up. "Don't worry. How could I forget such an important matter?" Just then Xing Yibo stretched his right leg onto Ke Xuanfei's stool and kept moving his stiff ankle. Ke Xuanfei suddenly remembered something and said to Xing Yibo, "Chariot, he'll explain the universal tournament in detail. After all, this is our first competition, so we've got to give it our all." Xing Yibo laced his hands behind his head and said nonchalantly, "I'll do whatever." At that moment Ke Xuanfei felt tired standing and sat back down, not noticing Xing Yibo's leg on the stool. He landed heavily on Xing Yibo's leg. Ow! Both Ke Xuanfei and Xing Yibo howled in pain. Ke Xuanfei's buttocks slammed onto Xing Yibo's thigh like a hammer, and due to the equal and opposite force, Ke Xuanfei's own rear also suffered a critical hit. Ke Xuanfei jumped up in pain, rubbing his bottom. Damn Chariot. Are you crazy? Why did you put your leg under my ass? It hurts like hell. Xing Yibo was doubled over in pain. Damn, you had your bag on, and instead of leaving you sat down again. What were you thinking? You're the crazy one. Ke Xuanfei retorted. It's because you were blocking my way. If you'd moved aside, I would have gotten out. Xing Yibo rubbed his leg painfully. Damn, you could have said something. How the hell was I supposed to know you wanted to leave if you didn't say a word? Ke Xuanfei said angrily, bastard. Don't you have any awareness? What are those eyes for decoration? Qin Wanghan quickly stepped in to stop them. Alright, stop arguing. If you have something to say, just say it. Ke Xuanfei then leaned over the table pointing his butt at Qin Wanghan. Old Qin, rub my butt for me. Help get the blood flowing. Qin Wanghan reluctantly started massaging. Is it here? Ke Xuanfei pointed downward, a little lower. Qin Wanghan moved his hand down a bit, and Ke Xuanfei winced hiss. Ouch, ouch, yes, right there. After taking a deep breath, Ke Xuanfei continued. Chariot, let me explain carefully. The universal prelims start today and last for 6 days. Within these 6 days you need to play 20 matches and achieve a 30 win rate to advance to the next stage. Xing Yibo rubbed his leg, his face dark. I know that. You sacrificed my leg just to tell me this. Ke Xuanfei pouted. I sacrificed half of my ass just to say a few words to you. The prelims last 6 days, so hitting 20 matches is easy, but with the 30 win rate requirement you two will be fine, but you. Xing Yibo interrupted with a wave. What do you mean by you two will be fine, but I want? Ke Xuanfei pursed his lips. Don't interrupt me. The two of us are fine playing at home, but I'm worried your parents might not allow it. Be careful not to let them catch you with your phone, or there'll be trouble. Make sure you're able to finish the match before starting. If your parents come in halfway, your win rate will suffer. Xing Yibo pondered. Yeah, I have to be careful about my parents. I really envy those two. Their parents are always so open-minded, unlike mine. Then he pulled himself together and encouraged himself. What am I afraid of? There's always a way. Naruto is my dream, my pursuit. For my dream, I can't lose to them no matter what. Just then the math teacher came back to the classroom to grab his keys. The moment he stepped in, he saw Ke Xuanfei lying on the table with Qin Wanghan gently rubbing his buttock. As the teacher stared in shock, the three of them happened to turn around and locked eyes with him. The teacher frowned in bewilderment. Qin Wanghan, why are you touching Ke Xuanfei's butt? Qin Wanghan hurriedly explained. Ke Xuanfei asked me to rub it. The teacher craned his neck in surprise. Ke Xuanfei, you're such a pervert. Ke Xuanfei quickly defended himself. It's not me, it's all Xing Yibo's fault. Xing Yibo interrupted. It's not me, it's because. The teacher raised his hand and said, Alright, don't explain to me. From now on, I'll call the three of you the Forbidden Trio. The teacher hurriedly left, leaving the three of them standing in shock. That evening, after finishing his homework, Ke Xuanfei checked the time on his phone. Already 7:30. The prelims started at 6. Time to battle. Ke Xuanfei's mother poked her head into his room. Have you finished your homework before talking about battle? Ke Xuanfei scratched his head. You can hear me from all the way out there. His mother leaned against the doorframe and said, Of course. I heard you from far away shouting about battle. The finals are coming up, right? You need to control your gaming time. Ke Xuanfei said proudly. This isn't just gaming anymore. I'm in a competition now. This is chasing. His mother laughed. Give me a break. If playing games is your dream, you're too short-sighted. Ke Xuanfei explained. Why do you think gaming competitions are easy? If I want to participate in offline tournaments, I have to beat tens of thousands of opponents. It's fiercely competitive. 1 in 10,000. I'll forget it, you wouldn't understand anyway. His mother left the room with a reminder. After I finish soaking my feet, it's your turn. Ke Xuanfei replied without looking up. I got it. Ke Xuanfei opened the Naruto game, rubbed his hands excitedly, and said, I can't wait. Then he clicked on the Universal Prelims interface and started matching. Match successful. Entering the game. Ke Xuanfei was assigned to the blue side. According to the rules, blue side bans and selects first. He looked at the ninja pool and thought him Jiraiya and Orochimaru. 2 strength ninjas appear at once. If I ban one strength, the opponent will ban the other, and neither of us gets them. Since I pick first, I might as well grab my guy. So Ke Xuanfei banned strength ninja Orochimaru. Sure enough, his opponent didn't want to leave in strength ninja for him, so they banned Jiraiya. Ke Xuanfei rubbed his chin smugly and said, human nature. So easy to predict. Then he immediately selected a rank ninja might guy. The enemy chose rank ninjas Shippuden Shino Aburame and Shippuden Niji Hyuga. Seeing the enemy lineup, Ke Xuanfei clicked his tongue. TSK Tisk, both are tough characters. This is going to be difficult. It was Ke Xuanfei's turn to pick. After some thought, he chose Crank Ninjas Sakan and Yukon and Crank Ninja Dosukin Yuta. The enemy's final ninja was Crank Shikamaru Nara. When Ke Xuanfei saw the enemy's last pick was Shikamaru, he couldn't help mocking. With so many good ninjas to choose from, why pick the very one I excel at? Overconfident. Then the two alternated selecting scrolls. Ke Xuanfei chose Earth Release, Earth Flow, Sealing Technique, Exorcism, Summoning, Shuriken Shield. The enemy's scroll choices were Wind Release, Vacuum, Wave, Summoning, Lightning Blade, Earth Release, Mud River. After the scroll selection, there were 10 seconds to adjust the order of ninja appearances. Ke Xuanfei thought Shino is an annoying ninja. Since he picked Shino first, it means his playstyle tends to be defensive. So his lineup must be Shino, Shikamaru, and Niji. Thus Ke Xuanfei set his order Sakan and Yukon first, Might Guy second, and Dosu Kinyuda as the aim. After the 10-second countdown, the enemy lineup matched his prediction: Shino Aburame first, Shikamaru Nara second, Niji Hyuga last. Ke Xuanfei felt proud of his deduction. Haha, human nature. So easy to read. Knowing the opponent's playstyle, he already had a countermeasure. Round 1, Crank Sakan and Yukon versus Brank Shino Aburame. Battle begins. At the start, Ke Xuanfei moved Sakan and Yukon diagonally forward to probe Shino's movement. He speculated Shino's skills have range and tracking, but their startup and recovery frames are long. So he'll definitely retreat at the start. I won't use my first skill until he uses his second. Thus Ke Xuanfei slowly advanced. Once he spotted Shino's position, he closed in deliberately to bait an attack. As expected, the enemy fell for it. The moment his Sakan and Yukon aligned on the same axis as Shino, the enemy immediately used Shino's first skill, Secret Technique, Insect Pillar. Shino took 2 steps back and then hurled a swarm of parasitic insects forward. The insects flew close to the ground and exploded at the end of their trajectory. Fortunately, Ke Xuanfei was prepared and dodged with a vertical maneuver. Taking advantage of Shino's recovery animation, he immediately activated his scroll sealing technique, Exorcism. Suddenly Zhuijin and Eugene fired a chakra bullet infused with the sealing formula. The bullet shot forward rapidly and struck Yunujinai with a bang. The chakra bullet dealt damage while the hidden sealing formula activated instantly, sealing one of Yunujinai's chakra points. Taking advantage of the stun after Yunujinai was hit by the secret technique, Ke Xuanfei immediately controlled Zhuijin and Eugene to press the attack, releasing the second skill towards Yunujinai. Leg Blade Kick. The originally conjoined Zhuijin and Eugene instantly split into 2 individuals. Then Eugene threw Zhuijin towards Yunujinai as Zhuijin flew behind Jinai and delivered a flying kick, sending Jinai stumbling to Eugene. Finally, both Zhuijin and Eugene kicked together to launch Jinai into the air. Since one of Yunujinai's chakra points had been sealed by Ke Xuanfei's secret technique, Jinai now only had 1 chakra point left and dared not easily use the substitution technique. The opponent stubbornly held on to their substitution technique, making Ke Xuanfei anxious. Watching the cooldown of his secret technique drop to 8 seconds, he noticed that Yunujinai had already entered the red protection state. Ke Xuanfei pondered, exorcism still needs 8 seconds. I can't possibly chain 8 seconds now, if the opponent will enter protection soon. If I use Rashomon to increase the floating height, I'll lose my core skill to block the bugs. What should I do? While Ke Xuanfei was distracted, he accidentally dropped the normal attack combo, allowing Yunujinai to enter protection state. Ke Xuanfei quickly controlled Zhuijin and Eugene to create distance from Jinai. However, Zhuijin and Eugene were at the far right edge of the arena with very little room to maneuver. Before Ke Xuanfei cowered, in an instant a wind bullet formed in front of Yunujinai, then flew forward rapidly and exploded when it reached its maximum range. Boom. Zhuijin and Eugene failed to dodge and were hit by the wind bullet's explosion. Seeing Yunujinai approaching, Ke Xuanfei quickly thought of a countermeasure. Jinai has no chakra now. He must be desperate to use a skill to recover chakra. I can't let him succeed. Ke Xuanfei watched Yunujinai's movements closely. The moment Zinai's body swayed, Ke Xuanfei immediately commanded Zhuijin and Eugene to use the substitution technique in preparation for a counterattack. However, to his surprise, the swaying was not a skill activation, but just a wobble to steady himself. Ke Xuanfei was startled. Damn, I was tricked into using the substitution technique. Ke Xuanfei felt a sense of dread. The narrow location where he stood was the perfect opportunity for Yunujinai's second skill. Sure enough, after Ke Xuanfei used the substitution technique, Yunujinai turned around and unleashed his second skill. Secret technique, Insect Jade. Yunujinai released a large swarm of chakra-sensing parasitic insects. After detecting Zhuijin and Eugene's chakra, the swarm rapidly tracked them down. Ke Xuanfei urgently commanded Zhuijin and Eugene to use their first skill to block. Rashomon Gate. Boom. The conjoined Zhuijin and Eugene split apart, then both performed hand seals to summon a Rashomon Gate that could block skills. However, they were too late. Just as the gate rose, Yunujinai's swarm had already reached them. Boom. With the explosion of the insect swarms, Zhuijin and Eugene were marked by the parasitic insects. Then Yunujinai stepped forward to follow up with a normal attack, immediately unleashing his ultimate technique. Ultimate secret technique, Insect Swamp. Yu Nu Jinai slammed his palm on the ground, sending the insects underground to form a swamp made of the swarm. Then the swarm rose from beneath, enveloping Zhuojin and Yojin, and finally exploded. The sound of insects devouring chakra was incessant. Under the insect's special property, Xinai's ultimate technique consumed one of Zhuojin and Yujin's chakra points. Zhuojin and Yujin still bore the insect mark. After the ultimate ended, Yu Nu Jinai released his first skill as a follow-up. Secret technique, Insect Pillar. Yu Nu Jinai stepped back and tossed a clump of parasitic insects forward. The swarm flew close to the ground for a while, then all the insects shot upward and exploded. Just as Zhuojin and Yujin were about to enter protection state, Xinai's swarm arrived and blasted them into the sky. However, due to the long aftercast of his skill after using the first skill to recover one chakra point, he immediately retreated to create distance from Ke Xuanfei. At this point, the HP difference between the two was small, as Zhuojin and Yujin still had slightly more HP than Yu Nu Jinai, so Ke Xuanfei was not too worried. He glanced at the remaining time and began to plan a strategy. There are 20 seconds left. Even if his vacuum wave hits me once more, it's fine. As long as I don't get hit by the skill. If you want to play the kiting game, I'll play along. Time ticked by. Yu Nu Jinai grew anxious. Because Ke Xuanfei was careful with his positioning, Jinai, whose skills had long startup and recovery, could not find a good opportunity. Ke Xuanfei was also looking for a chance to use his secret technique, Sealing Technique Exorcism, to seal Xinai's last chakra point. With 2 seconds left, Yu Nu Jinai finally caught the aftercast of Zhuojin and Yujin's failed second skill and immediately used his secret technique as an opening move. Secret technique, Wind-style Vacuum Wave. An air mass instantly formed in front of Yu Nu Jinai, then flew forward rapidly and created a spreading explosion. Zhuojin and Yujin failed to dodge and were hit by the wide-ranging wind blades, entering a stun state. With 1 second left, Ke Xuanfei's heart tightened. Damn, it's over. I don't know if there's enough time. Yu Nu Jinai's first skill followed immediately. Secret technique, Insect Pillar. Yu Nu Jinai stepped back and tossed a clump of parasitic insects forward. The swarm flew close to the ground rapidly towards Zhuojin and Yujin. Time reached 0 seconds. Ke Xuanfei closed his eyes, resigning to fate. Boom. With the explosion of the insects, the round result was displayed. Victory decided. Zhuojin and Yujin. Ke Xuanfei let out a long breath. Damn, that was too close. If even one more critical hit had landed, I'd be dead. The player on the other end of the game was so angry, he nearly smashed his phone, roaring at it. Damn. This didn't kill you. You're just lucky. Second round, Crank Ninja Zhuojin and Yujin versus Crank Ninja Naoyang Luan. Battle start. Ke Xuanfei thought, I only have half HP left. He'll just go wild. With this thought, he charged diagonally forward at the start. Seeing the reckless charge of Zhuojin and Yujin, Naoyang Luan mercilessly predicted their movement and directly unleashed his first skill. Explosive Flying Blade. Naoyang Luan jumped backward into the air, then hurled 3 exploding tag kunai at Zhuojin and Yujin. At the moment of Luan's jump, Ke Xuanfei immediately commanded Zhuojin and Yujin to use their first skill for defense. Rashomon Gate. The conjoined Zhuojin and Yujin instantly split into 2 and each performed hand seals on either side. Creak. A huge Rashomon Gate capable of blocking skills rose from the ground, shielding them. Boom. The exploding tags on the kunai detonated. Although the Rashomon Gate blocked some of the damage, the combined resonance of the 3 explosions still hit Zhuojin and Yujin hiding behind the gate. Ke Xuanfei clicked his tongue. Wow, even the Rashomon Gate can't stop that. Although Naoyang Luan had gained the advantage in this exchange, the Rashomon Gate prevented him from approaching the blasted Zhuojin and Yujin. Having narrowly escaped, Ke Xuanfei, undeterred, continued to press forward, relentlessly squeezing Luan's movement space. The player controlling Naoyang Luan grew annoyed by Ke Xuanfei's persistent harassment, so he seized an opportunity to use his first skill in reverse. Explosive Flying Blade. Naoyang Luan turned around, leaping with his back towards Zhuojin and Yujin, and threw 3 exploding tag kunai forward. The moment Ke Xuanfei saw Luan jump, he instinctively thought Luan was about to attack, so he quickly ordered Zhuojin and Yujin to retreat. Unexpectedly, Luan had used his first skill in reverse, using its backward displacement to close in on Ke Xuanfei. Realizing he had been tricked, Ke Xuanfei hastily commanded Zhuojin and Yujin to turn around and use the secret technique as a remedy. Secret technique, Sealing Technique Exorcism. A chakra bullet containing a sealing formula formed in front of Zhuojin and Yujin, then flew straight towards Naoyang Luan's rear. The opponent player was prepared. The moment the first skill's aftercast ended, he promptly turned Naoyang Luan around and unleashed his own secret technique. Secret technique, Earth-style Earth Spear. Bang. Boom. The exorcism's chakra bullet and the Earth Spear's spikes hit both parties simultaneously. But due to the sealing effect of the exorcism bullet, Naoyang Luan lost 1 chakra point. After the secret technique's aftercast ended, Ke Xuanfei planned to press the advantage and immediately commanded Zhuojin and Yujin to use their second skill. Leg Blade Kick. The conjoined Zhuajin and Yujin instantly split into two, then Yujin threw Zhuajin towards Naoyang Luan's direction. Ke Xuanfei thought this attack was inescapable, but to his surprise Naoyang Luan merely took 2 steps upward and dodged the leg blade kick. Ke Xuanfei's eyes widened. Damn. This skill's Yaxis range is too small. How can I even play this shit? He'll never touch Zhuajin and Yujin again. They're so damn bad. Then Naoyang Luan seized the aftercast of Zhuajin and Yujin's skill and unleashed his second skill to press the attack. Shadow manipulation technique. Naoyang Luan performed hand seals, extending his shadow forward. The shadow caught Zhuajin and Yujin and quickly pulled them back to his side. Ke Xuanfei still tried to make a last-ditch struggle. When Zhuajin and Yujin were pulled to Luan's side, Ke Xuanfei immediately commanded them to use the substitution technique. After regaining action, Zhuajin and Yujin used their first skill to counter. Rashomon Gate. The conjoined Zhuajin and Yujin instantly split into 2 individuals, then both performed hand seals on either side, summoning a Rashomon Gate that could block skills. Creak. The Rashomon Gate rose from the ground, lifting Naoyang Luan high into the air. Despite the excruciating pain between his legs, Luan activated the substitution technique. Bang. After using the substitution technique, Naoyang Luan appeared behind Zhuajin and Yujin. Since the Rashomon Gate was an impassable terrain, Ke Xuanfei had sealed his own escape route. With the help of the Rashomon Gate, Zhuajin and Yujin successfully fell under Naoyang Luan's kunai. Ke Xuanfei scratched his head. Ugh, this is really tough. This Luan's movement thinking is no less than mine. Seriously. Ke Xuanfei recalled how at the start when the opponent chose Naoyang Luan, he had actually mocked him. Yet in the course of 1 round, he had barely landed a hit on Luan. Ke Xuanfei said with a pained expression, really, you can't judge a book by its cover. 3rd round, a rank ninja Meitikai versus crank ninja Naoyang Luan. Battle start. Since Ke Xuanfei's Meitikai equipped the secret technique, Earth-style Earth Tremor, which had a large Yaxis range, and since Meitikai's first skill allowed movement during its duration, and because Naoyang Luan's skills and secret technique had smaller Yaxis ranges, Ke Xuanfei quickly formulated a strategy. At the start, Ke Xuanfei moved Meitikai downward to increase the Yaxis distance from Naoyang Luan. But before he could take a few steps, Meitikai collided with Luan face-to-face. Both instinctively retreated at first, but the next second Ke Xuanfei reacted. Controlling Meitikai, Ke Xuanfei seemed to have become Meitikai himself, his mind filled with this is youth. Before Naoyang Luan could react, Ke Xuanfei commanded Meitikai to unleash his second skill, Dynamic Prelude. Meitikai leaped into the air and delivered a powerful flying kick with his foot that had stepped in dog dung last night. This move had once made the towering Zilai bleed from the nose, let alone the brain-over-brawn Naoyang Luan. Boom. Meitikai's kick landed squarely on Naoyang Luan's face. Overwhelmed by the stench, Luan covered his nose and flew backward. Seizing the advantage, Ke Xuanfei ignored any aftercast and immediately commanded Meitikai to use his first skill for damage, Leaf Strong Whirlwind. Meitikai spun in place with astonishing speed and power, using his strong legs to attack the enemy in a whirling motion. Taking damage, Naoyang Luan chose to use the substitution technique to restore his mobility. Bang! After using the substitution technique, Naoyang Luan launched his first skill at the still-spinning Meitikai. Explosive Flying Blade. Naoyang Luan jumped backward and then hurled 3 exploding tag kunai at Meitikai. Boom! The exploding tags detonated. The moment Meitikai took damage, Ke Xuanfei immediately commanded him to use the substitution technique. Although Naoyang Luan's plan was good, using his first skill to attack Meitikai while simultaneously creating distance, such petty cleverness was insufficient against Meitikai, whose mind was full of muscles. After using the substitution technique, Meitikai immediately pursued in a straight line and unleashed his secret technique. Secret technique Earth-style Earth Tremor. Meitikai crouched and slammed his palm forcefully onto the ground. The terrifying force caused the surrounding earth to crack and rise. In an instant, the ground beneath Naoyang Luan split, and his body uncontrollably launched into the air. With the advantage, Meitikai charged forward with a wuxia and showered Naoyang Luan with youthful blows, causing Luan's HP to plummet rapidly. Finally, the young and frail Naoyang Luan could not withstand Meitikai's blazing youth and met his end under a dynamic prelude. Victory decided. Ke Xuanfei exclaimed with delight, truly worthy of the youthful Meitikai. He feels so smooth to use. Using this word feels a bit off. It's more fun to play. That feels even more wrong. Round 4, a level ninja Meitikai versus level ninja Rishiang Ningxi. Earth Shock Lightning Blade Transformation. The battle begins. At the start, Ke Xuanfei controlled Meitikai to move downward, as usual, creating a Yaxis gap with Rishiang Ningxi. Ke Xuanfei's plan was good, but the enemy seemed to have anticipated his move. Rishiang Ningxi, without vision, preemptively unleashed his second skill, Bagua Kongzhong. Ningxi converged chakra in his palm and delivered 3 vacuum palms with gentle fist. Because the shockwave from the vacuum palm was extremely fast, Ke Xuanfei had no time to dodge and was hit squarely. At this moment, Rishiang Ningxi began to approach. Ke Xuanfei thought to himself, "Humph, trying to bait out my substitute. No way." However, to Ke Xuanfei's surprise, Rishiang Ningxi also became reckless, charging in with a flurry of basic attacks against Mei Tikai. Ke Xuanfei was startled at first. His prediction had failed, but he quickly steadied himself. Seizing the moment when Rishiang Ningxi's basic attacks had a large post-pause, he immediately controlled Mei Tikai to activate the substitution jutsu. At the instant of Mei Tikai's substitution, Rishiang Ningxi immediately released his first skill to counterattack Bagua Zhang Huitian. Rishiang Ningxi converged chakra at his fingertips, then spun at high speed, releasing chakra from his tenketsu to envelop himself and deal damage to the surroundings. Seeing this, Ke Xuanfei immediately controlled Mei Tikai to unleash his second skill in the opposite direction, Dongli Qianzuk. Mei Tikai instantly turned around, leaped high, and performed a flying kick forward. Using the kick's displacement, he successfully left the range of Huitian within the protection time. Then, while Rishiang Ningxi was still in the post-pause of Huitian, Ke Xuanfei immediately controlled Mei Tikai to strike Secret Scroll Earth-style Earth Shock. Mei Tikai crouched down and slammed his palm forcefully against the ground. A mystical power upheaved everything around. Bang! At the moment of being hit, Rishiang Ningxi also activated his substitution jutsu, aiming to catch Mei Tikai in his post-pause. Bagua Kongzong. Ningxi gathered chakra in his palm and delivered 3 vacuum palms with gentle fist. Because Rishiang Ningxi had caught the post-pause of the secret scroll, Ke Xuanfei could not escape the range of Bagua Kongzong and could only take the beating. After the skill hit, Ke Xuanfei couldn't help clicking his tongue. TSK tisk, pretty quick reflexes. Since the substitution jutsu was still on cooldown, Ke Xuanfei could only stare helplessly at Rishiang Ningxi. At this moment, Ke Xuanfei's mother brought over a foot bath basin. Xuanfei stopped playing. Time for a foot bath. Ke Xuanfei responded with a sound and placed his feet into the basin. Finally, Ke Xuanfei's substitute was ready. Just at that moment, Rishiang Ningxi had used up all his skills. So Ke Xuanfei unhesitatingly controlled Mei Tikai to activate the substitution jutsu. Seeing Mei Tikai's substitute, Rishiang Ningxi hurriedly pulled back and attempted to flee. Ke Xuanfei laughed. "After hitting me for so long, you still want to run? My gongli xianfeng." Mei Tikai used a sweeping leg spinning and kicking toward Rishiang Ningxi, who failed to dodge and was kicked flying. At this moment, Rishiang Ningxi's substitution jutsu had also finished cooldown, and he activated it without hesitation. Bang! Rishiang Ningxi appeared behind Mei Tikai, about to unleash a secret scroll, summoning lightning blade transformation. At this moment, Ke Xuanfei quickly swiped left with his left hand and immediately tapped the second skill with his right hand, Dongli Qianzuk. Ke Xuanfei controlled Mei Tikai to release the skill in the opposite direction with lightning speed, using the flying kick's displacement to arrive behind Rishiang Ningxi. Just before the secret scroll attack landed, Mei Tikai dodged. At this moment, Rishiang Ningxi was a lamb to the slaughter. Mei Tikai walked toward him with a leering grin, ready to thoroughly polish Niji's slender frame. But fate can be cruel. When luck is bad, even drinking water gets stuck in the teeth. Ke Xuanfei's hand slipped, and with a plop his phone dropped into the foot bath basin. He hurriedly fished it out, but the phone was already waterlogged, with hot foot bath water no less. Staring at the black screen, Ke Xuanfei felt like crying, but had no tears. Everything from before flashed through his mind. All his efforts turned to bubbles in this moment. Perhaps this is fate. No matter how persistent one is with a pursuit, heaven always makes one commit a fatal mistake in some insignificant place. Ke Xuanfei sighed helplessly. The game is over. The dream of winning the championship is shattered. I guess I'll have to turn to cultivation instead. At that moment, a flash of light gleamed across the city street, and a cute girl stepped out of the light. However, the people around seemed not to see her. Ke Xuanfei went downstairs to get some fresh air, and suddenly saw a long-haired girl in thin clothes walking alone on the road. He was instantly captivated by her appearance, his gaze involuntarily following her. At the same time, the girl sensed Ke Xuanfei's gaze, and exclaimed inwardly, "He can see me. Could he be the one? It seems there is still hope for us." Then the girl made a playful expression at Ke Xuanfei and vanished into the night. Ke Xuanfei was stunned by the girl's sudden disappearance. He rubbed his eyes, thinking it might be an illusion. Little did he know that soon this very girl would bring miraculous changes to his life.